provide funding and
unfortunate
make that
thing,
particular unit.
The unfortunate thing is that while we're leading the way, we hear politicians say, we have a list of funders of terrorism. In fact, if we talk, Nigeria will burn. That's what they keep saying. And we don't get to hear these things. Nobody is held accountable. Even the people who say these things, nobody goes to them to ask them, how did you get the list? Where is the list for us to know? Nigerians are in the dark. I don't know how a country like that will move forward. But before we wrap it up, the controversy now is not really a controversy because it is one against majority. The IGP has come out to say that state police is not the way to go because Nigeria is not mature enough. And when we're talking terrorism, we're talking intelligence now. We're talking knowing the terrain and so many other things that are tied to that. What is your stand on this state police thing?
Well, I was opportuned to be nominated as a member of the Benue State Constitution Reform Committee. And that is during the government, the past government in Benue State, as this is before 2023. And one of the recommendations we made was for state police. I think the time has come that we should have state police. One, the current size of the security outfits in Nigeria cannot take care of the security challenges. In fact, I remember an interview I read by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Musa, who said that the military, especially the army, is overstretched. We also have a situation whereby even the national police, the Nigerian police force, has not met its quota in terms of the UN prescribed policeman to community ratio. We're supposed to have one policeman to at least 200 people. You can see if you take Nigeria's population of 200 million plus, we are grossly inadequate. So who is fooling? I think it's time to tell ourselves the hard truth. I'm not surprised that the IG is saying what he's saying. What do you expect him to say? He has to protect the institution that has provided the career in which he's operating in. Many of police officers do not want to hear the story of the state police, but we've had local policing before. We had a regional system in our country. We had the native authority police, and it was effective. So the time has come for us to move forward and have other security units that complement the national police system.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Yes. If we have up to 500,000 policemen, which I doubt that we have, that will mean one policeman is policing about 400 people, or even more than that. But my question is, the reason we have shortage of manpower in that sector, in the security sector, is it a product of funding? Or what are the problems that are militating against getting more policemen, getting more army men? Why are they not recruiting? Is it that Nigeria is poor? Because if Nigeria is poor, when we come to state police, there will still be a problem. We cannot fund the state police. So what do you think are the factors that we need to counter so that we can have the state police and have it successfully?
It's just political will. That is just it. Many, if you take a look at some of the state governments, they also already have pseudo policing units. What do you think Amotekun is doing in the southwest? You understand? If you even in Benue here, we have the vigilante guards, we have the livestock guards. We already have pseudo security units that can be fashioned and remodeled into a state police force. So this idea of politicizing everything won't do us any good. There's this tendency for us to always politicize issues. If you take a look at the most developed democracies in the world, policing is also democratized. The system is federated. You have the federal police in the US, for example, you have the FBI. Then you have state police. You even have county police units. They are there. And these work in synergy with each other to create the efficiency that you see. So when our politicians or our top government officials are trying to use politics or, see the political side to every issue, it complicates issues. I want the president to have courage. He has shown courage so far, and push for the state police issue. I'm for it totally. Because with that, we'll see that some of the security challenges, the weaknesses the governors have. The governors are only chief security officers of their states in name, because they don't control any security outfit. If the governor wants the commissioner of police now to carry out a particular order, the commissioner of police now has to ask from his bosses, either the AIG or even the IG. So they are exercising that control. So where does that put the governor, who constitutionally is the chief security officer of the state? These are the things we've talked about many times. I think we should have courage and move ahead. The time for a state police has come, and we should go ahead with it. It will only complement what the national police has been doing. You don't take away what the job they have or make them irrelevant as far as the Nigerian political system is concerned. So that's my take on that.
Yeah. Well, so far so good. We'd like to thank you for your time this morning, Dr. Abagan. Thank you for coming on our program this morning.
Thank you for having me.
We've been talking to Dr. Frank Abagan, Senior Lecturer, Department of Political Science, Benue State University. And our topic has been that the President, Tinubu, has unveiled African Counterterrorism Summit. We were looking at what it means and what it means to us as a nation and a region in Africa. That is how far we can take it on the show this morning. We'd like to thank you for being a wonderful part of our show. And we're asking you to join us again tomorrow for another edition of The Breakfast. Until then, have a wonderful day. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, right? No question. He's a living legend.
God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Good morning. My name is Nyamgul Agaje. This is the news brief. President Bola Tinubu criticized terrorism in Africa as an imported evil and urged officials to combine national effort with regional and international collaboration to combat insecurity. Speaking at a high-level counter-terrorism meeting hosted by the federal government and UNOCT, Tinubu emphasized that terrorism is not of Africa and urged officials to remember that it is not of Africa. African leaders, including Patrice Talon of Benin, Nana Akufo-Addo of Ghana, Faure Gnassingbé of Togo, and Hanana of Mauritius, also attended the meeting.
Terror cannot coexist in the same space as democracy and good governance. Just as darkness and light cannot endure in the same room at the same time. This violent threat seeks to frighten the farmer from his fields, children from their schools, women from the marketplace, and families from their very homes. It wants the city dwellers to cower and businesses to close. It craves despotism and suppression and not democracy and enlightened society. Its goal is to cause such an havoc that we doubt our democratic principles, putting societies and government into such confusion and disarray that we begin to fight among ourselves instead of fighting the very thing that seek our destruction. Already, terrorism has taken too many lives and delayed our better future for too long. While terrorism troubles us greatly at the moment, we do well by remembering terrorism is not of Africa. We must tell this imported evil that wants to bend and break us, that it shall not succeed. Instead of making us bow, we shall banish it. Let us resolve here.
Former leaders and stakeholders in Nigeria have agreed that a well-funded and equipped state police can ensure peace. They suggest that areas of concern raised by Nigerians should be addressed through amendments to the Police Act, as discussed at the one-day national dialogue on state policing organized by the 10th House of Assembly in Abuja. Plus TV Emmanuel Ihejene reports is presented from our studio.
State policing has been in the national discourse for some time now. owing to the high rate of insecurity across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Though successive governments have tinkered with the idea of establishing state policing as a way of tackling the constant spate of kidnapping, herdsmen attacks, banditry, and other forms of criminality, the issues of political hijacking have often stalled the idea. However, the continuous high rate of insecurity in the country has changed the narrative as most of the stakeholders, the presidency, a former President Goodluck Jonathan, and former head of state Abdulsalam Abubakar. They say the call for state police was long overdue as solutions on ways the country can operate state police by applying the nation's peculiar situation, such as adopting the border force, the coastal guard, and engaging local traditional authorities.
His Excellency, Mr. President, firmly believes that the path to effective security is through adaptive reforms, catering to our diverse nation's unique needs and circumstances. This can only be achieved by carefully reviewing various models and options best suited to Nigeria's context. It gladdens my heart that the 10th House of Representatives, under the Speaker, Right Honorable Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, has keyed into this initiative of the President. The involvement of the legislature in executive reform proposals ensures continuity and synergy. Let us use this opportunity to engage and explore every option with the seriousness and diligence they demand.
Responsibility in ensuring the maintenance of peace and order. As a young child growing up in a rural community, we see the role of these royal fathers in the various arm of, in quote, their government. I think as much as we are talking of establishing state police, we should also look into the role vis-a-vis of our royal fathers.
If you make the states to have weapons that are inferior to the ones that the criminals are using, then you're asking their police to commit suicide in the field. You cannot give your police a weapon that will kill at maybe 50 meters range. Then the criminal has a weapon that will kill 100-meter range. Then you are not doing anything. So we must not even go there in terms of limiting the capacity of the state police.
Earlier, the chief conveners of the National Dialogue explained why the discourse for state policing have become very necessary at the critical time in the nation's history.
I ask you to debate freely on the pros and the cons of state policing. As we engage, issues to consider may include, but not limited to, the following: the desirability or otherwise of state policing, the time frame for a transition if deemed desirable, suitable model or model for Nigeria that account for context and diversity, appropriate legal and institutional frameworks.
We must draw the line because to have functional police, state police, we must have a strong federal police. But let us never forget the power of state police should never be used as a tool of oppression.
To discuss. Certainly we do expect and hope that the review of the Constitution that will happen will produce some significant difference in the way that the country is policed. And I think at that stage, we'll all agree that National Assembly would have done justice to this.
However, the Nigerian police in its submissions thinks otherwise. Speaking through Assistant Inspector General of Police, Ben Okolo, who represented the IGP, stated that by adequately funding the police as well as merging the NSCDC and Federal Road Safety Corps to it will help address some of the challenges faced by the police in ensuring a suffocated policing for the country.
That Nigeria is yet to mature and ready for the establishment of state-controlled police. This is due to the underlying reasons. One, there is no adequate resources in place for police infrastructure, such as police colleges, training schools, barracks, police stations, clinics, vehicles, communication equipments for the state governments.
To achieve this, we must analyze the current legal and constitutional framework governing policing in Nigeria, discuss necessary amendments for the establishment of state police forces, and ensure checks and balances are in place to prevent any abuse of power.
The theme of the national dialogue is Pathways to Peace, Reimagining Policing in Nigeria.
The Binance Regional Manager for Africa, Nadim Anjarwalla, who escaped from a Nigerian detention facility on March 22, has been arrested in Kenya. The fugitive was reportedly arrested by the Kenyan Police Service while he was hiding in the East African country. It was learned that the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol, is working towards extraditing Anjarwalla to Nigeria within the week. Anjarwalla escaped from an Abuja guest house where the federal government was keeping him and his colleague, Tigrin Gambarayan. He was said to have escaped after guards led him to a nearby mosque for prayers in the spirit of Ramadan fast. The Binance Regional Manager was said to have fled Nigeria with a Kenyan passport. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has been denied an arrest warrant by the Kogi High Court, which restrained agency from arresting Yahaya Bello, the former governor of Nigeria. The former governor of Kogi State, Nigeria. The Kogi Court's ruling on April 17 barred the EFCC from arresting, detaining and prosecuting Bello. The EFCC is seeking to arraign Bello on 19 counts of alleged money laundering, breach of trust and misappropriation of funds worth 80.2 billion naira. The court's ruling coincided with Bello's home invasion by EFCC operatives. Justice Emeka Nwite directed Bello to be produced before the court for arraignment on April 18. The Rivers State House of Assembly has passed the Rivers State Local Government Amendment Bill into law by overriding the assent of Governor Siminalayi Fubara. The new law, among others, stripped the governor of the powers to appoint caretaker committees for the local government areas. It also makes it mandatory for the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission to conduct elections before the expiration of the tenure of local government chairmen. The new law also provides that if local government elections cannot be held for any reason, the tenure of the sitting chairman will be extended by not longer than 6 months.
And we are all aware that this House deliberated on this bill successfully. This bill was passed, having passed all stages required by law. And this bill was forwarded to the governor for his assent. And the governor received the bill that was passed by this House on the 14th day of March 2024. And the governor has chosen to withhold his assent. And just like members remarked, this House is empowered by Section 100, subsection 5 of the 1999 Constitution as altered to override the governor. And from the presentations of members this morning, I'm convinced that we are of the view that we should make progress on this bill so it can become law for our dear states. Honorable members, there is no need to say much about it because we already know the content of this bill. Essentially, this bill seeks to ensure that Section 7 of the 1999 Constitution as altered, that provides for democratically elected local government system, should be the only thing that will take place in our dear states. Members, you know that this, for us to override the governor, Section 100, subsection 5 requires that we have 2/3 majority of membership of this House. And that's exactly what we need to override the governor. So let me put the question. Those in favor that the governor's assent is no longer required in line with Section 100, subsection 5 of the 1999 Constitution as altered should indicate by raising their hands, please.
This is the 6th time the House will be overriding the governor to enact laws. In the meantime, Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa of Ondo State has extended an olive branch to his 15 co-contestants in the last Saturday's governorship primary election in the state. Aiyedatiwa, in his acceptance speech after the chairman of the governorship primary election committee and Kogi State Governor Ahmed Ododo declared him winner of the primary election, asked them to join hands with him to build the state. He won the primary election in 16 of the 18 council areas of the state, polling 48,569 votes. Honorable Mayowa Akinfolarin came second with 15,343 votes, while Chief Olusholauke came third with 14,195 votes. Ayedatiwa in the speech said that democracy sometimes after a contest like this comes with discordant tunes. He however noted that this was not the time to hold grudges against anyone, but for all of them to come together to work for the success of the party so as to remain in power.
Francis A. Faduile 353. Ifeoluwa O. Oyedele 462. Lucky O. Ayedatiwa 48,569. By the power conferred on the committee and in line with the APC guidelines for the nomination of candidates of the party in the general election, I, Ahmed Usman Ododo, hereby declare that Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa, having satisfied the requirement of the law and scored the highest number of lawful votes cast in the direct primary election conducted on the 20th day of April 2024 in Ondo State, is hereby returned elected, and he is declared the winner of the Ondo State APC governorship primary election.
The greatness of Ondo State is what matters at this moment. I understand that I must leave no stone unturned in order to cement the trust you have graciously bequeathed on me. I therefore request that we all join hands together building the future that we all yearn for in Ondo State.
A lawmaker from Ogun, Honorable Atobatale Lukman, has urged the federal government to raise the salaries of healthcare workers in the nation. Atobatale emphasized that the healthcare sector in Nigeria requires sufficient funding to prevent health workers from moving abroad in search of better opportunities. During a medical outreach program he hosted in Abeokuta, the capital of Ogun State, the lawmaker addressed reporters and stressed the significance of intervention. He noted that many Nigerians are unable to afford healthcare services due to financial constraints.
I will only keep begging the government. We've been begging government because ideally, our medical doctors, when I was in school, I have medical doctors that will stay in the same hostel. I know what it takes to be a medical doctor. I can't say I want to study for 6-7 hours, straight hours reading. I can't do it. But when they want to have their comprehensive exam, you see them, they lock themselves up inside the room. They will be there for 8 hours, straight 8 hours reading, so that you can know what they go through before they are medical. And when they are now medical doctors, you'll be paying them my small salary. It's not possible. Abroad, a registered nurse, there are sometimes in a day, they earn as much as $1,000 in a day. My wife is a medical doctor, a registered nurse abroad. You see, so it is not possible. They should please increase their salary. The health sectors it's not only state general hospitals. Like here now, this is a remote area. People from here cannot rush. If there's an emergency in the midnight, they can't rush down to the state hospital or federal medical center. If government take over majority of hospitals like these, of health centers, the issues we have with health care in Nigeria will reduce drastically.
Our target is 1,000 people, to reach out to 1,000 people. So far, this is around 2 o'clock, and we have reached out to 750 already. So we hope that by the time we finish around 4 o'clock or 5 thereabouts, we will meet our target.
Please stay with us as we take a short commercial break.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Thanks for staying with us. Other parts of Africa now. Since the coup d'etat on May 24, 2021, a transitional government has been in charge of Mali and shows no sign of returning to the civilian-led government that political parties are calling for. What's more, it has also recently announced measures to restrict the press. Following the first coup d'etat in August 2020, Colonel Assimi Goïta took charge of the country from August 24 to September 25, 2020, before returning it to civilian rule. However, following a second coup in May 2021, Goïta returned as head of state to lead the so-called transition process. He assured the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, of his intention to hold fresh elections in early 2022 and restore civilian rule. But against all expectations, the transition period was extended until March 26, 2024, under the pretext that elections would be held in February 2024. Outside Africa, 10 people have died after 2 Navy helicopters collided in mid-air during a military rehearsal for a Royal Malaysian Navy parade. One of the helicopters clipped the rotor of the other before the two crashed into the ground. The incident took place at 9:30 local time in the Malaysian town of Lumut, which is home to a Navy base. There are no known survivors. The State's Fire and Rescue Department said it was alerted to the incident at 9:50 local time. In March, a Malaysian Coast Guard helicopter crashed into the sea of Malaysia's Angsa Island during a training flight. The pilot, co-pilot, and 2 passengers on board were found and rescued by fishermen. On Monday night, Taiwan's capital experienced a sequence of earthquakes, with the strongest one being a magnitude 9.5 tremor originating in eastern Hualien, according to the Central Weather Administration. This region had previously been the epicenter of a magnitude 7.4 earthquake on April 3, which resulted in landslides and significant damage to buildings in Hualien City. The recent earthquake claimed the lives of at least 17 individuals, with the most recent body being discovered on April 13 in a quarry. The initial strong quake on Monday measuring 5.5 magnitude occurred at approximately 5:08 p.m. and was felt in the capital, Taipei. Subsequently, a series of aftershocks and earthquakes followed, with the most intense striking at around 10:15 p.m. The Central Weather Administration reported this as a magnitude 5.9 quake with a depth of 8.6 kilometers, 5.3 miles, while the U.S. Geological Survey estimated it to be of 5.8 magnitude. In business news, a group of experienced national unionists and young professionals organized under the Congress of Nigerian Youth Leaders, CONIL, are urging Nigerians both at home and abroad to continue to strengthen their support and prayers for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's current administration and the Ministry of Power. During a press conference in Ilorin, the capital of Kwara State, the national coordinator of the group, Comrade Yinka Dallas, emphasized that the endurance and sacrifices of Nigerians will not be in vain. He expressed optimism that there is hope for Nigerians as long as they exercise patience and support the various programs and policies of the current administration, particularly the ongoing reform in the power sector. Dallas highlighted that the group has closely monitored the minister's effort in enhancing power supply, including addressing liquidity issues and infrastructural deficits in the sector. They firmly believe in the capabilities of the current Minister of Power, Abdulwahid Adebayo Adelabu, to lead the mission of revamping the nation's power sector during this crucial period of nation building. Cornell also acknowledged the minister's initiatives such as the reorientation on consumption management, regulation of estimated billing, and progress made in the Zungeru power plant. These steps, along with the assurance from Genco to achieve a generated energy capacity of 6,000 megawatts, are seen as positive strides in the right direction. The Naira depreciated in its value against the United States dollar to 1,234 Naira at the official foreign exchange market on Monday, according to the data obtained from the FMDQ Securities Exchange. The exchange rate means the Naira fell by 65 Naira or 5.26% from 1,169 Naira 99 kobo to a dollar recorded on Friday. The local currency had strengthened to around 1,072 Naira 74 kobo on Wednesday, as traders projected the Naira could trade below 1,000 Naira to a dollar for the first time. However, the latest drop appears to coincide with the remarks of the Apex Bank Governor, Yemi Cardoso, who stated that the intent of the bank was not to defend the Naira when asked about the sudden drop in external reserves. Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves have maintained a one-month dip streak. The latest figures from the Central Bank of Nigeria show that external reserves reached a new low of $32.1 billion on April 18. The reserves dropped by $2.35 billion in 31 days from $34.45 billion on March 18. In entertainment news, Bobrisky, a controversial figure known for cross-dressing and socializing, has appealed against his conviction for Naira abuse. In the appeal filed by his lawyer, Bimbo Kasonu, Bobrisky is seeking to have his 6-month prison sentence overturned and replaced with a fine of 50,000 Naira for each count. The conviction was handed down by Justice Abimbola Awogboro of the Federal High Court, Lagos, on April 12, 2024, and was intended to serve as a deterrent to others. Despite admitting guilt, Bobrisky argues that the maximum sentence was unjustified, given his lack of prior criminal history and the availability of lesser penalties under the ACJA. He also claims that the judge failed to consider his cooperation and guilty plea as mitigating factors. And finally, sports news. Inter Milan clinched the Serie A title on Monday by defeating AC Milan 2-1, establishing an insurmountable lead at the summit of the league with their 6th consecutive derby triumph. Francisco Acerbi and Marcos Thuram scored the crucial goals, granting Inter a 17-point edge over their nearest rivals Milan and securing their 20th league championship with 5 games left in the season. Simone Inzaghi celebrated his first league title as a manager on a rainy evening at the San Siro, where Inter's away supporters among the 75,000 spectators erupted in joy at the final whistle. Despite Fikayo Tomori's late goal for Milan, Inter managed to hold on to initiate the title celebration.
Marcus Thuram with another beauty in the Derby della Madonnina. Calabria, Chukwueze bends it in, Rafael Leao back across, and Gabbia, in it goes from Tomori. Milan have halved the deficit, and perhaps this is not the night when Inter win the Scudetto. Fikayo Tomori with a huge goal for the Rossoneri. To win the Scudetto, number 20 is no longer a dream, it's a reality now. 1 star becomes 2.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has announced that the Apex Bank has transitioned from firefighting mode to strategic planning in order to achieve forex stability. Now, this shift comes after 6 months of grappling with economic challenges such as inflation and volatility in the foreign exchange market. Cardoso made the statement during a joint press briefing with the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy at the IMF World Bank Spring meetings in Washington, D.C. He emphasized that the focus of the CBN is not on improving the ease of doing business in Nigeria, aiming to foster an efficient and transparent market system that will benefit small businesses and households. Now, key initiatives including utilizing technology and remote banking solutions to reduce transaction costs and increase access to financial services. Now, these measures are part of a broader agenda to create a more resilient and inclusive economic framework, moving away from emergency measures that previously dominated the central bank's agenda. Now, today on the program, we will delve into the most recent updates regarding the country's forex regulations, specifically highlighting the reforms implemented by the CBN. Welcome to Business Insights and Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Nakadonye. Right now, before we get into the conversation, the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents of Nigeria, AMBAN, is set to begin a crackdown on illegal and unauthorized point-of-sale terminal operators, marking a significant change from the previous practices. Sharafuddin Fasasiatonda, the national president of AMBAN, revealed this development at the launch of the Agent Joint Task Force, which aims to regulate POS activities and combat fraudulent practices.
Who is the person? Can you call the person for us? No letter of authorization.
Due to the escalating insecurity in the country, point-of-sale terminal operators are increasingly facing attacks, leading to fewer residents being included in financial services. Recent government reports revealed that terrorists are exploiting fintech platforms, POS terminals, and non-government organizations to transfer funds and carry out fraudulent transactions. In response to public outcry regarding illegal activities involving POS operators and some officers, the Nigeria Police Force recently strengthened its prohibition on using POS terminals and other electronic financial devices in formations nationwide.
In the year 2022, fintech broke that record as the largest industry that attracted the largest dollars.
As involved stakeholders, the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents of Nigeria, AMBAN, is actively working with security agents to clean up the industry through a national joint task force.
Our experience in most of the bandits' prone areas are that they are also using agents for their transactions.
The association addresses gray areas among its members and takes a strong stance on removing dishonest individuals from the system to safeguard customers' funds and support legitimate operators.
So if you check, you see we have compiled the CBN regulation on agency banking. So we have distributed that. Then part of our agenda is to work with the police, the civil defense, the EFCC, the CBN, the necessary agencies, including the National Rotation Agency, to make sure that we carry the message to the necessary quarters and make sure that we sanitize the industry. If you listen to what Mr. President said during the time he made the remark, he talked about informing agents and educating them. So that is the need for the CIBN certification project that is ongoing. Then he equally talked about collaboration with all the necessary agencies which I have mentioned.
And when it comes to the area of fraudulent and sharp practices with POS agents and some of these mobile money agents, we quickly respond by doing a preliminary investigation that now takes us into the thorough investigation that makes us to nip these criminals in the bud, bring them to book, and also hand them over to appropriate and authorized agency of government who now deals with them, prosecute them through the laws, and eventually maybe gets conviction for them. And it's also an opportunity for us to stamp out financial and economic crimes out of our community.
After the inauguration, the task force begins working diligently at the Balinde bus stop. They conduct an on-the-spot inspection to confirm the adherence of POS operators in the vicinity. Sharafuddin Fasa Siatonda is a national president of AMBAN. He expresses concern over the extent of violations.
And we are here with the security agents, and out of the spot checks that we have done, none of them actually has anything compliance in line with CBN regulations. And a lot of them, they don't even have letter of authorization from their financial institutions. And we can also see that they are operating not under a conducive atmosphere. No physical location are stipulated by banking regulation, agent banking regulation. And we are here not to enforce, we are here to start awareness.
He explains the next steps while also discussing methods to achieve successful financial inclusion.
We have referred them to go and read about agency banking regulations of the Central Bank of Nigeria and go and look at requirement to be an agent and under which environment should an agent be operating. Look at them now, they don't have logbook, no record.
AMBAN is encouraging its members to view security as a joint effort, advising them to take a more active role and report dishonest and fraudulent individuals operating in the system. All right, welcome back. AMBAN is set to actually bring back sanity to POS operations in the country. But just away from all of that, let's talk Nigeria's forex regulation. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Yemi Cardoso, addressed the recent depreciation of the exchange rate, noting it as a temporary volatility with fluctuations expected. Cardoso highlighted the Naira's rebound over the weekend and assured Nigerians that efforts are being made to stabilize the exchange rate through policy reforms. Now, Segun Shokwiton, principal partner at Woodridge and Scott Consulting Limited, joins me now to discuss further on this matter. Good morning to you, Segun.
Good morning, Justin. Thanks for having me.
It is indeed a pleasure. I trust you have been keeping up with the recent development in the nation's forex regime. The CBN governor, Olayemi Cardoso, believes that we have shifted from firefighting to strategic planning. What is your opinion on this transition?
Well, I understand what the CBN governor means, given the events that followed his appointment within the space of a 3-month period between, I think it was about October, September that they came on board, and January. If we count the number of policies, regulations, circulars that came out of the CBN, was at a point it became very confusing. It was like a whirlwind. The circulars were, sometimes you'd have circulars come out 3 or 4 times in the course of 2 days. So clearly that was exactly what he called it. Was a firefight. And there was a need to fight a fire, even though one could argue that the central bank, the government and the central bank actually set that fire ablaze in the first instance. And the proprietary, the necessity or expediency of that action of setting that fire ablaze remains, a subject of debate amongst experts, in the industry. I think the general opinion is yes, something needed to be done about the fundamentals of the economy. The foundational issues on the structure of the economy needed to be addressed. But was the action taken the right action? Was the timing of the action the right time? Was the planning appropriate? Was the implementation done properly? All of those things, in my opinion, led to the crisis we found ourselves in towards the end of last year, the early part of this year. That then resulted in the need to fight a fire. But having said that, it's beginning to become clear that some of those policies have worked. Again, there's still a bit of a debate as to which one of those policies have actually resulted in the results that we're seeing now. And that debate is...
Right, Segun, if you can hear us, despite...
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, despite the Naira being recognized as the best performing currency in April, the CBN boss, Cardoso, mentions that FX rate volatility will not disappear overnight, indicating continuous fluctuations in the market. What are your views on this particular matter?
Yes, volatility, if it's temporary volatility, short periods within the markets, sometimes distortions do happen in markets, all markets, as long as, it's a market that is accessible to a large number of players. You will have periods when things may just go a bit volatile, depending on the activities of players in that market. What you don't want to see is volatility that extends for long periods of time. So if you have a 2-day period where rates just move up or move down, maybe because there's some big transaction that came up or there's some big news, that came out, and all of that, whether you're talking about stock markets or foreign exchange markets, commodities markets, news moves the markets, big transactions move the markets. So volatility, that occurs maybe over a 2-day period, it's not unusual. And usually the market would adjust, it would adjust back to the fundamentals. What you don't want to see volatility that extends for days and weeks, and in our own case, for months, where we had a situation where for 2 or 3 months, the Naira just kept losing value, on a daily basis. We've crossed that now. The volatility that we've experienced over the weekend, one can only presuppose that was driven by some activities in the market, maybe some news. The expectation is that the market will adjust. So like the CBN governor said, you see some ups and you see some downs every now and then. What you want to see is a pattern and a trend over an extended period. So if we look at what the Naira has done in the last 2 weeks, for example, say from April, the beginning of April till date, 3 weeks, what's the trend? Are we gaining or are we or losing value? So I think that's the important thing. So we'll observe what the market is doing in the course of this week, and that will determine whether what is going on is something fundamental or it's just a natural, simple market movements. So for me, no cause for alarm at the moment.
All right, no cause for alarm now. But the CBN governor is aiming to double diaspora remittances. I don't know, some people are saying it's very lofty, but in your opinion, is this goal overly ambitious?
I don't think it can be. I don't think it's overly ambitious, and I want to commend him, because I think that this is one of the things that I've said in the public space over the last, year and a half or so, that we do have a very vibrant, large, prosperous diaspora community as a country. Nigerians travel abroad all the time. We have Nigerians that have been in different parts of the world for decades, and they're doing well. Because they are Nigerians. So if for example, if you look at the gross national income of the country, you find that, that includes your GDP and the income that is earned, by Nigerians across the world. It's a good number. So we need to find a way to harness all of that. And I think that, doing $20 billion, 23 billion, the average is about 20 billion, sometimes 18, 17 billion, sometimes 22. I think the highest we've had, that to my mind or to my knowledge, is about $25 billion. So if the CBN governor is saying that he can target or aim to improve that number to say $50 billion, I would say go for it, because I think it's possible. The significant chunk of the 20 billion average that we're doing currently, is financing subsistence activities, largely. It's financing living habits of Nigerians. It's financing, basic issues. Maybe somebody wants to build a house, a little investment here and there, sending back some of their earnings home to support family and friends, all of that. We can put a bit more structure, in fact, not a bit more structure, a whole lot more structure into the activities of our diaspora community to encourage them to send money home for productive activities, to send money home in a systematic and structured manner. if we put in the right policies, one, that would encourage them to send money home, and put in the right instruments and framework that would attract that money naturally in an organic manner, then you could really see a huge jump. It appears to me, if you ask me, the numbers that we do currently, the 20 billion that we do currently, it's something that just happens as a matter of course. It's just a natural thing that would result from the fact that you've got family abroad who is supporting people at home. We need to go beyond that and actually put structural framework to getting that money in. And if we do that, I think doubling it is even conservative. I think we can easily triple that number if we put in the right mechanism and policies in place.
Okay, now that's Cardoso noted positive responses from foreign portfolio investors suggesting an improvement in sentiment. I want to ask if you think that's a reliable indicator. But then challenges like high inflation due to increase in food prices, transportation and energy costs persist. The government anticipates a decrease in inflation soon. Are you optimistic as well?
Yeah, I think the question will be soon. You have to define soon. So for me, I think inflation will come down. It's a cyclical thing actually. Except if you've gotten something fundamentally wrong, or you fail to take action when you see it escalating, then typically, you would have a cycle where inflation goes up, government responds with policy instruments and policy actions, and inflation comes back down. So I would expect that given all of the interventions of the central bank in particular, with regard to the monetary policy rates hiking over the two MPC meetings, inflation will temper to a certain extent. But the timing of that is what, I think we may have to play a bit of a guessing game. Of course, we must also remember that the increase, the improvement in the value of the naira would also have a mitigating effect on inflation. You would see inflation come down because, of course, as we all know, Nigeria does depend on a lot of imported items, in our day-to-day activities. So if the naira is improving in value, the cost of goods and services will go down, which will affect, the abatement of inflation. So if you look at the monetary policy rate, which by the way also has an impact in improving the value of the naira, because that would attract foreign inflows, especially foreign portfolio inflows, into the country, which would improve liquidity and help improve the value of the naira. So if you put that together, inflation will come down. But the timing of that, I'm not so confident that we can say soon. I will define soon as maybe a month or 2 months. I think that before you begin to see inflation reverse, begin to come down year on year, we'll probably be talking towards the end of the year. Now we're doing 33.2%, I believe. Yeah. Before you see that come back down to 30.
Okay.
Then below the 30, percent benchmark, we'll probably be talking end of the year.
Okay, as we round off now, let's just sum everything up together. Now, criticism has been directed at the CBN for its forex market management, while with some arguing that successful forex management should lead to economic stability and prosperity. But my question right now would be, sometime last year, analysts had said that the naira would be changing for the dollar at about 800 or thereabout. But where do you see the naira playing in the next 6 months?
If you ask me for an educated guess, based on the things that are driving the recovery of the naira in the market, I would say by the end of the year, we should be trending around 900. My belief actually is that the central bank and the finance team of the government, believe that, especially when you listen to some of the advisors, who are now part of the economic team, the larger economic advisory committee for the president, the sentiment amongst the people on those committees are that the appropriate value, the true value of the naira is around 800 to 900 naira to the dollar. Okay. If you use the purchasing power parity index, that's what you'll get. You'll get the value of the naira trending around 800 naira to 900 naira. So what I suspect will happen is as soon as the Naira stabilizes around that, and I believe that the Naira will drop below the 1,000 Naira to the dollar threshold in the next month or two.
Okay.
And once we hit 850 to 900, the central bank is going to begin to then play a balancing act to keep it around there. I believe that that is the objective. So we should be seeing the Naira trend around 850, 900 by the end of this year, and probably stay there until the fundamentals of the economy can support further improvement, in the value, until we can improve our export base, improve our foreign exchange earning capacity, even in the areas of remittances and, investments, foreign direct and foreign portfolio investments, and all of that put together.
All right, we must say a very big thank you to you, Segun, for all of this useful insights that you always bring on the program. Segun Sobiton is the principal consultant, Woodward and Scott Consultant Limited. Many thanks for being a part of the show.
Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure.
All right. And with that, we conclude today's show. I am Justin Akadonia. I sincerely appreciate your presence throughout. Many thanks for being here.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
I was broke, man. It's not funny. Do you know that? Let me tell you something. Most rich people picking no get money. You know why? Because they don't feel the need to work or aspire or want to be something. You understand? My mom died when I was 11. I'm the last born of 5 kids. So from a young age, I knew what I wanted to do. You understand? I fought to do this music. I come from a family where it's school. When you finish school, go and work for Popsy. Do you understand? So this music is something I had to fight for and work hard for. So, what I'm saying? To become Davido wasn't anything like, say, Popsy help me or anything. Of course, my dad has played a very key role in my career, for sure, as a mentor, as a supporter and everything. But I feel like if you want to, no matter who you are, no matter the background you come from, you have to work.
2013, 2014, when Show Me Your Rosé was like the biggest song in Nigeria, I had an Achilles tendon injury. I couldn't walk for like about 6 months. I used to go to shows with crutches, and before I go on stage, I drop my crutches and jump in. And after that, I keep bleeding after every performance. And at some point, the doctor told me to stay off stage and stay off performing for the longest time. And at that time, my record label left me. I was totally alone. Big up my manager at the time, Kolo. He was, right beside me at every point in time. At that point, I wanted to give up, just a single artist, nobody supporting me, nothing. It was just, you guys, my fans out there, and the few people that kept telling me, yo, your sound is different, you need to keep going, And I kept going, and prayers and God, that was all it took, So if I can do it, trust me, don't try to be the next me, because you might not get it right. Just try to be the first you, because that is the only way that you will stand out and be a legend in your own world. So saying that, I want you guys to know that life is not as hard as people make it look. Try to live your life like water. no matter how they cut you, they leave no scars, you know. But have no foes, have not too many friends, but believe in those that you believe in, because when you believe and share positive energy to the universe, it comes right back to you.
It's a funny one though. I remember this one vividly. I just started Flatmates back then, not the new Flatmates, like some 15, 16 years ago. After I graduated from the University of Lagos, so I wanted to do my own thing and I started shooting Flatmates, but there was no money to even take tapes sometimes to TV stations, because I'll be the one to shoot sometimes myself, carry the camera, shoot, write on a paper that we use only one paper that you read, okay, but say your line, say my own. So we don't even photocopy scripts because there was no money at the initial stage. So I remember, because I had to deliver a tape to MITV to show their own for the week, deliver another one to LTV to show their own for the week, deliver to NTA Channel 2, because the program became so big after the initial one at STV, so every TV station was asking for it. And I trekked, I remember vividly, trekking from MITV in Ikeja to my parents' house in Abeson, Ipaja. Wow. As in I trekked, because there was no other way I would be able to get home. From University of Lagos, I managed with the little money I had to get to MITV and LTV to give them the tapes that would run, because if I didn't, then there would be nothing to show. So I had to go back home, so I had to trek. I think this will be able to inspire people.
When I was starting off, I remember at some point, when I started working with a radio station, you know, I wouldn't want to mention the radio station. Back in Jos those days, the station used to be situated at a 12-story building, you know, and our office was on the 9th floor, and the office didn't have an elevator. There was no functional elevator, so we used to walk all the way to the 9th floor and then back, and then my salary then was 4,000 naira a month.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and that 4,000, I used to have one of my colleagues who used to work with me then, so we split it to 2,000 every month.
And what year was it?
It's 2004.
Years ago, I had just come to Lagos. I'd like to think that I was about 22 years old at the time. I had my break in the industry, but it wasn't. I was still an up-and-coming actress. So I think it was a year where my big film came out. So yeah, I got roles. I was having offers to work, and then I was paid good money. And then I went to see some group of friends that I had on the island, and they were like the big girls. So then they were buying, there was somebody who brought bags for sale. The bags were like 350,000 naira each. And I mean, I couldn't have afforded it at that time, but it didn't make any sense to me to buy a handbag for 350K when I was doing very okay with my 25,000 naira bags and 15,000 naira bags. And so, because they were, they were like, oh, this will look good on you. You need to, now you're a Lagos girl. I'm like, okay. So out of the pressure, I took 2 other bags. So when I got home, I called the girl who sold the bag. I said, look, would it be possible to return these bags? Because I don't think I really need them. And she was like, oh, sure, why not? And that's how I returned the 2 bags. And I didn't take the bag. So I went back to buy my 15,000, 25,000 naira bag at that point in time, because that was what I felt like, that was what made sense to me at that time. Now, what is the story, the lesson of this story that I just told, what I'm trying to say, in essence, is that there is time for everything. Take your life one step at a time. Do what you can afford. Do not be pressured, because that lifestyle you're looking at today, if you build yourself today, you might just be able to afford even much more than that tomorrow. But the thing is this, you have to start from somewhere. And then not just like you start making money today, you want to have the most elaborate or the most flamboyant things. No, you have to save. It's so important to save. And if you don't save, you can't have a financial stable life.
Hello from Berlin, Germany. Nigeria is currently going through a recession. But what is the actual state of our economy? Is this as a result of the pandemic? Or there's more? Should religious organizations in the country be made to pay taxes? These are the conversations and the answers that you get to hear when you listen to these debaters.
Hello, I welcome you to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We're going to be talking about religion, youth, and money as it concerns the Nigerian people. My name is Mercy Aband. Nigeria has the 5th largest Christian population and the 6th largest Muslim population in the world. Pretty impressive figures. So what are the economic aspects of this fact? Let's talk about this in today's episode. I am not physically present with the guests at the studio because I was in close proximity with someone who tested positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I had to stay away for the safety of everyone in the studio. But I'd like to introduce our guest. I'll start with Timothy Imogere, who is a proud Nigerian student living in Germany. Hello, Timothy, welcome.
Hi, Mercy. Thank you for having me here.
My next guest is Kumbi Oshinoiki. She runs a business in Germany. Hello, Kumbi, welcome.
Hello, nice to see you.
And Ada Anene is involved with data management, also living in Berlin. Hello, Ada. Pleased to see you again.
Hello, Mercy. Nice to meet you.
And we have Ebuka Valentine Okeke. He's a Nigerian student in Potsdam, also living in Germany. Hello, Ebuka.
Hello, Mercy. Nice to meet you.
And finally, and not, as part of the guest in the studio, Tolulope Adefunke Omadara, another Nigerian student. Welcome.
Hi, Mercy. Thanks for having me here.
Pleasure is mine. We have 2 callings from Nigeria, and our guest is Ose Anene. Mr. Ose Anene is a businessman, is a hotelier as well, and is a politician. Hello, Ndi Kato. Ndi is an active member of civil society in Nigeria, and she's a frontline activist in the country. I would like to talk with you about a very impressive, or actually I'll say important factor in Nigeria's reality, and that is religion and money. There is a lot that can be said or that has been said about this topic, but let's start somewhere. Nigeria is going through a historical recession at the moment. Poverty rates are on the rise. Should and could religious institutions contribute more to the economic relief of Nigerians? And this question I would like Kumbi to respond to. I would like to start with Kumbi.
Okay, I'm aware that there are lots of churches and mosques who have all sorts of programs that are aimed not just at providing relief to people in the communities, but also look to empower them through skills acquisition programs, trainings, and that kind of thing. So I think as part of their social mandate, a lot of religious bodies of all persuasions do this. Whether it's going to be enough to have enough impact on society in general, on the economy, is debatable. And also not all religious organizations are necessarily big enough to be able to provide the manpower needed to run a very comprehensive program that's going to make impact in their communities. But I do know that a lot of the big well-known churches and mosques do also a range of programs. Yes.
Thank you, Kumbi. Ada, from what Kumbi has said, we should not be seen to outsource the role of the state to religious institutions. Do you disagree?
I think that there should be a balance. I think the the money of the people goes to both the government and the religious institutions. And the way that the religious institution can, put back into society more like a corporate, social responsibility is to, create initiatives to help the people that they take care of. So I think it's not a bad idea. Like she said, there are actually churches that have these initiatives already running, like the mobile clinic run by some churches that I know. And so I think it's good that the church institution or the religious institution have these initiatives running, in support of the government.
Thank you so much, Ada. Ebuka,
yeah.
Do you agree, or would you subscribe to religious organizations, especially the ones that, we've seen, not just the church now and the mosque, to pay tax to the state for development?
I beg to disagree with such assumption, because as far as I'm concerned, is a kind of suggestion that is geared towards probably helping Nigeria escape the nets of recession. But the truth remains that churches originally are agents of socialization, and as far as I'm concerned, they should continue to play that role as agent of socialization. Their participation into economic activity of any kind should be a kind of mandatory, should be optional and not mandatory. Taxes should not be imposed on churches, because doing that have a lot to do in the area of churches carrying out their social responsibility of educating the people, inculcating the required national values in the people. Now, imposing taxes on them, I don't think it will have much to do with, or can in any way have a serious contribution to saving Nigeria from economic recession. So churches or religion should be detached totally from the economic mess that we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Ebuka. Tolu, I would like to ask you this. In the UK and other countries of the world, churches are known, these same churches that are in Nigeria are known to pay taxes. But when they get to Nigeria, they do not pay tax. And there's a conversation right now, and there's lobbying before the National Assembly, where people are saying, if these churches are making billions and millions of dollars, why should the state not take part in that? What would you say?
I think religion should remain separated from politics. If you compare maybe European countries to Nigeria, you will notice that there is a decline in the number of people that go to churches, because once religion is connected to politics, what we have is compulsion, whereby forcing people to do some particular things, and that is not good for religion. There should be competition, there should be freedom of religion and all that. If you look at countries where religion is not separated from politics, it's either religion is used for conflict reasons, or you see people not going to church anymore because they have to pay taxes. And it would discourage people from going to church, and they would before you know what, people won't learn the religious virtues that are very important for the society. Because let's take tithe for example. If the government says everybody should pay tithes, if it's a matter of compulsion, then it's also against the religion, because when you are doing something, you should do it out of joy, you should do it out of willingness and all that. So I think religion and politics should not be connected. Meanwhile, there might be religious bodies to check what the church is doing with the money. How are they helping the what's it called? How they helping the people, the church members, and all that, but not the religion.
Thank you. I would like to call in
politics.
at this point. I'd like to call in Ose to come into this conversation. Hello, Ose. Can you hear me?
Hi, Mercy.
Yes. Pleased to have you join.
Glad to be here again.
You're a businessman, so I'd like to hear your take from this. Do you think churches should be responsive and responsible in societies like Nigeria?
I'll also try to answer as a politician. And so in the first instance, I heard the previous speaker talk about a separation between the state and the church or the mosque. And what you do find is that in developed countries, that separation does exist and they pay taxes. But in Nigeria, for instance, there is an unholy marriage between religion and politics. So when campaign season comes around, for instance, if you're a serious politician, you would talk to the church and you would talk to Muslim clerics. When the state needs to speak to society, maybe to tackle security or whatever issues, we find that religious leaders are co-opted very deeply into these discussions to try to intervene in resolving these issues. So, that separation, I just want to make that clear that in Nigeria, that separation between the church, the mosque and the state doesn't really exist. Moving on to the conversation about whether religious bodies should pay tax. I also want to make it clear that the discussion isn't that members of churches should be compelled to pay tax. It's that if you have a church, for instance, where the senior pastor has 1 or 2 private jets, where he has private schools, where he sells merchandise, and he's making money as a business enterprise outside of, regular church activities, away from ministering and healing and preaching, then I think it only makes sense that the religious bodies should be made to pay tax. That's my personal opinion. I don't see the reason why.
I like that you talked about education because it's also part of the conversation that we're supposed to have today. We've seen churches, big churches, I wouldn't want to call their names, and we're saying churches more because they're the ones that are involved with most of the projects when it comes to churches, when it comes to schools, hospitals, etc., in the country. We've seen huge churches where school fees in some of these churches are not within the reach of even the middle class. And I'm sure you can correct me on this. How then would you support the argument that these churches or these organizations owned by religious bodies, be it the mosque or the church, makes huge sums from school fees and the state should not be seen to earn from it?
Well, so I'll speak. So for instance, Christians are supposed to pay 10% tithe. If you tithe as a Christian, it's 10%. In Nigeria, the VAT rate is 7.5%. So even if you were to tax a church, they would still be left with a 2.5% untaxed amount. Again, so I don't see the reason why an entity that's set up as a profit-making entity, and not just, it's not charity. My kids probably are unable to attend some of the more elite church school establishments. So it doesn't make sense to me that churches make money.
You fall under the Nigerian elite. I'm going to fact check you. You fall under the Nigerian elite. So to say that your children are unable to afford some of the schools by churches is,
I mean, you started this conversation by talking about a recession. So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, this statement would have been true. But Nigeria is currently the poverty capital of the world. So most Nigerians who were previous elites, we find ourselves on the pension line these days.
But also, just a final thought on that. Again, I'll go back to what Kumbi had said earlier on. The church is not supposed to be seen as, or the mosque as, agencies that replace the state. So in places where, you know, they're already performing the functions of the state, like building schools, hospitals, and ensuring in some communities, they literally cater for the basic amenities for these communities. So if you are insisting that because they make so, and that, they have to pay tax, where do we call in the government? Will that be fair to churches who, you know, over the years are literally standing in for the state?
So your question is an interesting one, and it sort of has two threads. So the first thing is the assumption that the church is stepping in or filling the gap for a state that is falling, that is failing. And that is sort of correct. There are pockets in the country where government and governance is absent, and churches, and not just churches, I'm happy Indy's on the call, civil society actually also stepping into the gap. But civil society is accountable. Civil society is accountable to donors. Civil society is accountable to government. Civil society is accountable to the people. And churches to this point are not. So I just want to make that distinction that even if they were to step into the gap, they need to be held accountable.
So would you support your political party to push for a bill that ensures that churches and mosques are made to pay taxes? I want to hear you on record.
I am an opposition party politician. It will be difficult to maybe when we win, we'll visit that conversation.
You had power for 15 years.
It would be a very unpopular policy plan to try to push through. Nigeria is a deeply religious country.
You have members in the National Assembly.
Nigeria is a deeply religious country, and any attempt, I think, ahead of an election to push through taxation of religious institutions would be seen as an attack on these institutions. So I don't think it will be very difficult to push it through just because we are a religious nation.
But you are convinced that this is something that should be pushed?
Personally, I am, yes, but I'm also a pragmatic politician, so I don't see it happening in the near future.
That's an interesting thing. Thank you so much, Ose Anini, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to go back now to the studio so I can get the feel of, you know, everyone who is in the studio about what Ose just said. Can you perhaps react to some of the points raised by Mr. Anene?
Yeah, I mean, what he said was something that is very, it's a little bit controversial. At the same time, it's emotional. It's a topic that's very emotional because of...
Why is it emotional?
There are two things involved here. You know, when we are talking, we focused on just one religion. We did not talk about the other. And that is why this law cannot be actually implemented in Nigeria, because it's going to be seen as just the victimization of just one religion and not the other. For example, it's not, Muslims are not obliged to pay 10% of their income, for example, or their wages or whatever the case might be to the mosque. Christians are, by whatever belief system they actually go for. So tithing or seed sowing or whatever the case might be. And you cannot say, okay, you are going to tax churches and then churches contribute a huge amount to governance of whatever the case might be, and then mosques contribute nothing. This is going to be a little bit discriminatory. So that's why it's not going to work in Nigeria. There are politicians who have been talking about this. For example, El-Rufai was the champion of this, the present Kaduna State governor, but it wasn't going so well because it's a little bit sentimental when you actually talk about this whole thing, because it's one-sided. So this is what I have to say about that. So I don't see it happening in the nearest future because of the one-sidedness of the whole thing. But maybe if there's a way they can actually create a level playing field. However, I think our emphasis should not be on churches contributing financially to the government. We know there's a huge corruption problem when it comes to Africa and governance in Africa. So it's good to actually separate what the government does and what private sector does, whether it's churches or religious sectors like churches or mosques. I think what the church can do, we have a big problem here, like Ose said, with school fees and how maybe some churches have mega institutions, they have businesses. If a founder of a church registers a business like a university, that can be taxed, but not the church. We can separate that business and that business can be taxed, but not the church. However, if we want to actually make religious institutions contribute to cases of recession, what I feel that can happen, because recession is not actually just the lack of money, but it actually has to do with internal policies and the external politics of the world, and maybe, for example, the pandemic, for example. If the church is to contribute, or the mosque is to contribute, they should contribute with skill acquisition. Skill acquisition. Let me just give an example. I don't know if I have much time. If you can give me just 2 minutes to just say something, or 1 minute, sorry, Messi. If you can give me 1 minute to say something. For example, the reason why I believe the Goodluck Jonathan Almajiri school system failed was the focus. This is actually a pseudo-religious system in northern Nigeria. And what could have happened that could have maybe led to the success of that system, or what Jonathan was trying to do then, was that he could have converted the schools not to Western education acquiring centers, but skill acquisition centers. If this was the main focus, I'm very sure that it could have worked perfectly. Because you have 9 million out of school children, in Nigeria, for example, in northern Nigeria. If 9 million out of school children can be trained in skills in the next 10 years when they are teenagers or maybe when they are adults, then these children can actually contribute basically to the economy of the country.
Thank you for that intervention. Just a bit of a fact check. It's actually 13.5 million now out of school.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it's done 9.
more than that.
Hi, Kumbi. When you spoke earlier, I noticed you made an argument for the religious institutions. I'm trying as much as possible so we don't focus on the church. Religious institutions. But when an institution seems to make a whole lot of money from other businesses like schools, because we've seen primary, secondary, university, these are all schools at different level owned by churches. And if you go and find out the school fees, it's neck-breaking, as it were. When you hear that number, do you still argue that with all of the interest that comes in by virtue of students who pay school fees, the state should not at some point reach out and say, you know what, we actually do deserve our taxes?
I have a very big problem with a blanket statement to say, oh, the state should collect the taxes, because we know that corruption is endemic in Nigeria. And I also have a big problem with the assumption that because an organization is making money, that is in itself wrong. We have, in the West, we have examples of lots of organizations that are philanthropic organizations whose purpose is to be social enterprises. So they have to make money in order to fund the causes that they support. And so I have no problem with any well-run organization making money for the purposes of contributing that money back into society. So not-for-profit is a valid business model, especially in a continent like Africa, where you do not have a recourse to public funds. We have no social security. And so if an organization is able to take the money that it receives from its congregation and multiply and grow that in order to contribute, to put that back into society, then that should be supported and applauded. What is missing, both in the tax system, the state-run taxation, and also in these organizations, the lack of scrutiny. That is what is missing. And so whether you're collecting the money from the churches because you feel that the operations are opaque, or you're giving it to the states whose operations are even more opaque, you're losing. It's a lose-lose situation. What we need is transparency. We need anybody who's collecting money under any guise to be able to account for how that money has come in and where that money has gone. And I think that we ought to be, the state should be supporting and putting in processes and laws that support organizations, especially in developing countries, to use whatever resources that they have to multiply that and to put that back into society. And for those organizations to have properly scrutinized, reporting structures. They have people that can be held accountable. They produce reports. They have a commission that oversees all of that. I support, provided it's done in an open and transparent way. But to collect money from organizations that are doing good and give it to politicians who are going to put it in their villages and build mansions with 7 swimming pools and all sorts of nonsense, I don't see how that is good for anybody. So I think everybody's issue is around transparency,
I have no problem with anybody making money and multiplying that money in order to benefit the masses.
Ebuka, Kumbi just touched on something that I find very important to this conversation, and that is accountability. If you recall, perhaps in the 90s, if you were not too young to know that, in the 90s or in the 80s, we had schools owned by the Catholic Church. Let's use the Catholic Church as a case study now, right? And government took over these schools. Government took over these schools. And today, most of these schools, even the King's College in Lagos, they're mostly in dilapidated conditions as I speak. Do you then think that most of the Pentecostal churches now and some religious organizations stepping in to set up schools and stand in the gap and increasing school fees and, like we had rightly pointed out, do you think the point made by Kumbi that, accountability is an issue that we should not dismiss? Hence, the churches should not be seen to send the monies they're literally trying to raise to help the communities back to the state, especially knowing that these same states are yet to account for even the schools that were handed over to them by the missionaries.
Okay, I think one of the basic problems facing Nigeria's socio-economic development is lack of accountability. Now, coming to schools, before now, when schools was under the church, there has been a good record of efficiency, seriousness, because it seems privatized enterprise in Nigeria function more than the ones that are under government. So based on the situation of Nigerian schools, I think I will subscribe to the suggestion or idea that the schools should go back to the mission so that there will be objectivity, so that there will be responsiveness and accountability, because ever since the school was handed over to the government, the accountability was eroded. It became totally unachievable. And I think that has been the issue facing Nigeria till date. Now, coming to taxing churches or religious institutions, I think he made a point. He said something about that Nigeria is deeply religious. And topics or issues like that, when it comes to whether the churches should be taxed or not, are things that we need to be very, very careful in handling. If not...
Thank you, Ebuka. I would like to call in Ndi Kato to join us. Hello, Ndi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Mercy.
Good evening. Pleased to have you join.
Thank you for having me.
I think this is an important conversation for you because you're a member of the civil society organizations in Nigeria.
Yes,
and when Ose was speaking, he clearly did mention that the accountability mechanisms put in place for civil society. I just want you to react a bit to some of the conversations you've heard and you've listened to and what you think about what the debate going on in the studio at the moment.
Well, for me, I remember today seeing something. I think I want to start on that note. A pastor, and you do know that with Nigeria, you can't put, a limit on how many or what people preach or how many religious organizations or bodies, preachers, Muslims or Christians, you can't really put anything on that. They keep going. So this pastor says, in this harsh economy, giving 10 naira as an offering is wickedness before God. And I remember my reaction to that was, I find it amusing that the Nigerian God cannot stabilize his own personal naira. I mean, if you cannot help us, can you at least not, equal your own personal naira to the dollar? One of the things I find back and forth with religion is that, the Nigerian gods outsource things to the Nigerians and the Nigerians outsource back to their gods, and we don't have any responsibility in between. And it's very upsetting. So for me, taxing the church is not so much about, will the government take care of the money or keep the money? What would happen to it? What is happening to my own tax? But it is a responsibility that we have to do. And some of these freedoms that we give religious organizations, we give to mosques, we give to well, traditional worshippers at this point are nearly non-existent, but let's put them in there. And churches, some of these freedoms make them untouchable. And for me, I need institutions that would hold more Nigerians. I need processes that would hold more Nigerians accountable. And when we talk about how well they have functioned, still that sense of accountability is not there. When we talk about how good these schools were and all of that, if you look back at the process and everything that happened at the time when these schools held sway, even until today, there is no accountability. If students get rusticated, you can ask questions. If a child drowns in a bucket or in a drum from a religious school, you can't ask questions. You can ask questions in a school owned by non-religious organizations. If a child gets raped and get justice, you can really get that on this hand. These are untouchables. And for me, again, the process, this conversation about taxation for me is about responsibility, is about reducing the number of untouchables in Nigeria. And, you know, with Ose's conversation, Mercy, with Ose's conversation, you brought something about the government. I can't really remember it word for word, but I feel like, you know, these things are not mutually exclusive. That you can hold the government accountable. You can accept that they are failing, they have failed, they are stealing, this is not right. And we can do this with religious houses too. And all of these steps actually come together to make a better Nigerian society. I just don't live for any society where anybody is untouchable or we think
Andy, I am happy you're reacting. I am happy you're reacting to this because you have an academic background. Your mother is a professor. You literally had to grow up in an entire academic environment when you were growing up as a child. At least I know that history. But I want you to respond honestly to this. Would you say that government has been responsive and responsible when it comes to education in Nigeria?
Of course not. Totally not. The Nigerian government has not been responsible with anything. I mean, I would try to wrap my head here and we'll be here the entire time. The Nigerian government is completely irresponsible. There's not a single step.
So why then should the church, you know, pay taxes to an institution that has not shown accountability?
Well, Mercy, this is the point with the untouchables. Why aren't you asking that question for me? Because I pay taxes and the government still steals. But we've not had the conversation about why not Nigerians? Why are Nigerians still paying tax? Why are we still wasting our time seeing as the government steals it? We don't give exceptions for the average Nigerian. So that conversation for me doesn't really come up, because if it is because the government steals, then nobody should pay tax. If it is because the government steals, we should keep advocating for further, you know, destruction of the Nigerian state, or further, what would I call this thing now? Further breakdown of everything. Like, okay, let's all rule ourselves, let's do everything, scatter it all to the ground. We should continue to advocate for that and say nobody should obey laws because the government is irresponsible. Wake up and do as you feel because the government is irresponsible. Now, if we don't make that excuse for the average Nigerian or for the average Nigerian institution, knowing very well that these processes are also put in place for a state to function, and that we are hoping and we're working actively towards the government getting better. We're fighting for human rights. We're fighting for electoral reforms. We're fighting for processes that would strengthen institutions within Nigeria. And now in the process of this fight, we can't wait. We can't say, oh, because this hasn't happened, then this shouldn't happen. These things are not mutually exclusive. The government is irresponsible. We're making steps to ensure that we get strong institutions, that whether or not a Buhari happens, a Trump happens in Nigeria, whatever happens in Nigeria, the person cannot trump these institutions, cannot trump the strength of these institutions. That is what we're pushing for. And in that process, also pushing for people or organizations that are not untouchable. This is very important because these kinds of things make it very possible for Nigerians to breed demagogues. This is a country where extremism is rife, demagoguery is rife, like there are always untouchable. Once we have made heroes out of people, okay, this person cannot be questioned. And for me, being able to question religious institutions in Nigeria, to put them through the test of conforming, for me, that is a very important step. And it's less about whether, oh, they are using their money to feed the poor. I'm using my money to feed the poor, Mercy. Check my local government, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. Many Nigerians are paying black tax, or as we'll call it, the Nigerian tax. Also, will be feeding people in the village. Mercy, you are doing the same. Almost everybody does this. I have my own borehole. I pay for my own water. I pay for most of my electricity in Nigeria. I pay for my security in Nigeria, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. So it's just not excusable for me. It's not excusable.
Really?
And let's be clear. Okay, carry on.
Thanks for that point. I will definitely go back to that. I will have to ask the people in the studio, but I will not let you go without asking you this question. Nigeria currently has 13.5 million out-of-school children. Perhaps with COVID, that number is likely to go up. And this is, and of this number, about 10 million is in northern Nigeria. You are a northerner.
Yeah.
Do you think Almajiri should be abolished?
Of course it should be. It's modern day slavery. These children go through a lot. I would like to paint back when my mom was still alive. The University of Abuja Staff Quarters has this clinic, and they usually bring the boys. And I remember they brought one time I went there for treatment, and they brought one boy. He was close to death. And the malam was like, they should just give him the drugs. And the nurse was like, you can't give this child this drug. He's going to die. He hasn't eaten. Has he eaten? Just give it to him. Just give it to him. And we learned that boy died. We learned a couple of days later he died. There's no accountability for that, nothing. I've also seen the sister of that same malam, sexually exploiting those boys, asking them to fan her, everything. The process for the Almajiri around University of Abuja, the children around there, was that they had to go beg for money and bring a certain amount daily. And if they failed to bring that amount daily, they had to go and fetch firewood and bring to the malam's place. Now, the original thing behind Almajirinchi is that, these children are supposed to learn the Quran under this person and be itinerant preachers. But that is not the case. Even the initial case is wrong. There's no way that underage children should leave home and then go to a place to learn to be itinerant teachers under a system that is not properly regulated. And now, even that particular abuse that we're saying the initial idea is wrong, it has gone way beyond that. This is parents, absconding from responsibility, a region actually committed to bearing kids, a culture that permits bearing kids with no intention of being responsible for them, putting these children into the streets and ensuring they just keep going. I do liken what the northerner has become to Lord of the Rings. There are these creatures called Urukai that were created by Saruman. And that is what the northerner has become. There is no value to life, nothing. You're just brought in, you're created in that factory. Okay, just come out.
Can you also see that these are the points you just raised is perhaps a fallout of the lack of accountability within the religious system that the state has not properly managed.
Of course. But carry on, please, Mercy.
Would you then say that regulation of activities by some of the imams needs to be put in check? Because beyond the fact that I bet a child and just send a child to a malam, is because there's a system that allows it to perpetuate. Yeah. So how can we then have a country that controls and manages that process in a way where we do not wake up one morning and we have 13 million out of school children doing nothing?
So first of all, we need to criminalize the act of sending your child to Almajiri schools. We really need to criminalize it. The first step for me is the parents. The parents have to bear responsibility. But also, first of all, Northern Nigeria needs to accept that it has a problem and that some of the cultural practices within Northern Nigeria are very harmful to the nation, harmful to the North. Whether we think or there was a thought initially that this was going to be beneficial, we're no longer at that point. When people say we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder, no, the keg has exploded. Northern Nigeria is thinking and, of course, carrying Nigeria down with it. So at this point, after accepting that point, the first thing is to criminalize this and criminalize it on the side of the parents and on the side of the malams. We're seeing that, this is not being done. And yes, you are right. It is part of that thing of not holding religious groups responsible. Even for that, you saw how it was difficult for us to make a definite statement about taxing the church. It's the same way it's kind of difficult to make a definite statement about these malams. But the more you are allowing, the more it continues to fester. And any group of people can actually carry any group of boys, indoctrinate them, and release them onto the streets. We are seeing the result of that in Northern Nigeria. Nobody asks that when the Almajiri goes, where does he go? Nobody asks those questions. So the Northern example is enough for Nigeria to know that at this point, everything must be questioned. And it's not just the religious organizations themselves, it is the religious idea. Nigerians must learn to question and hold accountable everything, from ideas to the bodies that perpetuate these ideas. And I do hope that I'm quoted anywhere. I will run for office. I have run for office. I'm also a politician, but somebody has to say these things.
Thank you so much, Indy, for your time.
Thank you for having me, Mercy.
Indy said, if you listen to what Indy's argument is, clearly the fact that there's been no, at best, actual accountability from the state does not mean the role of the state should not, the state should not be strengthened, from what I got from what Ndi said. Do you think she has a point?
I think Ndi said something that was very important, and she said these things are not competing, and we need reform, full stop. Okay, we need reform in the way the state is being run. We need reform in the way religious organizations are overseen and supervised. We just need root and branch reform to get rid of the rot. The rot is deep, okay, and it's pervasive. All right. So I don't think, again, I'll come back to my point. The issue is not accountability. I don't think anybody who's responsible is not going to have any problem with being accountable. Okay, I have a problem where one party is demanding accountability of another, where they themselves are not, they're not following the rules that they have written. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think you can do more harm than good if you don't find a balance. And the problem in Nigeria is that there's so many chicken and egg situations. It's difficult to work out where to break that cycle. Do you understand? But I think asking questions is important, and that's something else Ndidi was saying, and I totally agree with her. You have to ask questions. Ask questions of your religious leaders, ask questions of your politicians, ask questions of, the guys in power. Anybody that wields power should not be inscrutable. You have to be able to ask questions. They have to be able to give account for their actions. And I think when the whole Sorosoke movement started, I think it was an awakening of the fact that we have a civic responsibility as Nigerians to ask questions of those in authority and to hold them to account. And people are only beginning to wake up to the powers that they have to recall their senators and, to petition their parliaments and all this stuff that we haven't been doing. We're very good at sitting at home, wringing our hands and complaining. And we're very good at going on Twitter and shouting. But, to use the powers that we already have to hold our politicians and our religious leaders to account. We're not doing it, and I think we need to start doing so. And in the process of doing that, we need to have the reforms we're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I noticed Ose raised his hand. Ose, are you with us?
I am.
Yes.
I just wanted to throw the fox into the hen coop. In northern Nigeria or in Nigerian politics, and in democracies everywhere, it's supposed to be, a game of numbers. The majority has their way. And, one benefit the North, enjoys over the rest of the country is that as a voting bloc, they are the largest, almost homogeneous voting bloc, almost to the point where the North decides who becomes the president of Nigeria, and any other section can only, or the impression is that you can only get it if the North cedes it to you. So there appears to be a strategic, argument behind, the population, drive that we see happen in the North, because those little kids you see are voters. So whilst, the South might be more prosperous, the North is more powerful politically at this point in time. And, asking them to give up that power is something I don't see them doing.
Perhaps can I just get a reaction from Tolulope before we get back to Ndi? Because I noticed Ndi is raising her hands as well. Tolu?
Okay, what I have to say about this is we should ask ourselves who is normally responsible for economic development in the country. It's the government. And another question is, have they really done their role in this as well? The problem is the corruption rate in Nigeria is too much, and we see that the religious organization is developed more, they are more active than the government. They provide for their people and all that. I think that is why they are so active in matters that concerns the state. I know that they have indirectly a role to play But at the same time, we need a state that is able to develop the country, and there should be uniform laws that govern the north and the south.
But there's a lot of contradictions with what you said.
Okay.
At some point, I find you, agreeing within yourself about the same issue.
Okay,
but
maybe I don't understand your question.
I'll go to Ndi.
Okay.
Ndi wanted to say something. Thank you, Tolulope.
Okay.
Okay, I'll get to Tolu Lopez's point, but I don't want to lose the point which I'm trying to make. Just throwing in another fox with us fox in the fire at this point is that, these complaints or this conversation we're having is that one part of the nation actually operates that decentralized system that we're talking about, but does not come out to say it. So, for example, Northern Nigeria has the penal code. As gender activists, when we're pushing for women's rights, you do know that in Northern Nigeria, the penal code permits that women can be beaten. Your husband can be, and that law is different from what obtains in the South. So the North has laws that are for it. The North has the police. We talked about the Hisba police, and it's just now like Yoruba land, for example, is trying to catch on with Amotekun. The North has specific things that they put to ensure that this region runs differently. We're looking at the Zamfara issue with the gold. They have the rules. What we are aiming for as a nation is happening there. The restructuring we're talking about, we have a part of the nation that has restructured to benefit the monolith it wants to exist as, which is primarily 2 tribes and 1 religion, right? They have created that system, and then we're all living like that system does not exist. We're all living like, anybody who suggests that such a system should happen in Nigeria is strange, but it's not. I want us to accept that some of these strange things that you're feeling like, I can't seem to find the answer to this. This is like this. It looks like, wait, what? It looks odd. No, it is happening. It is happening that a part of Nigeria is doing its own, it has restructured, but it's functioning with the illusion of no restructuring, benefiting from no restructuring at the federal level while acting as a restructured body at this level. This side does not tolerate alcohol, but this side will benefit. So some of these things, we have to look at them closely. Perhaps there's another time for conversation for that. But that is a really, really important conversation we need to have with respect to Nigeria, because every time you're talking and you see that something is missing, perhaps these links should come and we should discuss those. And with respect to the church does not get the scrutiny the government gets. The church is not in the news every day. None of your big churches gets the scrutiny that, Buhari's government, for example, or let's say the mosque. None of your big mosques get the scrutiny that Buhari's government gets daily. Every day we're like, this is what the economy looks like today. They are fetching from pension funds. And yes, they are fetching from pension funds, almost all of it. So you guys should check into that. But we're doing all of that. But nobody's really looking at it and saying, well, today the pastor withdrew another big chunk of money. These are the number of people. This is the theft going on in here. None of those checks are going on in there. So we tend to just let them run free. If it was on the same level, you would see that, this rot is the same, and the help you think is coming does not really balance with how much is going into those institutions. Yes, we do not think that mosques give tithes, but they actually do give a lot of offerings, and money goes into these things. People fund these things. Perhaps some of the taxation should include looking into the accounts of these organizations.
What is the solution, Ndi? What then is the solution to the Nigerian problem as identified by everybody?
Well, Nigeria needs to have a conversation about restructuring. Abuja needs to be a weak center, if it needs to be a center at all. Nigeria needs to be restructured. We are too heterogeneous to run the way we're running. Every Nigerian state or region has to be competitive and provide for itself. What we have right now is a rent-seeking state. So with a rent-seeking state, there is no responsibility. If, for example, Zamfara needs to cater for itself without collecting money from Port Harcourt's coffers or from the oil from that place, people will have a proper conversation about dropping a lot of children. They won't be dropping children and thinking of them as numbers for elections. If you had to provide for yourself, you would have to start having the conversation. Okay, we want to have these numbers up. We are thinking of Almajiri and not saying anything about it, but we need to provide the funds and figure it out on how to balance this out. If that is the situation Nigeria finds itself, most of these things will not be happening. And so when the restructuring conversation comes up, we tend to make it look like, oh, these people don't like the North, these people don't like the South. No, it's actually going to enable a Nigeria that is more responsible. Because as a state, if you know that your state is not functional and no Port Harcourt oil, no Bielsa oil is coming to save you, you will behave yourself. Right now, we have governors who don't have to have any ideas. They have run out of money. They have gone to the pension fund to fetch 6-point-something trillion naira. Where is that money coming from? We know how the whole circle of the oil rent state or the oil state we are dealing with here is. So we have governors who are not going to have to think up any great ideas for their state. What are these governors going to do? They are just managers. Money comes in, they do. Money comes in, they do. And that is why we're having no ideas, nothing. You have our president. Our president, what did they commissioned 104 buses the other day. And I laughed. I said, I come from Jama'ah local government. What is 104 buses? Even for Jama'ah local government in Kaduna State, that is not enough. And so this oil state, this petrol state has made everyone lazy. It is a business arrangement. Everybody feels like they can just come in and benefit from this state and go. Nobody has any ideas and it's not working. Nigeria must restructure.
Thank you, Ndikatu. Let's get a closing statement from Timothy, Kumbi, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope, so we can wrap this up. Thank you so much indeed. Hello, Timothy. Can we get a closing remarks?
I think what Indy said is very, very, very true. I mean, it's very, very crazy. I'm from the southern part of Nigeria, but I was born and bred in the north. I lived in Kaduna State. I know quite a lot about Jama'ah local government in Kaduna State. I live in Zamfara State also, so I was there when the whole Sharia thing started in year 2000, 2001, etc. And it's quite crazy to actually see that a state benefits so much from taxes from Guinness and etc., Heineken and the rest of them, and then you destroy beers that are coming into your state. This thing it's not happening right now. It has been happening in year 2000. Lorries were burnt. A lot of stuff were destroyed. So this is actually quite crazy. And like what she said, the northern part of Nigeria is actually running a different system from the southern part of Nigeria. The southern part of Nigeria is secular. The whole thing that pertains to the governance of that section of the country is different from, for example, the north that runs a kind of pseudo-fiscal federalism, whereby each region controls their resources. Each region has control over their police, the Hizbah police. They have their own kind of laws, etc. So this has to change, and restructuring is actually the only answer. And finally, as regards the whole thing about, she talked about taxing the church and the rest of them. I still don't agree with what she says completely, because I would say you can tax the church when it starts doing business. So you can target the business of a church, for example, when they begin to collect school fees, for example, when they have universities. That should be taxed. But the tithes that people pay to the church should not be taxed. This is a religious obligation that people have to fulfill. It's not a business.
Thank you, Timothy.
And it should not be taxed.
Okay, so I just want to say that Indy is absolutely right. We have to restructure. And I think actually that decision is going to be made for us. Because the one thing that we have been relying on and all these years, oil, the demand for it all over the world is rapidly declining. In 10 years' time, nobody's going to be manufacturing cars that are driven by petrol. So we have to restructure. When the money dries up and nobody can rely on the money from Bielsa or whatever state, everybody should be living off their IGRs. Okay? Those state governors should find a way of generating revenues internally and living off that. And when we start to do that, I think we'll see that some of the changes we're looking for.
At the end of the day, it falls down to making that separation. What the government should handle and what the religious institutions can do. It's not mandatory, but it's their responsibility. It's a responsibility they need to give back to the society. And we need to come to that point where we need to understand this, that at the end of the day, it is the government fulfilling their duties to its citizens. The state, as in we have relied so long on us, we have self-governed ourselves for so long. We have fixed up the things that have gone wrong all by ourselves. And right now, it's about time that the government takes charge of its responsibilities and begins to do it, not looking at the religious bodies, but fixing it first for themselves and by themselves.
For themselves and by themselves. Ebuka.
Nigerian governmental system always have a way of suppressing a cause that would have been of immense advantage to the nation. Now, there has been clamor for restructuring across the geopolitical regions of Nigeria. And you see the system and the people that run the system, especially the politicians, they do all they could to suppress that, that national urgent need. And as far as Nigeria is concerned, restructuring remains the basic solution to Nigerian problem. Because when we restructure, we need to come to the drawing board. We need to have serious renegotiation. We need to have a lot of national discussions.
Thank you so much. Tolulope.
Okay.
Finally.
I think I also support restructuring because this will ensure competitiveness as well among the states. Each state government will be able to think and meet the needs of their people. So I really support restructuring instead of a government just being elected and just performing ceremonial role without, they don't even understand what it is to do strategic planning. So when there is decentralization, each state will be able to, think of a very good strategic plan that will favor their states and implementation and evaluation, because then each state would be getting resources according to their productivity. So I think decentralization is very important. Then as regards churches paying tax, I think the question is, what has the government also done to support churches? It should be vice versa. Okay, so I don't think we are there yet where churches have to pay tax, because presently they are doing actually more for their people than the government, I will say. Who do the people run to when they have problem? Most times it's churches that help people get through their emotional needs and some of the needs that they have.
Thank you, Tolu, for your input. I want to say thank you again to our guests. Ose Anene Ndikato, your inputs, brilliant inputs. Kumbi, Timothy, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope. Thank you to everyone watching and those that are going to watch much later. I want to say goodbye to our viewers from Berlin, Germany. See you next time. My name is Mercy Aban.
Hello, welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. Today the conversation will bring in a very dear friend and brother of mine, someone with whom we go back many decades. He is into our line of work. By that, I don't mean he appears on TV or radio, but what he does really brings to your screen in many ways stuff that will touch your heart. He's the founder and managing director of IBST Limited. It's a company that's into media and TV production right here in Lagos. I want to welcome Remy Ogunpito to Timeless Conversation.
Thank you very much, Lekon.
Yes.
Nice to be here.
It's a pleasure that you came. I know how busy you can be. Now, Remy, one first question I want to ask you is this. You have a very strong Ijebu background. You also have a UK background, plus your Nigerian background. Tell me who Remy Ogunpito is.
I don't know. I think I'm a mix of various things. You know, I think our experiences in life and our exposure, the places we live, the schools we go to, the friends that we make, and all these potpourri of experiences make us who we are. But I went to school in England. I left Nigeria when I was 5. My father was a politician. And during that period, he decided to go to England with his wife to pursue his accountancy qualifications. And he took his wife along. We were young. And they left us behind in Lagos, myself, my sister, Yetunde, and my brother, Ladipo. Yetunde and I were living with the Adelajas.
Okay.
At CMS Grammar
School compound.
Yeah, Mrs. Adelaja is the senior sister to my mother. And Ladipo was staying in Ibadan with my mother's junior sister. When they settled in England, they sent for us. I was about 5 or 6. Yetunde that's my junior sister, was about 5. We went to join them. And we were with them there for many, many years. We went to school, went to university, started work. My father qualified, worked in various companies and organizations, and at a period in time, he decided that he was coming back to Nigeria. And he decided to come and work with the company he was working with in the UK then, and they brought him back, and he was in Kano.
What company was that?
That Raleigh Bicycles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he rose to become the managing director of Raleigh Bicycles. They came back with Yetunde. I stayed in the UK. I was then, by the time they came back, I had left school, I had left university. I was in the British Army. And I spent some time in the British Army, in the Ordnance Corps. Wow. And that was where I got the love for video communications and all of those kind of things, apart from the fact that I was a sportsman. So those were the two things I was doing. And when I left the army, I spent 3 years there, came out of the army, and I was looking at what to do. And I realized that in all this period that my parents had left me. My sister had left me, and here I was in England. And by that time, I spent like 16, 17 years in the UK. I'd never been to Nigeria during that period.
That explains your Yoruba.
Yes. So, yeah, why I don't speak Yoruba well, and why you love to hear me speaking Yoruba and like to laugh at me. It's okay, I understand. And
yes, now.
Yeah, and all my friends who are Yoruba love laughing at me and give me funny looks, but it's okay, I'm used to that too. So I decided I was going to come back and visit my parents and come and see what Nigeria was like. And I came, bought a ticket, and went to Kano. And I want to tell you a funny story, because when I was coming back to Nigeria to visit, I decided I was going to look, amazing. That when I arrived at the airport, everybody know that this guy just landed from England, and that there was going to be, everything was going to be there. I'll just pick up the phone, I'll go to the public telephone, I'll call my mom. I said, guess what? Because it was meant to be a surprise. I'm in Nigeria,
yeah,
and all of that. So that's what I did, and I landed at Kano Airport, and I asked them. I said, please, I need a public telephone to call my parents. This is like 1980. And the guys were all looking at me. Who is this guy? Public telephone. What? And I didn't have the address where they were living. All I knew as of that time was my father was the financial director of Raggy Bicycles. That's all I knew. When I landed in Kano, so I came out with my stuff. I called a taxi driver and I said, look, this is where I'm going. I want to go and look for this man. I want to go to the factory. And it was funny because that was the same man when my parents arrived in Nigeria.
The same man?
Yes, that took them to their home in Alu Avenue.
In Kano?
Yes. So the man said, don't worry. I know who you are. I know where they live. And then he took me straight there. Of course, my father at that time wasn't back from work. He had gone to pick up my mother, who then was teaching, and there was no lights.
Culture shock.
No light. So he dropped me. He said I shouldn't worry about the money, that I will come back and collect the money. And I sat there for 2-3 hours in darkness, waiting for my parents to arrive. They drove in with their 504 Peugeot. They turned the light. They just saw me like this. They just ran out of the car. So, and I was in the north. I worked for some time in the north. I'm very familiar with the north. I worked in Kano. I worked in Zaria. I worked in Kaduna. I used to play rugby. We used to travel around together. I have a lot of amazing friends that I made in the north. When I came back to Nigeria, that period, it was peaceful. There was cohesion. There wasn't a lot of all this religious
dissonance and
all of that. It didn't exist. The only thing that I witnessed during that period that was anything like that was the Maitasini riots.
Maitasini riots. That was in 1980 or 81.
That was the only thing. But Igbos, Yorubas, Hausa people, we mixed together. It didn't matter whether you had money or you didn't have money. We were all one. There was nobody, So that was good. So that is where you get that mix of Ijebu, where that is my origins.
Yes.
My mother is from. She always used to tease my father when he used to misbehave. That look, don't talk to me anyhow. I'm from a royal family. My father is the Daguri of Idowa. So my mother was from a royal family.
But Idowa is also Ijebu now.
Yeah, Ijebu, yes. And my father too. You tell her that look, my father was one of the richest men in Ijebu. And that's how they used to banter. And I just used to laugh. But that's my Ijebu origin.
Yes.
That's my Oyibo UK origin.
UK origin.
To Nigeria, where I've been
since 1980.
Yes.
You see, I was going to ask you the question, but you alluded to it, so I'll just expand it now. But what attracted you to media and TV production? You said it started from the UK,
when I was
British
in the
Army.
Yeah. We used to make, in those days, making career films, training films was a big thing. And I wasn't really doing that, but I was working in the department that I used to do that, more like a production secretary.
Yeah, okay.
And I liked it, and I got interested in it. And when I applied to go to uni, which was Leeds University, to study film and television, it was the army that actually...
Okay, so it was like a hop, step, and jump thing for you.
Yes, and I got into it. Then when I finished, I worked a bit in the UK. CBS Records.
Okay.
Just doing what they call new release coordination, which is a big name for a runt job. And it was during that period, during that job, I decided to come back. And and that's when I started getting into TV production. I went back to Unilag, I did Mascom again. I met Jimmy Odumosu, worked on some of his projects, Fiery Force, and that was how I started getting into the industry.
Yeah. But you must have seen something that made you say, this is the line I was going to stay with.
It was, some things are fortuitous in the sense that it's destiny. I went through a lot of different things. I worked with, when I finished at Unilag, Jimmy Odumosu was doing a project then called Fiery Force.
Fiery Force, yes, I remember that.
And I ended up being the production manager on that.
Yeah.
and I've met a whole lot of people. That was where I met Doyin Jaisimi and quite a lot of other people.
Doyin is my cousin.
Yeah, and Doyin Jaisimi played a significant role in my life. Yes, because things were not easy then. My father was a bit of the disciplinarian. The way you make your bed is the way you lie in it, and at times we just leave you to sort yourself out.
Yeah.
And Doyin, after school, Doyin took me in, and I lived with him and his wife, Lucy.
Yeah, Lucy, yeah.
You know, and I was with Doyin for almost a year. And if you you might not remember, but the commercial that we did together.
Yeah, I remember we
the
did
Sheraton
commercial.
Hotel.
Yes.
It was Doyin
Okay.
that took me to you.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
Oh,
you see life.
That's true. That's true. That's
the circle
true.
of life, and that
Yes,
was all coming.
yes,
Doyin,
yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
and,
Doyin is my cousin, like I said.
Doyin
so-
was at LTDA. Said,
Yes.
"No, let's go to Lekonka."
Yes, can do
Yes,
this for you.
that was, so I went through that phase. I went through that phase of with Doyin thinking that we were going to start an amazing TV production company doing commercials. We did that commercial and then didn't get another commercial for
a while.
For
A
a
long
long
while.
time. So I had to go back and look for work.
For work, okay.
And that was when I now ran into Doyin Osasoni Adun.
Okay.
And I started working at DBN.
At DBN, yes, that's true.
In fact, the interview for that job was myself and Sheye Kehinde.
Really?
Yes. Sheye Kehinde looked dapper that day. If you see the suit that he wore, the shoes, I said, lie, I cannot get this job with this guy looking like this. But we did that interview together. I think he had just come back from England or something.
England too.
Yes. And I got the job. But I remember it was me and Sheye. We sat down to each other. We sat down next to each other.
Wow.
So I worked with Osa. Osa was the one that really opened up my eyes.
Good.
He gave me a lot of responsibility. And he gave me a lot of opportunity. I was in charge of production. I was able to travel to around the world. Osa paid for it.
Yeah.
I'll go to NAB. I'll go to IBC.
Yeah.
I'll go to Cannes. All those places. I think he had a lot of faith in me.
Yeah.
And I was also able to challenge him in terms of, intellectually and in terms of vision and direction and everything. And I think he liked that.
Yeah.
Because he had just come back from America and I set up DBN. He had DAS network and everything.
Yes.
And we got on really well. And also had a lot of arguments. But what was important was that it was somebody that was always able to accommodate and listen. And if you could come with a superior argument, even if it will go with you. So he gave me that opportunity.
Not a lot of employers do that.
He gave me that opportunity and I traveled and I saw and I said, this is it. This is where I want to be. I became passionate about it. I would read everything. I would go anything concerning media, broadcast, equipment. I wanted to be there.
You were just like a sponge.
Yes, just taking it all in.
Yeah.
And I worked with him for, I think it was about 3 years. And then the American Embassy came along and offered me an opportunity that I couldn't resist.
What was that opportunity?
They offered me a job at the United States Information Service.
Okay.
Yeah, as the audiovisual manager.
Oh, that's on Broad Street,
Those
USIS.
days, yes. When, I think the director then was a guy called Bob Lagama.
Okay.
And the director of communication was Carol Wild. And that was where I met the late Livy Ajunoma.
Yeah, Livy Ajunoma, yes.
He worked there.
He worked there,
Yeah,
yes.
and there was an amazing house guy, Kabir Dangogo.
Okay, yes, I know that.
You know Kabir Dangogo
I know
too,
him,
yeah.
yes.
So, but what was amazing about it was that was where I really got introduced to technology. Because even as of that time, this would be like about 1987, 86, 87, everything was computerized. And I'd never been exposed to a computer before then.
Computers.
It was a new thing. You know, everybody also started shouting about, I've got a 286, I've got a 386 computer,
Yes.
I've got a 486.
Yes.
And that was where I got introduced to computers and technology and everything. And I just soaked it all in. And it was the same time too that I started talking to my cousin, Wega Adelaja, about, he was then the managing director at a television company called Nationwide
Television, yes, I remember that.
Which I think was set up with the late Mike Enauro.
Mike Enauro, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he was also running it with a guy then called Felix Egbanumo.
Yes.
So we started talking, blah, blah, blah. We're interested, can't continue working for people all our lives. This thing, we know it, let's do it. How are we going to do it? We don't have money. We'll talk, we'll see regularly. I was still at the USIS. He was at Tafawa Balewa.
Tafawa, just next door.
So we always see, always talk.
Lunchtime talk.
Yeah, lunchtime, evening, we sit down, drink beer, pepper soup. What are we going to do? So after working there for some time, I was approached by an American called Lloyd Weaver.
Oh, Lloyd Weaver. He died recently.
Yes, sir. It is.
Yes.
That's another of my...
Yes.
Lloyd. Yeah. He's so rested.
Amen, amen. He was an amazing man.
I get emotional when I think about him.
Yeah.
Lloyd approached me. They were setting up a company there called Swift Studios.
Swift before this, after
CDW. After CDW,
yes.
They set up Swift.
Yes.
There were some Nigerians that came around and gave them money. I don't want to mention their names.
Oh, no. We don't need their names.
They gave them money and they set up Swift Studios. And they asked me to come and work for them as the executive producer.
Okay.
The unfortunate thing though was that during that period, Wig and I were already running around trying to see where we can get money, doing proposals, budgets, business plans, and all of that. And as I started that job with them,
that's with Swift.
With Swift, yes, a lot of things started coming through on the other end of
the other end, okay.
And we approached Otumba Shubomi Balogun.
I thought you said you didn't want to mention names.
No, I must. These are the ones that are important.
This one must be mentioned.
Yes.
Okay, let me take a break now.
Okay.
We'll come back. Don't forget where you are. We're taking a break now. We'll be back with you shortly. It's still Timeless Conversations, and I'm talking with my friend and brother, Remy Ogunpiton. So you were going to mention names or the name of someone who stood by you in that quest.
We approached, when we decided we wanted to set up a production company, we approached Shubomi Balogun, or Otumba Shubomi Balogun, who then, FCMB. But then he had a finance and security firm called City Securities.
Yeah, City Securities, that's true.
And he believed in the dream, and he gave us money, a lot of money, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds then in 1989.
Was a lot of money.
Yeah, and we took the money, and I think we did well. We set up a company called Solar Productions.
Solar Productions,
which was in Lupeju.
Yes. Town planning way.
Yeah, we had people like Olumide Ofere, Mike Afigo, Unwosu, plenty of the big company.
I know all of those guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know them now.
Yes.
Moses Ebere.
Yes.
All of them. They were all, and we had an amazing business, and we quickly established ourselves in the marketplace and did a lot of work and started to make money. But things fell apart.
How?
It's simple, and I think everybody can relate to it. If a business partnership is a marriage.
Yes.
And this was not even a ordinary business marriage. This was a business marriage of family.
Yeah.
Everybody on the board was family.
Yeah.
In fact, City Securities Limited then was represented by Bolaji Balogun. My father was on the board. Wiga's father was on the board. But you know, the directors, they're not involved in the day-to-day running.
It's their running show.
You see, when two people who are meant to act as one have a different vision, the center can never hold.
It can't.
Whether it's in the business, whether it's in the home, whether it's any public institution, whether it's the president and the vice president.
Sure.
Once the vision diverts, it can't hold. And that's basically what happened.
What happened?
And apart from differences also, because division comes because of differences. Differences in approach, differences in ability, differences in skills, differences in the ability to manage funds.
Even in style.
In style, everything, And even differences in terms of who the clients prefer to work with. Maybe they prefer working with this person to this person. And all those things become convoluted. The jealousies come in, all kinds of things come in, and it becomes difficult for the center to hold. So after 5 years, I left. And for quite a period of time, almost like a year, I didn't know what to do. I knew that, I'm going to do work in production. I knew that.
Yeah.
And then I was again, God continues to send people along. And then I was again rescued by two gentlemen called, who then were running an advertising agency called Concept Unit. Larry Awukoya. And Kayode Idowu.
Yes.
Who basically came to me and said, well, look, we've been working with you for a long time. We like the way you work. Da-di-da-di-da. We've noticed that you're no longer with Bega. What do you want to do? And I said, I want to set up a production company. And they said, fine. They're interested. And they put some money up, a substantial amount of money. And I looked at the whole thing. And of course, you tell your family, look, this is what I want to do now. I want to put money up, want to start a new business. And I remember my father said, no way. That you're not going to take their money without any of your own money in there. How much do you have? I told him, he said, no. He said, we're going to match them penny for penny. So that this time around, we have a hold. And that's what we did. So I was able to use some money I had. My father gave me a substantial amount of money and added it to what they put in. And we started Sharp Weisberg Media, Studio 77.
I remember that. I just wanted to hit you a little bit. Your disciplinarian father.
Yes.
Supported you.
Yes, he did.
I'm underlining it because we'll come back to it.
Yes, he supported me.
Yes.
And that was how we started Sharp Weisberg Media.
Yes.
Which I ran for 9 years. And later on sold my shares to, because by that time the company had become part of a bigger group called Integrated Marketing Services.
Yeah, I remember that.
Which was, it was used. So by the time I decided I wanted to go on my own 100%, when I sold my shares, it was a juicy bit of money.
Very good.
With some other businesses that I had done at that time, like the All Africa Games and everything, I started IBST till today.
What does IBST mean?
Integrated Broadcast Services and Technologies.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So congratulations on that roller coaster of a movement. Now, because that's the space you operate in, the production sector of the Nigerian media space appears to be growing, interestingly, at both a fast and slow pace. Fast because technology is moving fast, but slow because of peculiar Nigerian challenges. What do you think can bring us to par with other clients? And by other clients, I mean even other African countries, like South Africa, for instance. What do you think can bring us to par with that?
That's an interesting question because our sector is made up of various and very, 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 very diverse ingredients that make it a whole. If you look at our film sector, everybody will think that it's growing, that we're seeing a lot more of our movies on Netflix.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot more commissioning going on and things like that, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Because that's the perception.
Yes.
In our TV industry, broadcast, terrestrial, cable, OTT, and online, things are not moving so rapidly in terms of revenue.
Yes.
There are revenue challenges there. There are challenges in technology. And if you look at where we are and how broadcasting is done today, a lot of it is still it's all IP based.
Yes.
So we're dealing with the issues of technology. We're dealing with issues of how do we improve our quality. And to improve your quality, you need to access revenues. And for revenues to come, you need to have quality. So that one is like, which one, chicken or egg? And then we have what I talked about before, the movies, which everybody is talking about. You know, the government, Nigeria, daddy, and all of that. The fastest moving sector in Nigeria is all of that. And as I said, it's just a perception.
But they say perception is everything.
Yeah, it's just a perception, because what you have to ask yourself is that, what is it doing to the country as a whole, economically, socially, and all of those things? Is it really having an impact? And for me, I think that we're not really making that impact yet. The challenges are multifarious, but I think a lot of it has to do with the enabling environment, which is one. It has to do with access and education. And then it has also to do with the people who actually are in control of the industry.
Okay.
If we look at a lot of the people that are in control of the industry and have made investments in the industry, the question is, who are they? Where do they come from? You know, what is their stake?
What's their long-term goal?
So all these things, when you add them all together, the position that I have taken is that you can't, if you try to change everything, you can't change it.
Yeah.
One person can't do it.
No way.
So I just figured that the only way to really address it is decide where you want to play. Decide, do I want to play here? Do I want to play here? Or do I want to play defense? Do I want to play midfield? Do I want to play attack? Left or right? Decide where you're going to play. And then carve out a role for yourself. And try to become the best at it. And through that way, also influence people that come into contact with you. Try to create revenues and opportunities in the areas where you can influence. Because, Nico, I'll be honest with you, I get confused a lot about Nigeria and the direction, especially even in our own industry.
Yes.
Because, you know, we can't isolate ourselves from everything that's going on around us. So that worries me. So that question is something that is an ongoing discussion in my mind.
Yes.
And at times the answers and the solutions change from day to day as the environment and as the equation changes, as it always does.
Yes, it must.
Yeah,
It has
as
to
it always
remain
does.
dynamic.
Yeah, so, you know, you've got to, if you're a computer geek, you'll understand what DHCP means when you're trying to network. DHCP means that it's on a dynamic frequency. So if it goes up, you go up with it. If it comes down, you come down with it.
But then you must remain consistent.
Yeah, but as long as there's a throughput, as long as there's data coming through, if it is good, it will be fast. If it is slow, you'll still be able to access, but it will be.
But then you see, the consistency I even mean is, I know this is not to patronize you. I know that your love for technology and innovation has been always at the forefront and the background of your engagements. So in your company, in your productions, we see a lot of that.
Yes.
And that love, for me, is the consistency.
Yeah, okay.
That can drive the engagement. So for you,
yeah, you know what? You know, like, really, you know what? The way I thought about it really is that, you know, for me, the focus has always been on value. We work in a very, very competitive environment because I work in the private. All my clients are in the private sector, and a lot of those clients are driven by institutional values in terms of quality, excellence, what they want for themselves, how they want their brands to be perceived, and all of those things. So a lot of things that one does is focused on value. So the equipment, the personnel, the manner you run your business, the style, and all of those things are just a means to an end.
Yeah.
So technology is just one of the legs of ensuring that you deliver value. But whatever is required to deliver value is something that I always try to ensure is contained in our offering, in our product offering, because a lot of people say Nigerian business, man no man. Yeah, fine. But when man no dey go, when the man has gone,
yes,
what are you going to do? So the only thing that is sustainable is value.
Is value.
So that's just the way I look at it.
Thank you, Remy. We'll take another break and resume our conversation.
Wow.
Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back to our program. Remy Ogukpito is still my guest, and we just during the break we were saying he'd never been interviewed like this before, and I said, well, it's, like they say, it's the person who knows you that knows what to ask you now, and don't be too humble. I know who you are, don't I? I do now. I do. Now, value is the soul and the heart of the business that you run. If you deliver good value, then your clients will come back. If the value is bad, they take a hike. Now, you don't want them to take a hike. However, in rating the media industry in the country, what would you like to place your finger on as what can improve our industry?
People.
In what sense?
People. We've got to train people. We've got to invest in people. We've got to expose our people. We've got to support our people. We've got to grow them, talent, in knowledge, in their networking skills and everything. You know, we talk about technology all the time. Technology is technology. Garbage in, garbage out. So give anybody, people talk about DOPs and cameramen, they talk about all these kinds of people. But if you give, I always, this analogy is that give a 60,000 pound camera to a cameraman that's not trained, and give a $5,000 cameraman to a DOP who has been trained and has experience and has exposure, and tell them to go and shoot the same thing. The guy with the $5,000 camera who is trained and has exposure will shoot you something better than the guy that had the 60.
Very true.
Yeah?
Very true.
Yeah. So it's all about people. I think that we don't invest enough in our people. I think business owners take people for granted. And I get it all the time. They say, look, if we train people, they will just go, they will come, they will land, I think that's all bunkum and rubbish. You know, in life, when you invest in other people, it will come back to you.
It does.
Whether they leave you,
they've got to leave.
Doesn't matter. But what you are doing is that you are feeding an industry with people who are talented, who have knowledge, and they're coming from you.
And they will impact others.
They will impact others. And that impact they have on others will come back and impact you.
Sure.
So that is a very critical area. I think in terms of technology and all of those things, all that is money.
Okay.
If you have the money, you can buy it. But I think it's people. People.
Yes, you asked me what areas I wanted to cover, and I said, don't worry, I'll ask you any question. You reserve the right to answer or refuse. Now, you said your dad was a politician.
Yes.
Are you a politician?
No way.
Why?
No, I'm not going to answer that question. Kai, politics, no.
Okay.
Ọlọ́run má jẹ́.
Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ o.
Yes.
Now, how do we solve the problem of low voter turnout in our country?
I vote.
You vote?
I vote.
You do?
Yeah, but just I will not be a politician.
Okay, very good. So then let's expand the question so that you can answer it. Let's look at it this way. How can we get more Nigerians involved in politics, especially the younger one? And by involvement, I mean them voting, I mean them participating in the process of canvassing for votes, of changing the society.
That sounds like a complex question, but it's actually very, very simple. You know, until we show that our people have a stake in government, in the decisions that are made by government, that those things are done in their own interest, you will always continue to have low public turnout during voting because there is no trust and there's no belief and there's no validity in the minds of Nigerians about the system being operated in their interest.
How do we show that?
By ensuring that the things that matter will start to change it, by showing that there's actually, truly, there's justice in the system. By showing that everybody is accountable to the law, and nobody is above the law. By showing that it's only the best people that will run this country. Merit.
Yes.
By ensuring that if you are running government, you are accountable. Those are the things. They're very, very simple, actually. You know, by showing that that government cares about the education of the child of somebody who is poor, the hospitals that they go to. As it is now, the majority of Nigerians don't believe they have a stake in the country. The people that are fighting for a stake in the country are the politicians and the people that identify with them. And of course, the elite ruling class who have invested money and are working to try to keep their businesses going, their manufacturing plants, their banks, their retail shops, their restaurants. You know, they're the people that have that seem to have a stake because things that happen around them impact them. But the average Nigerian believes that no matter what impacts them, they can't change it.
They can't change it.
So that's why they don't bother to vote.
How do we achieve that change?
You know, Lekon, it's a very interesting question, but I used to be very idealistic about all these things, and I used to be very vocal. And I came to the conclusion that we're in a big ocean of, can I say, rishi. And that I, as Remi Ogunpiton, the only way I can impact and do anything is within my sphere of influence, within the people that I relate with, that I do business with.
Spot on.
You know, we talked about people before and trading and everything. Do you know, Lekon, I have staff over the years. I have staff that have worked with me. I've had a driver that worked with me for 23 years. From the time I was at Solar.
Yeah.
And he's retired now.
Yeah.
I have people that worked with me for 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. I have 3 of my staff. I know that, you know, because that was the way I was exposed and I was gifted. So when I have money, I send them, yeah, go to America, go to NAB, go to Dubai, go to CAPSAT, go to this, go and attend this course, go and do this. Some of them have gone, some of them have left.
Yeah.
Many of them, one of them that has left was a young man that I found in Computer Village. He worked with me for many years. And I originally brought him to come and do cabling for me, cabling. But after 7 years, he left, set up his own production company. And he's doing amazingly well.
Fantastic.
You know? So we have the ability to influence people around us. We have the ability to uplift people around us. And I believe that, you know, when we do that, the more people we uplift, the more people we expose, the more people we teach, the more people we mentor.
Yeah.
When they look at us, they will see that these are the principles, these are the values that have made this man what he is. And hopefully they will emulate us, imbibe some of those values, and also teach other people.
Teach other people.
So hopefully to be like a ripple.
Okay.
But we need a lot of people doing that. A lot of people doing that. A lot of people able to stand up, for instance, and say that there are certain things they won't accept.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And
principle.
And for you to get to that level in this country where you are saying that there are certain things you don't accept and you be principled, you know, the tendency is that you must have either been through a lot and you are not comfortable to be able to say, I'm not going to take it. Because you can't ask a man to be principled and not steal and not take an orange you put on the table there who has not eaten for 1 week.
Well, he could be. It could be.
It could be.
Yeah.
He could resist it. He could say,
Yeah.
I want it. Could I? But the tendency is that most Nigerians, they don't have. They are in need. They are in want. So they take shortcuts. Because at the top, you don't get dealt with if you take a shortcut. So who am I not to take a shortcut?
So we need to strengthen our institutions, right? Institutions like the police, like judiciary,
we
have
now.
to. Yes,
we know now. We say this all the time. Now.
Yes.
We all know it, but
then we have to keep saying it so that it can be relevant. We have to.
Do you
Change
think
does
the
not
people
come
in-
when we
do you
keep
think the
quiet.
people in leadership don't know that.
Well, some of us will get into leadership too and not change from what we used to be.
Well,
That's the truth.
Well, you know, the thing is that change, individual change can change yourself, can change you, can change your life. But what we're talking about is a change for a country of over 200 million people.
Yes.
And that's something that when I think about it, I won't lie to you, it baffles me how you do it all. Because I ask myself, how do you galvanize into a cohesive force of the same power, the same thought, the same vision, the same drive? 200 million people or so of different interests, of different backgrounds.
It's leadership.
Different.
It's leadership.
Well,
Yeah, even from your own analogy, it's leadership. It's if they start in their own spheres.
Yes.
Right. Then others will emulate. They will produce people and all that. And some of those people will get into that position of leadership.
I think,
Yes.
I think at times when we look at leadership as being from the top down, at times leadership can be from bottom up.
It actually should be from bottom up, so that when you find yourself at the very top, you already are known for something. That's it. You're
it's,
known for something.
But it can be very disquieting.
Yeah, well, it can be. We're going to take another break now. Don't worry, it won't be too long. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. Welcome back to the program where we're talking to none other than Remy Ogunpitan. Now, Remy, in the last 3 or 4 decades, almost about 4 decades now, almost 4 decades, you've been doing business in Nigeria, you've worked in this same industry, you've led or headed, and then you have founded, right, companies that deal with production. What's that experience been like for you?
If I died and I had the choice of coming back again, I don't think I would have changed. I don't think I'll change my.
You will come back and do the same thing.
Again, I'll do the same thing.
Okay, fine. So let's start being specific about your experience. For instance, traveling around the country as a result of working. What was that like?
Okay, let me tell you. It's been interesting. When I came back to Nigeria,
yes,
the 1980, I was in Kano. What I did was I bought myself a Volkswagen bus, a Kombi bus.
A bus?
Yes.
So we have that in common.
Yeah, and I equipped it with a bed, a kerosene fridge, a kerosene cooker.
Are you kidding?
And I spent 1 year traveling around Nigeria.
You did that?
Yes, I did, yes. My first 1 year back in the country. There was nowhere I didn't go to. I traveled from... There was nowhere I didn't go to. And in some places, I would spend a week or 2 weeks. I remember I spent 2 weeks in Boko.
Really?
Yeah, because I had met this girl and I thought I was in love with her, but I had to move. But there was nowhere I didn't go to. From Sokoto
so
to
you left the love back in
Boko. I moved, from Sokoto to Potiskum to Nguru to Biu to Daura, Dambata, Adeja,
just driving.
Yola, Guzo, Mubi, yes. Right down to Miduyo, Kafancha, Funtwa, Adeja, Guzo, Kafancha, Kontagora,
all by yourself.
Shendam, Jos, yeah. And I did that for about 11 years, almost a year. And it was amazing.
And your parents left you to do that?
Yes, now. There was no...
Yeah, well, you were a full-grown
and apart from that, Nigeria wasn't stressed now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was still armed robbery, but it was not like the way it was now. You could move. You could drive at night.
Yeah, that's true.
You could drive at night.
And police were friendlier.
Yes. You could get somewhere, park and sleep and wake up in the morning and the villagers will come out and say, well, okay, look, you want food? Nigeria was like that. Now, it's not so much like that.
Yeah.
We travel a lot now. Our production crews today in Nigeria, when we travel to locations outside of, let's just say Ibadan, Abeokuta, but the minute we're going to Ilorin, Akure, Benin, all those places we normally go by road. We go with police escort.
No.
Yes, we do.
But you didn't need that in 1980?
No, you didn't. Even when we were doing productions where we were traveling on the road with things like Benson and Edge's Golden Tones, the road shows, when we were doing Rothman's Groove, the road shows and things like that, Peak Talent Show, Blue Soccer Academy, all of those things. We used to travel by road. We didn't used to go with police now. But now you do.
You do.
Some of the clients will not even allow you to travel without them. I mean, we work for flour mills, we work for a lot of the oil companies. You can't go anywhere without security.
Without police?
Yeah, you can't.
These days?
Yes, you can't. It's impossible.
Yeah. What's that like for you? Someone who's traveled all by himself.
Yeah.
And now needing police escort to
it's just part of the... It's part of the mix now. These things, they become normalized. So you don't see, what happens is that over a period of time, things that you're not used to, you now have to start putting them in place. And after a while, they become normalized. So you don't even see it as being unusual. You see it as being just part of.
Just part of
Yeah. You know, like our international clients that we work with.
Yes.
I'm not going to mention their names, but there's not one of them that comes into this country without security devices, which maps and tracks their every single movement right up to where they are with an accuracy of 25 meters. They carry it. It's not a phone, it's not anything, but a lot of people don't know it, but it will be on them. So that if anything happens, they can be tracked. So that is there. In terms of work, you know, liaison with Nigerians and getting things done, it's a bit more challenging because Nigerians are wiser. They know that a lot of these things that people do, you want to use a place, you want to use somebody's shop, you want to shoot in a location, they understand that what we're doing, we're being paid for it and we make money from it. They're smart. Social media, live TV, cable TV has made everybody understand.
Made them aware.
Yeah. So, you know, they will cooperate with you, but, you know, these days you need to drop something. We're shooting something in the market on the 3rd of February. We have to pay 250,000 naira to enter the market.
I was going to ask that.
Yeah.
How do you acquire your sites and locations?
Yeah.
What's been like?
We pay.
And then even shooting within communities.
Yeah, communities are easier because the shooting within communities, what you tend to do is that you identify who the key leaders are within that community, whether it's a traditional Oba or a chief or whatever, identify them, tell them what you want to do. At times, some of the things we want to do is actually to their advantage.
Yes.
And when it is, you know,
they might even end up being the ones entertaining you.
They'll cooperate and you know, we're Africans and
Yes.
we're Nigerians and we have a culture, you know, which is not this is not a corruption culture.
No.
But this is a culture of you show respect.
Yes.
I accommodate you. I thank you.
Yes.
That's
So the experience has been a mixed one.
Yeah, it's mixed, but nothing nasty, nothing horrible.
Okay.
You know,
In
something
the
that
last 3-4
No,
years.
you can always
get over that.
Yeah, walk over it. Yeah, we've never had anything nasty like that.
So finally, let me ask you, you did some tourism content, some of which you even graciously passed to us and we're using. What inspired that? Was it that your...
Yes, it was.
1980,
yeah.
1881?
Yeah, it was. And the fact is this, is that, you know what?
Road trip. You did a road trip.
Yeah, road trip, yes. Yeah.
And that's what opened your mind up to, I need to
And
do
it
this.
still keeps on, and my mind still keeps on getting opened up every day. You know, we've had the opportunity of traveling around Nigeria to so many places, and at times some very obscure places. And the more that you travel, the more you see, number one, how beautiful we are as a people. The average Nigerian that you see in Lagos that is hustling is not your typical Nigerian. When you go to some of these obscure, remote areas and you see the land, you see the topography, you see the potential of the opportunity that there is, you start to say to yourself that I need to do something about this. And that was what inspired us basically starting to put that kind of content together, because we just felt that, well, look, it's our country. Yeah, there's a lot that is wrong with it, but we still have one or two things that we're proud about. And at least if we can't get there, let's show people the beauty of Nigeria. When I traveled around Nigeria around 1980, in Jos, in places in Jos like Shendam and all of those things, then I used to go into, they have a lot of tin mines there, which were then being run by expatriates.
Yes.
And most of the tin mines then had orchards, they had gardens. I used to go into those orchards and I used to pick fresh strawberries, blackcurrant, pomegranate, apple, peaches. But now, you know, you You can't do that. But the thing is that we are able to do those things if we put our mind to it.
But they're in, was that in Jos now? They're in Plateau.
Yeah,
they
Plateau.
have started cultivating strawberries on a large commercial scale.
But then it wasn't a big deal. It was everywhere. You just pick strawberries, you pick blackberries, you pick black currants, anything that you want, you just pick it.
Yeah.
You know, those days you go onto the farm, you give them like, I don't know how much you give them like about 20 naira. And then you can just take.
That's a lot of money. Maybe like 2 naira.
I don't know. I can't, no, maybe about 2 naira, or maybe 1 naira or 50 kobo. You just go and you pick everything that you want to pick, and you go.
When you go.
Yeah.
So now, so that's like your own way of giving back to society?
No.
The tourism content?
No, it's not. I think you get to a stage you need to give back.
Yeah.
So what I try to do now is I try to give my services free of charge to churches, for instance, who want to do media training, to universities.
Okay.
We're doing something now with NIJ, Nigerian Institute of Journalism, where every Saturday they come across to our facilities and we give our time and our equipment to train their students in the area of broadcasting and production. There are other things that one is doing, but what I found is that the only way I can give back, and I feel very, very satisfied about it, is to try and improve what is going on in our industry, because there's so much, there's still so much to do.
I want you to give back to us.
Okay.
Let's work together
Okay.
on a documentary.
Okay.
You know, on the bridge, when you are coming towards the island,
Yeah.
you know, Okobaba,
Makoko.
the timber.
Yes.
I'd like us to do
You know the funny
a
thing?
documentary
Yeah.
on that, because you know there's a period that they will bring so much of the timber.
We discussed this.
And it will be all over the
We discussed
place.
it in a meeting.
Yeah.
About 2 weeks ago in our office.
And we'll go all the way
To Ondo.
Ondo, Kitikupa.
Where they now build the raft.
Exactly.
And then ship it down.
And if possible, follow the raft.
Who's going to follow them? Me and you?
No, follow. We don't have to be the ones.
We have big belly now. So
Yes,
we can't.
and we have underlying we have underlying issues. Even the children will say, "Hey, Daddy, where are you going?" but let's do that together.
No, I would love to do that, because you know that would be an amazing.
It's a good way,
film.
and it will be something we'll put in the public
Yeah,
space.
an amazing film.
Right, to tell the story of the timber industry.
Okay. I'll take your offer up on that. And
Yes,
we'll do it
let's-
as a joint production.
Yes, let's do it together.
Okay.
Let's merge forces.
Yeah.
Right, write scripts and all that. I can voice
We can
it
put all
if you
those young
want.
boys to. You can
To
go
do
get
the
this
shoots.
our young guy on the camera.
Yes.
Yeah.
To shoot
Yes,
and all that.
you live on the raft for 2 weeks, because that's how long it takes for them to
It takes
close
2
down.
weeks, yes, I know.
You'll be eating on the raft, sleeping on the raft.
Yes, I
Just
know.
take plenty of mosquito repellent. It'll
Yes,
be good.
that's it. It will be good. It will be an experience for them. And worst case scenario, we can train somebody on the raft that can position the camera and all that.
No, they have to go with them.
Exactly
they have to go
now.
with
So
them.
that's it. Anyway,
Okay.
it's been nice talking to Remy. Remy, well, we know each other. We know how far we've been together. And I'm just so amazed at your accomplishment. I'm not any way flattering you. You know that. We don't flatter. But just commending your great work. And thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you so
And we
much.
thank God too.
Yes. So till we have another episode of Timeless Conversations. It's been Remy Ogunpiton as my guest today. Thank you all for watching.
in Africa as an imported evil and urged officials to combine national effort with regional and international collaboration to combat insecurity. Speaking at a high-level counter-terrorism meeting hosted by the federal government and UNOCT, Tinubu emphasized that terrorism is not of Africa and urged officials to remember that it is not of Africa. African leaders, including Patrice Talon of Benin, Nana Akufo-Addo of Ghana, Faure Gnassingbé of Togo, and Hanana of Mauritius, also attended the meeting.
Terror cannot coexist in the same space as democracy and good governance. Just as darkness and light cannot endure in the same room at the same time. This violent threat seeks to frighten the farmer from his fields, children from their schools, women from the marketplace, and families from their very homes. It wants the city dwellers to cower and businesses to close. It craves despotism and suppression, not democracy and enlightened society. Its goal is to cause such an havoc that we doubt our democratic principles, putting societies and government into such confusion and disarray that we begin to fight among ourselves instead of fighting the very thing that seek our destruction. Already, terrorism has taken too many lives and delayed our better future for too long. While terrorism troubles us greatly at the moment, we do well by remembering terrorism is not of Africa. We must tell this imported evil that wants to bend and break us, that it shall not succeed. Instead of making us bow, we shall banish it. Let us resolve here.
Former leaders and stakeholders in Nigeria have agreed that a well-funded and equipped state police can ensure peace. They suggest that areas of concern raised by Nigerians should be addressed through amendments to the Police Act, as discussed at the one-day national dialogue on state policing organized by the 10th House of Assembly in Abuja. Plus TV Emmanuel Ihejene reports is presented from our studio.
State policing has been in the national discourse for some time now, owing to the high rate of insecurity across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Though successive governments have tinkered with the idea of establishing state policing as a way of tackling the constant spate of kidnapping, herdsmen attacks, banditry, and other forms of criminality, the issues of political hijacking have often stalled the idea. However, the continuous high rate of insecurity in the country has changed the narrative, as most of the stakeholders, the presidency, a former President Goodluck Jonathan, and former head of state Abdulsalam Abubakar. They say the call for state police was long overdue, as solutions on ways the country can operate state police by applying the nation's peculiar situation, such as adopting the border force, the coastal guard, and engaging local traditional authorities.
His Excellency, Mr. President, primarily believes that the path to effective security is through adaptive reforms, catering to our diverse nation's unique needs and circumstances. This can only be achieved by carefully reviewing various models and options best suited to Nigeria's context. It gladdens my heart that the 10th House of Representatives, under the Speaker, Right Honorable Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, has keyed into this initiative of the President. The involvement of the legislature in executive reform proposals ensures continuity and synergy. Let us use this opportunity to engage and explore every option with the seriousness and diligence they demand.
Responsibility in ensuring the maintenance
of peace and order. As a young child growing up in a rural community, we see the role of these royal fathers in the various arm of, in quote, their government. I think as much as we are talking of establishing state police, we should also look into the role vis-a-vis of our royal fathers.
If you make the states to have weapons that are inferior to the ones that the criminals are using, then you're asking their police to commit suicide in the field. You cannot give your police a weapon that will kill at maybe 50 meters range. Then the criminal has a weapon that will kill 100-meter range. Then you are not doing anything. So we must not even go there in terms of limiting the capacity of the state police.
Earlier, the chief conveners of the National Dialogue explained why the discourse for state policing have become very necessary at the critical time in the nation's history.
I ask you to debate freely on the pros and the cons of state policing. As we engage, issues to consider may include, but not limited to, the following: the desirability or otherwise of state policing, the time frame for a transition if deemed desirable, suitable model or models for Nigeria that account for context and diversity, appropriate legal and institutional frameworks.
We must draw the line because to have functional police, state police, we must have a strong federal police. But let us never forget the power of state police should never be used as a tool of oppression.
To discuss. Certainly we do expect and hope that the review of the Constitution that will happen will produce some significant difference in the way that the country is policed. And I think at that stage, we'll all agree that National Assembly would have done justice to this.
However, the Nigerian police in its submissions thinks otherwise. Speaking through Assistant Inspector General of Police, Ben Okolo, who represented the IGP, stated that by adequately funding the police as well as merging the NSCDC and Federal Road Safety Corps to it will help address some of the challenges faced by the police in ensuring a suffocated policing for the country.
That Nigeria is yet to mature and ready for the establishment of state-controlled police. This is due to the underlying reasons. One, there is no adequate resources in place for police infrastructure, such as police colleges, training schools, barracks, police stations, clinics, vehicles, communication equipments for the state governments.
To achieve this, we must analyze the current legal and constitutional framework governing policing in Nigeria, discuss necessary amendments for the establishment of state police forces, and ensure checks and balances are in place to prevent any abuse of power.
The theme of the National Dialogue is Pathways to Peace, Reimagining Policing in Nigeria.
The Binance Regional Manager for Africa, Nadim Anjarwalla, who escaped from a Nigerian detention facility on March 22, has been arrested in Kenya. The fugitive was reportedly arrested by the Kenyan Police Service while he was hiding in the East African country. It was learned that the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol, is working towards extraditing Anjarwalla to Nigeria within the week. Anjarwalla escaped from an Abuja guest house where the federal government was keeping him and his colleague, Tigrin Gambarayan. He was said to have escaped after guards led him to a nearby mosque for prayers in the spirit of Ramadan fast. The Binance Regional Manager was said to have fled Nigeria with a Kenyan passport. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has been denied an arrest warrant by the Kogi High Court, which restrained agency from arresting Yahaya Bello, the former governor of Nigeria. The former governor of Kogi State, Nigeria. The Kogi Court's ruling on April 17 barred the EFCC from arresting, detaining, and prosecuting Bello. The EFCC is seeking to arraign Bello on 19 counts of alleged money laundering, breach of trust, and misappropriation of funds worth 80.2 billion naira. The court's ruling coincided with Bello's home invasion by EFCC operatives. Justice Emeka Nwite directed Bello to be produced before the court for arraignment on April 18. The Rivers State House of Assembly has passed the Rivers State Local Government Amendment Bill into law by overriding the assent of Governor Siminalayi Fubara. The new law, among others, stripped the governor of the powers to appoint caretaker committees for the local government areas. It also makes it mandatory for the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission to conduct elections before the expiration of the tenure of local government chairmen. The new law also provides that if local government elections cannot be held for any reason, the tenure of the sitting chairman will be extended by not longer than 6 months.
And we are all aware that this House deliberated on this bill successfully. This bill was passed, having passed all stages required by law. And this bill was forwarded to the governor for his assent. And the governor received the bill that was passed by this House on the 14th day of March 2024. And the governor has chosen to withhold his assent. And just like members remarked, this House is empowered by Section 100, subsection 5 of the 1999 Constitution as altered to override the governor. And from the presentations of members this morning, I'm convinced that we are of the view that we should make progress on this bill so it can become law for our dear states. Honorable members, there is no need to say much about it because we already know the content of this bill. Essentially, this bill seeks to ensure that Section 7 of the 1999 Constitution as altered, that provides for democratically elected local government system, should be the only thing that will take place in our dear states. Members, you know that this, for us to override the governor, Section 100, subsection 5 requires that we have 2/3 majority of membership of this House. And that's exactly what we need to override the governor. So let me put the question. Those in favor that the governor's assent is no longer required in line with Section 100, subsection 5 of the 1999 Constitution as altered should indicate by raising their hands, please.
This is the 6th time the House will be overriding the governor to enact laws. In the meantime, Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa of Ondo State has extended an olive branch to his 15 co-contestants in the last Saturday's governorship primary election in the state. Aiyedatiwa, in his acceptance speech after the chairman of the governorship primary election committee and Kogi State Governor Ahmed Ododo declared him winner of the primary election, asked them to join hands with him to build the state. He won the primary election in 16 of the 18 council areas of the state, polling 48,569 votes. Honorable Mayowa Akinfolarin came second with 15,343 votes, while Chief Olushola Oke came third with 14,195 votes. Aiyedatiwa in the speech said that democracy sometimes after a contest like this comes with discordant tunes. He, however, noted that this was not the time to hold grudges against anyone, but for all of them to come together to work for the success of the party so as to remain in power.
Francis A. Faduile, 353. Ifeoluwa O. Oyedele, 462. Lucky O. Aiyedatiwa, 48,569. By the power conferred on the committee and in line with the APC guidelines for the nomination of candidates of the party in the general election, I, Ahmed Usman Ododo, hereby declare that Lucky Orimisan Aiyedatiwa, having satisfied the requirement of the law and scored the highest number of lawful votes cast in the direct primary election conducted on the 20th day of April 2024 in Ondo State is hereby returned elected, and he is declared the winner of the Ondo State APC governorship primary election.
The greatness of Ondo State is what matters at this moment. I understand that I must leave no stone unturned in order to cement the trust you have graciously bequeathed on me. I therefore request that we all join hands together in building the future that we all yearn for in Ondo State.
A lawmaker from Ogun, Honorable Atobatale Lukman, has urged the federal government to raise the salaries of healthcare workers in the nation. Atobatale emphasized that the healthcare sector in Nigeria requires sufficient funding to prevent health workers from moving abroad in search of better opportunities. During a medical outreach program he hosted in Abeokuta, the capital of Ogun State, the lawmaker addressed reporters and stressed the significance of intervention. He noted that many Nigerians are unable to afford healthcare services due to financial constraints.
I will only keep begging the government. We've been begging government because ideally, our medical doctors, when I was in school, I have medical doctors that will stay in the same hostel. I know what it takes to be a medical doctor. I can't say I want to study for 6-7 hours, straight hours reading. I can't do it. But when they want to have their comprehensive exam, you see them, they lock themselves up inside the room. They will be there for 8 hours, straight 8 hours reading, so that you can know what they go through before they are medical. And when they are now medical doctors, you'll be paying them my small salary. It's not possible. Abroad, a registered nurse, there are sometimes in a day, they earn as much as $1,000 in a day. My wife is a medical doctor, a registered nurse abroad. You see, so it is not possible. They should please increase their salary. The health sectors that it's not only state general hospitals, like here now, this is a remote area. People from here cannot rush. If there's an emergency in the midnight, they can't rush down to the state hospital or federal medical center. If government take over majority of hospitals like these, of health centers, the issues we have with health care in Nigeria will reduce drastically.
Our target is 1,000 people, to reach out to 1,000 people. So far, this is around 2 o'clock, and we have reached out to 750 already. So we hope that by the time we finish around 4 o'clock or 5 thereabouts.
Other parts of Africa now. Since the coup d'etat on May 24, 2021, a transitional government has been in charge of Mali and shows no sign of returning to the civilian-led government that political parties are calling for. What's more, it has also recently announced measures to restrict the press. Following the first coup d'etat in August 2020, Colonel Assimi Goïta took charge of the country from August 24 to September 25, 2020, before returning it to civilian rule. However, following a second coup in May 2021, Goïta returned as head of state to lead the so-called transition process. He assured the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, of his intention to hold fresh elections in early 2022 and restore civilian rule. But against all expectations, the transition period was extended until March 26, 2024, under the pretext that elections would be held in February 2024. Outside Africa, 10 people have died after 2 Navy helicopters collided in mid-air during a military rehearsal for a Royal Malaysian Navy parade. One of the helicopters clipped the rotor of the other before the two crashed into the ground. The incident took place at 9:30 local time in the Malaysian town of Lumut, which is home to a Navy base. There are no known survivors. The state's Fire and Rescue Department said it was alerted to the incident at 9:50 local time. In March, a Malaysian Coast Guard helicopter crashed into the sea of Malaysia's Angsa Island during a training flight. The pilot, co-pilot, and 2 passengers on board were found and rescued by fishermen. On Monday night, Taiwan's capital experienced a sequence of earthquakes, with the strongest one being a magnitude 9.5 tremor originating in eastern Hualien, according to the Central Weather Administration. This region had previously been the epicenter of a magnitude 7.4 earthquake on April 3, which resulted in landslides and significant damage to buildings in Hualien City. The recent earthquake claimed the lives of at least 17 individuals, with the most recent body being discovered on April 13 in a quarry. The initial strong quake on Monday measuring 5.5 magnitude occurred at approximately 5:08 p.m. and was felt in the capital, Taipei. Subsequently, a series of aftershocks and earthquakes followed, with the most intense striking at around 10:15 p.m. The Central Weather Administration reported this as a magnitude 5.9 quake with a depth of 8.6 kilometers, 5.3 miles, while the U.S. Geological Survey estimated it to be of 5.8 magnitude. In business news, a group of experienced national unionists and young professionals organized under the Congress of Nigerian Youth Leaders, CONIL, are urging Nigerians both at home and abroad to continue to strengthen their support and prayers for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's current administration and the Ministry of Power. During a press conference in Ilorin, the capital of Kwara State, the national coordinator of the group, Comrade Yinka Dallas, emphasized that the endurance and sacrifices of Nigerians will not be in vain. He expressed optimism that there is hope for Nigerians as long as they exercise patience and support the various programs and policies of the current administration, particularly the ongoing reform in the power sector. Dallas highlighted that the group has closely monitored the minister's effort in enhancing power supply, including addressing liquidity issues and infrastructural deficits in the sector. They firmly believe in the capabilities of the current Minister of Power, Abdul Wahid Adebayo Adelabu, to lead the mission of revamping the nation's power sector during this crucial period of nation building. CONIL also acknowledged the minister's initiatives such as the reorientation on consumption management, regulation of estimated billing, and progress made in the Zungeru power plant. These steps, along with the assurance from GENCO to achieve a generated energy capacity of 6,000 megawatts, are seen as positive strides in the right direction. The Naira depreciated in its value against the United States dollar to 1,234 Naira at the official foreign exchange market on Monday, according to the data obtained from the FMDQ Securities Exchange. The exchange rate means the Naira fell by 65 Naira or 5.26% from 1,169 Naira 99 kobo to a dollar recorded on Friday. The local currency had strengthened to around 1,072 Naira 74 kobo on Wednesday, as traders projected the Naira could trade below 1,000 Naira to a dollar for the first time. However, the latest drop appears to coincide with the remarks of the Apex Bank Governor, Yemi Cardoso, who stated that the intent of the bank was not to defend the Naira when asked about the sudden drop in external reserves. Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves have maintained a one-month deep streak. The latest figures from the Central Bank of Nigeria show that external reserves reached a new low of $32.1 billion on April 18. The reserves dropped by $2.35 billion in 31 days from $34.45 billion on March 18. In entertainment news, Bobrisky, a controversial figure known for cross-dressing and socializing, has appealed against his conviction for Naira abuse. In the appeal filed by his lawyer, Bimbo Kasonu, Bobrisky is seeking to have his 6-month prison sentence overturned and replaced with a fine of 50,000 Naira for each count. The conviction was handed down by Justice Abimbola Awogboro of the Federal High Court, Lagos, on April 12, 2024, and was intended to serve as a deterrent to others. Despite admitting guilt, Bobrisky argues that the maximum sentence was unjustified, given his lack of prior criminal history and the availability of lesser penalties under the ACJA. He also claims that the judge failed to consider his cooperation and guilty plea as mitigating factors. And finally, sports news. Inter Milan clinched the Serie A title on Monday by defeating AC Milan 2-1, establishing an insurmountable lead at the summit of the league with their 6th consecutive derby triumph. Francisco Acerbi and Marcus Thuram scored the crucial goals, granting Inter a 17-point edge over their nearest rivals Milan and securing their 20th league championship with 5 games left in the season. Simone Inzaghi celebrated his first league title as a manager on a rainy evening at the San Siro, where Inter's away supporters among the 75,000 spectators erupted in joy at the final whistle. Despite Fikayo Tomori's late goal for Milan, Inter managed to hold on to initiate the title celebration.
Marcus Thuram with another beauty in the Derby della Madonnina. Calabria. Chukwueze bends it in. Rafael Leao back across, and Gabbia. In it goes from Tomori. Milan have halved the deficit. And perhaps this is not the night when Inter win the Scudetto. Fikayo Tomori with a huge goal for the Rossoneri. To win the Scudetto, number 20 is no longer a dream, it's a reality now. 1 star becomes 2.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
Hello and welcome to Ways. What are you saying? It's a brand new week where we talk about topics in the news that affect us all. I am Mary Anoko, and I'm so excited to be here with you on a brand new show. And I'm not alone. With me in the studio is my very gorgeous co-anchor, Mercy Ebokbo.
Yes, thank you so much, and it's good to be here today.
Yes, it's me. I'm here.
You already know. How are you doing?
I'm good. How was your weekend?
Very, I don't remember because I think...
You don't remember?
I don't remember. So I remember someone asking me, do you remember what happened yesterday? It rained. I'm like, oh, really? What time did it rain? Because I feel like...
Were you sleeping all through the weekend?
No, I wasn't sleeping all through the weekend. So usually for me, I have a, routine where I want to or like to work out, sometimes play badminton and all of that. And then...
You're living my life.
Am I living? And other times, probably just hang out. And yeah, but I can't literally say what happened. So I was told that it rained yesterday. I'm like, at what point did it rain? Because yesterday was Sunday, right? So when did it rain? I can't really remember when it rained.
Right after service, I think.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I can remember that right after my pastor said the grace, it started raining.
Yeah, you know how it can be sometimes. It rains in different, places.
Yeah, it doesn't get to some
It could be raining here right now in Paja, and it's not really VI and all of that. So yeah, maybe it's possibly during where I was. But, so because I was
you were in La La Land.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you have to tell us where you were.
Honestly, I was where I was.
I'll ask her.
No, literally, I think I was, I was just having time resting, studying,
So
and then I think I just had time.
You were just doing you.
Yes.
Anyway, I had a great weekend. I can't complain. I was under the weather, but
you don't look like I was under the weather.
I was under the weather. I still am under the weather if you listen closely. But I mean, I can't complain. I'm excited that I'm here because at some point I was like, oh my God, I'm not going to be able to come to work. But hey, we're alive and we're happy and we're healthy and we're glad to be here. But here's what we found as our quote for the day. Engagement is the heartbeat of democracy. Dial in, speak up, watch our nation thrive. And this is from my very good friend Yemi Adamulekun of Enough is Enough. I'll take it again. Engagement is the heartbeat of democracy. Dial in, speak up, and watch our nation thrive. Yemi Adamulekun. I mean, we talked about democracy last week, and we're still talking about it. And for some reason, it's been on my mind over and over again, the fact that as much as we keep talking about democracy, we're not leaving the democracy in itself. And we've seen it play out in the party primaries over the weekend in Ondo State. We're seeing the PDP having its squabbles. There seems not to be internal party democracy. The dynamics of democracy seems not to be playing out well within these parties. And so we keep seeing them going at each other's heads and saying, they didn't do it right, they should cancel it. So how are these people expecting that the general elections in itself will be free, fair, and credible, and why should we take them seriously?
And so this actually brings us to the conversation where we say it's important that we have, these engagement and the need for citizen participation, because like we always say, we're just a reflection of the larger society. We are a reflection of the kind of government that we have. So if, like I always say, if you think that your president is nepotistic or is tribalistic, whatever it is you want to give it, corrupt and all of that, it's just a reflection of who you are. And I know a lot of people would not agree with that, but let's think about it. Look at the society. These persons didn't fall from the sky. They all came up from, the same system that we are in.
Absolutely.
And so whatever has happened internally is also just a function of the fact that you don't have people engaging and finding out what's going on in the system. See, I think that it's high time that we as a people sit back. It's okay to say, hey, there's a JACPA plan. We can all activate all of that JACPA plan. But honestly, can we all run away and leave the system?
What are you living
and the truth is, these other systems that we're running to, or the countries that we're running to, didn't just wake up, didn't fall from the sky. God didn't send this country.
They laid their bed, and that's why they're lying on it. We have to go on a break.
I know, right?
When we come back from the break, we'll look into other things that we have to discuss today. Don't forget, we're talking about a democratic system, and our conversation continues to span through that. We'll be telling you who our guests will be as we come back from the break. It's Earth Day 2024. Earth Day, for all of you who do not know, is celebrated on the 22nd of April every year, and it serves as a reminder of the importance of environmental conservation and sustainability, encouraging us to come together and take action for a healthier planet and a brighter future. And there's no better way to put it. I love it when we talk about the environment and when we talk about Mother Earth. 2 weeks ago, I had somebody who is an environmental activist, very, very famous, Nimmo Bassi, and we were talking about, garbage in and garbage out. Mother Earth is nourishing us, is protecting us, is the roof of our head, is helping us have the right temperatures. And now we're suffering. We're saying the sun is going to kill us. And he explained that we have destroyed so many things. It's the greenhouse gases that we're emitting these days that are now the problem. So it's no longer bouncing back to give us cold air. The heat is coming back twice, and we're saying that it's climate change. Do you know what climate change is? Do you know how you're contributing to climate change?
We all have contributed with our activities, and I'm just thinking that one day we'll wake up and the earth will just go extinct, will just disappear.
God,
because
please.
Well, and because it's
God
not a joke.
have mercy upon us.
Upon us. But just as we're asking that God should have mercy upon us, then it is time for us, to pay attention to the environment, because our behavior over time is not very encouraging. You see the way we, what we do, our activities, it's cause and effect, and that's life for
Simple.
you. Whatever you put in, you get. There's always a consequence for every action and inaction.
Yeah.
For instance, now we're getting close to the rain. I mean, the rains will definitely come. But don't forget, we're going to experience a lot of flooding, because you know why? You are tossing things in the gutters. You're also building on water drainage systems and all of that, waterways. Water cannot find its way, and water must find its way, because that is water for you.
Especially that we're on top of water. We are here.
Water
on
has
top
to
of
flow.
water.
So I think it's very important that we're talking about this day. We need to understand, that it's important for us to protect the environment. That whatever it is that we do, will come back to us.
You're inadvertently protecting yourself. So if you protect Mother Earth, you're protecting you. You're protecting
all of the
children
bush
and
burning,
future.
cutting of the trees, you think
Stop
you're tossing
it.
things in the water, you're doing all of that, you're putting toxic chemicals in the rivers.
Throwing that
it's going to kill
styrofoam
fish.
plate into the gutter. Where do you think he's gonna go? Really, it's how our mind works. Where do you think he's gonna go?
You know how one thing I like about water is because water naturally would find its way. It will pass. It's a force. So whether we like it or not, we need to pay attention to our environment because one day we'll wake up and then we'll not find the environment to exist
anymore. We'll not see water to drink. What did you find in the news today?
Well, I think it's something that you and I have been talking about. But there's a lot of updates. So quick one. It's the fact that, it's about a Chinese supermarket in Abuja where Nigerians are not allowed to shop. Wonder shall never end, that's what they say, and this is America wonder. No, it's really, really sad. But this particular abysmal behavior, because at some point she probably says fake news, was confirmed by security personnel of the supermarket that the management of the supermarket gave the directive at the beginning of 2024 without giving any reason. So they just say, hey, you can't allow Nigerians. So what happened was they're saying that prospective shoppers...
Nigerian soil.
We'll get to that point. Saying that prospective shoppers who are not Chinese are stopped at the gate as directed by the management. And that's really, really, really absurd and very, very sad. But, fast forward, because there's been an update. The development is that following all of this allegation, because at some point we thought it was a joke, but people actually went to the scene. There were some journalists and other persons who went to the scene to confirm this, and it was actually confirmed that it was true. Now, the development is that following all of this allegation, because there's been a lot of outbursts and outcry on social media, I've literally seen where people tag the minister of the FCT, Wike, and all of that, against Nigerians. What's it called again? The commission, that's the FCCPC officials, shot the supermarket today. They actually shot the supermarket today because
consumer protection.
Yeah, the consumer protection. The federal there's this general saying that, evil will continue to thrive when good people keep quiet.
Yes,
and we can't continue to fold our arms and keep quiet and allow evil to continue to thrive. I have never seen, because if you go to other parts of, the country, you will find African stores. I've never seen the time. I've seen people going to African stores who are not Africans. So why?
It doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't.
I'm sorry. I think it's one of those racist things that happen on our soil, and this is not the first time. I think there was a video that emerged somewhere in Cameroon, if I'm not mistaken, or also in the north, where an Asian was, docked because, they were maltreating Nigerians, Africans that were working for them, and, someone just captured it on camera, and then it became a big deal, and then, of course, authorities were invited into the situation. I love it for us as Nigerians that we're making sure that, we push these kind of stories, because you can't come to my country and tell me where to shop or where not to shop. Sir, that building, no matter what you put in it, is on my soil, it's on my country land. So I have every right to shop in that place. If I cannot shop in it, then you shouldn't have it, uproot it and take it to your country. It's that simple.
Very simple.
Because it doesn't make sense. I for the life of me, when I first saw, when I see stories like this, I just gloss over it, it better not be true, because I literally would have sat on it. But I'm loving the fact that the Consumer Protection, made sure that they swung into action. I'm loving this for us Nigerians. Let's also start doing that with companies that are, foreign companies that are employing us Nigerians and treating us badly. Let's begin to start, sneaking out those videos and those audios or whatever they're doing to us, complaining about it, and getting government also to attend to those issues, because there are labor laws that should protect us in our countries, and then these people come to your country and enslave you. It can't be done in their country, so let's not let them do it in our countries.
But there's also another part, just before we move away quickly, that, got my attention. The other part of it is that I saw, several comments and reactions from some Nigerians. I thought people were saying, oh, what business do you have? It's your business, it's your company, and so therefore you actually have a right to do whatever it is that you have to do.
No.
But it is very important, because that's what we're about, on the show, and that's what we're about, as, a media outfit, to say, hey, you need to understand that it is not right, because, according to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, this, it protects, you have a right, against discrimination.
Yes.
Freedom from discrimination.
And I think it's not just in Nigerian law, it's a law all across the world, that covers the people that reside, are indigenous, and even the people who do business in those places. There's some laws that, protect you. And as a consumer, worldwide, you have some certain, cover. So it doesn't make sense if someone says, we don't serve. It's like the people who've been taken to court for not baking a cake because I feel like you're gay, I shouldn't bake a cake for you. So, there are just some things that can't fly.
And for those people who actually think that, you know, it's nobody's business, that what's your business? Because you're not Chinese, you have no right. So it shouldn't be a thing of concern.
Well,
why should
I like
Nigerians
soy
become...
sauce. I like Chinese food.
Yeah, so for those people who are saying that Nigerians do not have the right to actually complain, I think that that's
we do
totally
have a right.
wrong.
The land on which
everybody
that,
has a right to complain.
Yes, my major right, my number one right is that that land that you're building that shop on is Nigerian land, is our soil. That's
and as a matter of
fact,
concern. You also need to understand that as a citizen, everyone has a right to freedom of movement. You have a right to, you know, not to be discriminated against, and not to even think that you are an indigene based on the fact that, you know, is your skin color or your, what exactly are we talking about
There are
now?
too many indigenes that don't have the same skin color like us. Let's not even go there. You know, me and you are from Calabar. We know that we have Lebanese that
see,
are
you know, people actually don't. So, I mean, are you talking about skin color as white? But you know, you and I are not white, so
no, I'm just saying.
No, I'm just saying.
We have Lebanese who bear ethnic last names, and they don't have the same color of skin with us. So it's not about the color of skin that makes you an indigene. No.
I'm just saying, as you know, for the sake of humanity, that's also absolutely not right.
Yeah. Well, 2024, guys. Come on, let's keep it moving. Well, let me tell you what I found in the news. Mine's a bit extreme. 2,583 Nigerians killed. 2,164 abducted in 3 months. And this is a report that was put together by some intelligence gathering group that told us that in the first quarter of this year, that's the data from Beacon Security and Intelligence Limited. It's a security risk management and intelligence company based in Abuja. The data, which recorded the number of killings and abductions across the country from January to March, has showed that 80% of the killings and 94% of the abductions occurred in the north. This report, however, conflicts with the position espoused by the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, who said that casualty figures were going down. The consulting firm report shows that an average of 28 persons were killed and 24 kidnapped daily. I'll just leave it at that. And let me appeal to the consciences of everyone who's watching. And I was saying it on the radio earlier today that it's very easy for us to wish away the numbers, because now we've deteriorated to a point where it's just numbers now. So 80 people died, 5 people were killed, 10 people were abducted, 287, and the governor can come out and say, no, there were 115. But they're now numbers to us as opposed to human beings. Put yourself in the shoes of those people. Don't say, oh, it's in the north. They're not serious. That's why that thing is increasing. If it were your child, your brother, your sister, your mother, who was part of the number of people that were abducted on a daily or were killed needlessly, and the government just categorizes them as a number. They only pay condolence visits and then give, you know, miserly monies, you know, and that's it. 1 minute of silence on the floor of the National Assembly. Nothing is being done. Would you really be comfortable with that? Over the weekend, students were killed in Plateau. They were shooting directly at students in the university, students who told their parents they were going to school to learn. But then people go into those schools and start shooting at them. Where is the safety? Where's the government? Where's the security that we promised the people of Nigeria? And I'm not just talking about the north, because the north is part of Nigeria. Where are our governments? And they make excuses like, oh, these are just settlers. What kind of settler comes into your country, takes over territory, claims land, and kills your people? And you sit as government, whether you're local, whether you're state or federal, and you just wish it away. And more people, how many more people are going to die for our governments to start sitting up? Mr. President, Mr. Governor, Mr. National Assembly Legislator, Mr. State Assembly Legislator, when are you going to start working for Nigerians so that more and more people would face what they have to do in this country other than looking for money? We're now becoming a group of Babianla people, always setting up, you know, crowdfunding because we want to release our family members. How long are we going to go on like this, Mercy?
Well, so this is actually a reminder. Like I always say again, it brings us always back to the fact that it looks as if those who are occupying, you know, political offices, whether they are appointed or elected, have forgotten about the reason why, you know, government exists. Government does not exist for your private gains. It does not exist for yourself. The reason why government exists is that there's a law of contract where you will, you know, in turn provide public goods. It's also enshrined in the Constitution that the security and the protection of lives and property shall be a priority. I'm paraphrasing, I'm not reading verbatim from the Constitution now, but that's what it is. providing security, ensuring that, public goods and services are provided, top on the list, whether at the federal level, whether at the state level or at the local government, it's security. I do not understand. And that's why we have, the police as an institution of government, because you don't expect the president to be running all over the place. The police is saddled with the responsibility of ensuring that, they maintain peace, law and order, in a civil system. And of course, then you have the military with external protection, protecting us against external aggression. So the question is, where is the police in all of this? What are the security agencies? Because where are you guys? Why are people being killed? Why is the government not saying anything? What is really going on? We can't continue like this. We can't continue to fold our arms and act like nothing has happened. We need to remind ourselves that it's the duty of government to provide security, because it's actually within the exclusive...
Government is providing us with a lot of propaganda. As you can hear from this report, the chief security advisor, that's the NSA, is telling us that, the numbers have reduced. But then I'm looking at the screen here. 11,000 persons have been displaced in Benue alone. And we can tell that in the Middle Belt, there's so much that's going on, let alone the Northeast or the North Central. It's so bad. It's so bad. And then we're also complicit in the down south here. We quickly say, let the North solve its problem. But then, you see, it's gradually coming down this way, whether we like it or not. And if we don't deal with what's happening in the North, then we might have to deal with it all across the country. So a word, they say, is enough for the wise. Well, let's move on to other parts of the conversation. In case you're watching us, this is Ways, and you can be part of the conversation. The numbers for you to participate, don't forget, you can call, you can send us a message. You're going to see it on our screen. But let's talk about democracy. At the heart of any functioning democracy lies the active involvement of its citizens. In Nigeria, where governance affects every aspect of people's lives, citizen participation is not just a right, but a duty. When citizens engage in democratic process, they contribute to the formulation of policies that reflect their needs and aspirations. Moreover, active participation fosters transparency and accountability, essential pillars for a thriving democracy. Fostering citizen participation is very essential for the consolidation and deepening of democracy in Nigeria. And this is by actively engaging in the democratic process. Citizens can ensure that their voices are heard and their interests are represented. So tonight, we're asking, how can we foster citizens' participation to make a better democracy in Nigeria? And Kunle Lawal is here to help us with that. So please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation by sending us a message via SMS or WhatsApp on 081-803-84663. I'll take it again, 081-803-84663. Now, my guest, Kunle Lawal, is an idea generator. He's a TEDx speaker and a patriot. He's taken a keen eye for opportunities based on his experience in politics, working with non-governmental organizations and the federal government. He currently serves as the executive director of the Electoral College Nigeria and the country lead for WordChat NG. He was once an acting national publicity secretary for COA Party, Alliance for New Nigeria senatorial candidate 2029, I beg your pardon, and has since transitioned to a non-partisan influential player in politics and electoral matters in Nigeria. It's so good to have you join us, Kunle Lawal. Thank you so much for joining us, and Happy New Year. Kunle, can you hear me? Kunle, are you there? I don't think that we have gotten to Kunle on the phone lines, but we're going to try again. Let's take a quick break and try to get our guest into the conversation so we can get it on the road. Stay with us. Welcome. It's still Ways. What are you saying? And we're going to be talking about citizens' participation in the democratic process. And I did tell you that my guest is joining us. Kunle Lawal is the executive director of the Electoral College Nigeria. Kunle, can you hear me now? Welcome to the show.
Yes, I can hear you clearly, Marianne. Good evening, Marianne. How's everything?
Fine, thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Marianne. And of course, it's great to be on the program again.
Great, great. Let's start by looking at the issue of citizens' participation. Last week, we talked about, why it's important for us to take a look at how we practice our democracy in Nigeria. But today, we're talking about getting people involved in the democratic process. What exactly are we practicing in Nigeria, and can we really say that we're following the tenets of a democratic process in this country?
Marianne, it's a very simple question. And the thing is that we've created, there's what is on paper, which is politics and governance. And then there's the culture of what we've created, which is totally away from what is on the Electoral Act, backed by the Constitution. And then we've also brought in our ethnicity and misrepresentation of the identity of a Nigerian into the system, and that's what has corrupted it. So I'm going to give an example. There's no party that tells you, or political party constitution, not real or backed by law, and that therein lies the problem. And I must also add at this point, Marianne, to close, that a democracy cannot function without an politically literate society. A politically literate society, I mean.
Okay. Kunle Lawal, there's also, a concern about having a trust deficit in the system. So literally, the people do not trust, the government or the system to provide public goods or even keep up to their expectations, as it were. So how can we get citizens, to engage and participate in a system where there's a trust deficit?
No, I don't understand when people say they don't trust the system. You don't trust the system you've not invested in. What do you expect? So it's basic. Okay. So in Nigeria, what we take as participation in politics is voting. That's not good enough. We don't have people in political parties. So people emerge from political party primaries, and then we have to make a selection of a goldfish from the crayfish picked. Now the question is, how are you going to hold them accountable in office when you weren't even part of the process that allowed them emerge as candidates? So I believe that the Nigerian trust deficit is they're expecting too much from a system that they've not given anything to.
So what then is the way forward? I mean, I'm just saying, how do we get beyond this? Because if you look at the elections, of course, every other person would want to agree that, usually when you talk about citizens' participation in the electoral process or in the entire system, elections is one of them. You can't take that away. And usually, if you look at the elections of, 2023, total number of registered voters, 93 million, over 25 million persons turned out to cast their vote. And if you want to go about, of course, we sampled some opinions, and people would say, oh, no, we're not sure. They already know who's going to be president, who's going to be House of Rep member, who's going to be governor. So it's no point. There's no point, wasting your time to cast your vote and all of that. And we're saying, how at this point, what can we do, to get beyond all of this, excuses, if you like to say?
Okay, like I stated earlier, what can you do? First, be politically literate. Second, participate. And I'll reiterate this. Election is the last hurdle in a democracy. It's the last hurdle. We only talk about elections. We don't talk about, like I stated, party primaries, trying to participate to be part of and become delegates to help choose the kind of candidates that exist. If you're not part of that process and you just want to go and vote, then you're a masquerade in a circus, And that's how it's going to always look. So, like I said, we need to be literate. And being literate, how many Nigerians even know how many political parties are in Nigeria? We took a poll the other day, and most people, they couldn't get the number. You don't know the number of political parties. You have a culture of saying political parties don't have ideologies, which is not true. Political parties have ideologies. Whether people follow it or not is another ball game. but maybe I should explain why people don't follow it. I would buy a form for 40 million. I'll run my elections. Then I'll get into office. Then I'll do what the party says. That's not done anywhere in the world.
But I mean, are you saying that getting involved in, you know, of course we understand that there's need to register and become part of a political party, but we also understand the internal wanglings and the internal politics that goes on in the system. The, you know, the whole politics of godfatherism that manifests itself on a large scale. It's also a thing in, you know, at the party level. For instance, you probably just have someone say, we're zoning to a certain level, all of those factors of zoning, or you have a certain godfather in the party who is saying, oh, this person has to go. So what difference does that really make? Because, you know, even at the political... Go ahead.
I don't believe that is true. I don't believe that is true. I rose to become a national publicity secretary, I think, at 34. And not because of my age, because of what I've done within the party. So the question is, you have built a culture. Going back to what I said earlier, we built a culture that you need a godfather, you need this, you need that. I'll tell you what earned me the position. I built 6 or 7 state structures, and that's what earned me the position. And I performed quite well there. And people don't want to take these steps. You just want to fix the country or fix a political party. It doesn't work that way. And you know, we always have this conversation. We don't want to trust them. They are godfathers. They are this, they are that. If you don't enter the game, you cannot be part of the wheel.
Let's go back to the basics, which is mostly the core of this conversation, participation.
Yes.
I always like to use myself as an example. I think when I just turned 18 or barely 18, I was introduced into the political system, and that's why till tomorrow I know my ward in my local government area. I know, you know, my local government area very well, like the back of my hand, and I know how, you know, the internal, you know, party politics, even at the local level, how it works. But let's talk about why Nigerians and how Nigerians should be more interested in, you know, taking it from where we stand, because we're always looking at it from the national level, or, you know, we're looking at it, like you said, from the primaries. How many Nigerians, average Nigerians, are interested in the democratic process in itself, like you said, the entirety? Do we know anything about, do you know anything about your ward? Do you know anything about your local government? Who's your local government councillor? Who's your local government chairman? Are we interested in those things, let alone getting involved in party politics?
I'll help answer that question. We are not. The Electoral College took a poll of about 14,000 people, and they couldn't tell that councillors are legislative and are not executive. Most people don't even know the FAC allocations to their local government. Most people don't even know that local government chairmen do not have immunity. But where is the conversation going to start? Now you want to talk about president? We're above your league.
Let's take a break, because I want to come back and sink my teeth into this, especially because we don't know who these people are, what their responsibilities are. We're always going to the federal government to say, we need the federal government to do this. We need the state governor to do this, when it's actually the duty of your local government councillor or chairman. But because we do not know their responsibilities and we're not interested, we're always pushing these responsibilities to the wrong guys. We'll take a quick break. Kunle Lawal is still with us.
Efficiency in terms of electricity distribution. People should be able to see this power being generated. You know, when you see that power is generated, you wouldn't really complain in payment. However, the hike in price was quite sudden. Yeah, they made clarifications that it only affect about 1.9 million Nigerians, that about 10 million more are still under subsidy. And it begs the question, are they not Nigerians? The so-called 1.9, are they not entitled to some form of subsidy? This should happen in phases, not outright, like 200% increase. That is so, will I say, uncalled for. And looking at the fact that subsidy has been removed on petroleum products like a year ago, bringing about this one now makes it difficult for everybody at the same time.
It still weighs. What are you saying? We're talking about why it's important for you and I to join and be part of the democratic process, participation being the key word here. And my guest, Kunle Lawal, is Executive Director for the Electoral College Nigeria. Kunle, before we went on that break, I was just laying the foundation or the basis for my next question, which is it the excuse that we give, which is that we've been mentally raped by our politicians not to even think as deep as wanting to get involved or knowing what responsibilities lie where for us to even be able to ask questions, let alone wanting to join political parties because they say, oh, politics is a dirty game, it's not for us. Is it a mental issue? Is it a post-traumatic issue, or is it just that we're lazy as Nigerians and we would rather complain than get involved in the process?
I think it's a mental issue. I'll tell you that I was once like that, but when I joined the party and I rose that fast, of course I've defeated that thought process. And I'll tell you something: politicians ride on the fact that we exactly think the way we do. So it's a plus for them that we do not understand even what to demand who from. Your local government chairman will escort you and shout about something that you think the president should be demanding. The president should be giving, sorry. But he is well aware that it's under his jurisdiction.
Oh, well. So we also know that, political pundits and those who are, fathers of democracy have stated that having to have protests is also another way where citizens actually participate in the democratic process of a country. And so, for instance, in Nigeria, we see a situation where, most times you have protests and the government is clamming on the protesters or clamming on those who are protesting. How exactly, can we encourage, participation in protests when you have the government, on the other hand, clamoring? First of all, you can take the case of, the NSAS as a typical one.
Protests anywhere in the world have never worked with just protests. There are always two ends to it. There is the political arm twisting, and then there's the outside protest. We just do the protest. I'll give you an example with the NSAS. To them, they wanted the end of SARS. But what therein is the real problem? There's a clause in the Constitution.
SARS, or they were asking, to end police brutality.
Brutality, yes. But why is there brutality? You are dealing with it's a symptom and not the disease. What the diseases are, why, for example, did they demand that nobody, we are not in a war-torn zone. Why should any normal security officer that's not guarding vital assets or a VIP carry an AK-47 that can fire about 102 bullets per minute? They're supposed to carry pistols. Secondly, the clause in the Constitution which clearly states that our rights can be suspended when it comes to matters which are considered threat to state or government. It's a problem. So knowing what you want to protest about and how to go about it goes back to the same thing I said from the beginning. You cannot engage a system you do not understand.
So where do we start from, Kunle? Where do we start from? Because I keep taking you back. They've taken out history from our schools, civic education, and all of those studies that we used to have that taught us the foundation that at least helped it to stay and linger in our mindset so that we would be a bit more curious. They played it down. In fact, it took a lot of screaming and shouting for history to be brought back into, our schools. Where do we start from? Do we start from the curriculum? Is it also something, a matter of maybe parents also doing a little bit of it at home? For example, in my case, I went with my father for campaigns, so that's how I got introduced into the whole political scenario. But what do we do? Where do we start from?
I believe a faster system is the socialization of the Constitution and socialization of democratic tenets. And that can be taught and you can learn it yourself. If we're going to go through trying to improve curricula with the federal government, we're going to spend the next 10 years. Nobody taught me the Constitution. I'm not a lawyer. But at least I've spoken at quite a few law events. So it's your choice as a citizen. You can download the Nigerian Constitution on your phone. It's not hard. Go through it. Chapter 4 is what contains citizens' rights. You can go through it. The Electoral Act is open to everyone. We've chosen not to look that way.
But you're talking about people who are in your circle, people who, you and I, who are educated enough to download, you and I who even have phones to download, the e-version. No, hold on. No. We have to make this point. There are those who do not have access to social media or to those phones that can download the application, which is the Constitution. There are those who even might have access to that information, but they cannot read nor understand the letters of the Constitution. So where do those people go? How do we catch them? Because they're part of the people that we need to get access to.
Thank you very much, Priya, for your question. And I'm going to answer it very simply. The course of any democracy is determined by the middle class. It's not determined by the elite or determined by the grassroots, and I'll explain it. The conduit for transferring money from elite to grassroots is who? The middle class. The conduit for committing any election malpractice is the middle class. If the middle class takes a stand, the grassroots will follow. The elite will fail. Every cause, check every democracy. When Barack Obama was coming in, was middle class. Everybody else will follow. So the cost, so when I don't understand when people say there are people that can't read and write. No. That's why there's the middle class who thinks for them. That's that's where we miss it. And the middle class has absorbed responsibility, or itself of responsibility. Because you can't see one of the big politicians coming down to give money to anybody. The middle class are conduits now. You know that. So don't say people that can't read or who are the people in political party positions. It's middle class still now, and they will come at the same middle class that wrote the party constitutions. Who will tell you the parties don't have ideology. You can't move the course of a democracy without a middle class, Marianne.
All right. So, still staying with all of that, generally speaking now, what would you say, practically, what ways can we actually get, citizens or people to participate in the democratic process?
The first thing is that we have to teach them that elections are not the only thing in a political process. They have to understand that the process is more important than the election. Now, I'll give you an example. Within the Electoral Act, it states that before any political party participates in a convention, primaries, or anything else, they must submit physical and e-copies of his entire membership list. None of the 18 political parties met that. So in 2023, all primaries and conventions were void. But how many people know that? It's open information, Maria. So, going back, I always insist, we need to know how the system works. That is the most important thing. Then we can start anything after that. That is more important than anything else.
What is the Electoral College? Because I know that you obviously represent the Electoral College and you are a civil society organization working to try to, like your name sounds, educate people about the electoral process. What are you doing, especially that catchment area that I've been talking about, those people who are on the lowest echelon, not the middle class who have it all? What are you doing to catch more of these people and teach them where they are and help them to understand that it's not enough to get your PVC, to register and get a PVC and go and vote? You need to be part of the process all the way that leads to the culmination, which is the election in itself. What is the Electoral College doing in that regard all across the country?
The Electoral College, of course, is very proud of the work it does. We have radio programs in Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo, about 26 modules, which people already attend virtually. And we go over and over this. We have simplified the constitution. We have simplified the constitution to basic English, and we have this book. This book should come out before the end of this year, and it will also be in Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. And this is not that we are saying those are 3 major languages. We plan to expand. It's just that's what we are starting with. We will of course go to TIV, EFIC, as well as we can go. And we believe that when we start simplifying these things and making these things as palatable as possible, people will find out there is no complication to politics. It's as simple as any other vocation.
Can I ask you about young people? Because that's also where my heart lies. I work with a group of people who are trying to catch people as soon as they turn 18 to be part of the registration and voting process. But then, of course, you also know that young people in today's world, and it's not just a Nigerian problem, are not necessarily as interested as they should be in the democratic process, in elections, especially because some of them are traumatized by last year's election. But what are you also doing? Or in fact, let me generalize it. Let's not just talk about the Electoral College. How can we, whether we be schools, whether we be media houses, how can we get more young people to be interested in the electoral process or the democratic process in the country?
Marianne, first, we should stop electionalizing democracy. That's where the problem is. We made democracy about elections. You can't talk about democracy without an election. Come on, no. We need to show them that it's a whole process. This is how it works. This is how it should work. Regardless of what you see, this is what's right. This is what this side is supposed to be. You don't catch them to vote, because when you catch them to vote, they don't have the sense to understand. They don't even know what a senator does. I can tell you have the people that vote for a senator vote for him for executive actions. That's with constituency projects. Now, constituency projects are even non-constitutional. So, what is it? Somebody in legislative should be running with bills and amendments of the Constitution and nothing else. So, I would say, if we're going to catch them young, we should stop electionalizing democracy.
All right, so a quick one as we coast the conversation down. There's also a conversation about having to hold, these leaders accountable, especially now that the election is over. I mean, we're far gone into 2024. How can, citizens hold their elected leaders accountable?
First and foremost, they need to understand the jurisdictions of office of each political office. What can be done and what can't be done. They now need to understand if they are going to take an action against this person, how do they get it done? If you want to impeach a governor, how is it done? You want to remove a local government chairman, how do you do it? If you plan to impeach a president, how are you going to do it? You need to understand those things. I said it earlier. You can't engage the system you don't understand. You can't. So the first thing is their education, and that's why at the Electoral College we are totally focused on political literacy and nothing else. We don't do election monitoring. We don't do anything else. because more important than every other part.
So, Kunle, you're saying maybe we should all just come and sit on a table and say, we apologize, young people. We apologize, Nigerians. We've gone about this the wrong way. We shouldn't have placed the cart before the horse. We should start, not electionalize the process, the democratic process. This is where we should have started from, as opposed to saying, go out and vote.
Vote. Yes.
So maybe we need to change the public discourse and start from the top to the bottom. Maybe that way.
To the bottom.
We'll
I think maybe that way people will become more interested. But when you make it about elections, how many people even know that there are restrictions on campaign funds? Marianne, not many, just a few of us, and you know that.
Actually, just a few people do know this.
And it's open information. It's not hidden. So we need to stop, like I said, electionalizing democracy.
So let me start from top. So first things first, people need to understand what a democratic process is, why each and every person holds an office, what that office entails, where their jurisdiction starts and stops. And then, of course, we now start talking about why we should all become members of a political party, no matter how big, no matter how small. We don't necessarily all have to be in the ruling party, but one way or another, we have to understand that we can make change. Because I was having a conversation with somebody on the radio, and the person kept saying, we don't want the people they should not come and spoil the PDP for us. And I said, are you a member of the PDP? And he goes, no. I said, so how are you going to be able to influence what happens within the PDP?
I don't know.
And I guess I'm talking about me too. Maybe as the press, we need to also begin to point people in these directions so that people begin to start talking about these conversations, start looking in those directions, start querying these offices, understanding the duties and the rights and the responsibilities. That way we're able now to hold them to account. Knowing that this is what they ought to do, that they've not done or they've done, and we must applaud. I want to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to do like a 360 to, realize that maybe we missed a step, and it's time for us to, refocus our attention on the right things. But finally, before I let you go, because the average person who's watching is saying, so what should I do now? Go and join a political party? Should everybody join a political party?
No. The first thing you should go and do is go and read the Constitution of Nigeria and the Electoral Act. Because there's a great conversation that Nigeria's constitution is useless. It's not. There's a little amendment that needs to happen to it, but that's the inaction of the National Assembly.
Okay.
For the last years, we've been in democracy. But it's a common conversation. Nigeria's constitution is useless.
We'll bring you back another day so we can talk about the constitution. But I want to say thank you. Kunle Lawal is the Executive Director for the Electoral College Nigeria. Thank you so much for having this conversation with us. It's not a very easy conversation to have, but I'm guessing that today me and Mercy will leave here brand new humans. Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you so much.
All right, but before you go, ensure to follow us on our social media. On Instagram, we're at Way Shows Africa and Official Upgrade TV. Now, don't forget, you can also interact with us further by dropping a comment. And most importantly, follow all our social media engagements so you don't get left out. Remember to like, share, and comment on all of our posts. Invite your friends and family to come watch us because you don't want them to miss out. Imagine what you would have missed out today on today's conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it goes. Engagement is the heartbeat of democracy. Dial in, speak up, and watch our nation thrive. And that's from Yemi Adamolekun of Enough is Enough at EIE Nigeria. See you tomorrow at 8 p.m. On Ways Africa. I want to say thank you to Mercy Ebokpo.
Thank you so much,
Gorgeous in that purple or lilac.
Thank you.
I'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye.
Cars have become a very important part of our everyday modern lives, mainly for transportation and for a few, a display of wealth, a show of luxury. Cars are a way to keep history, a nostalgic reminder of our past lives, and this is what this classic car show, which recently held in Lagos, achieved. Car lovers from different parts of the country attended, and owners showed off their vintage cars. Some of the car owners tell us of how their love for vintage cars began.
This is a 1966 Mustang Shelby Cobra, and I've had it for about 7 years now. So it was handed over. So I had a family who had it for 50 plus years. So they wanted to sell it, and I got it from them. When you drive these cars, you have to be attentive to what you're doing. When you drive a car that you can put on cruise control, you tend to get reckless. Now you have to be very attentive because you have to be sure what you're doing. You have to be in control to drive the car versus I can push a button and the car drives by itself. But I've always been into them. I mean, I drive the newer ones, but I've always wanted something like this. I've always had them. I can work on them myself if I wanted to. Like change the oils, change the oil, change the plugs. I can do that because they're relatively easy to do.
That's cars from the day my father taught me how to drive. And in fact, that's one of the inspirations for my own car, which is a classic Mercedes 2.6 liter 190E. Yeah, so that's really from learning how to drive and spending time with my father on Father's Day. I think it's important as any woman, if a car breaks down, you must know your water levels, you must know the engine is overheating, you must know your tire pressures, you must know what kind of fuel you are having, the type of oil as well. So those things are quite important. I was able to listen to the engine, car, things like that.
Generally liked cars as a whole from when I was young, and I think there's something about classic cars that's just of a particular look, of a particular date, for me in particular, that is so attractive. Well, you know that we have a lot of people who have an interest in vintage cars, and this is why we have the club. So essentially, it is Nigeria, but look at the turnout today. And we have members that didn't come today with their cars. So there's quite a following. There are quite people passionate about classic cars.
The first car I ever drove was my dad's Volvo from the 70s, a P1800 Volvo, and I'm still hoping I can buy one day, but that's the first car I ever drove. When I say drove, the car wouldn't start one morning. We're living in Europe. The car wouldn't start. So he had me sit in it. So he and my elder brother, who had more muscles, could push. And he just showed me how to work the legs to jump start it once we had some momentum. So I always tell people that's the first car I ever drove.
Apart from the classic car owners, we met a Nigerian car designer who built his own Nigerian brand car called Twim Custom Cars Nigeria.
We started pimping cars since 1984. We were concentrating on the Santanas, the VW Santana cars. And we did a lot of those until they took the factory to China, then we had to stop. That was the last car we customized or we launched was 30 years ago, the Twintana Z1. Well, it's not easy to own your own car brand. Our cars are based on the Volvo XC90.
The organizers emphasized the importance of the event.
We'll be seeing people coming all day. It's a family event. Kids have brought their fathers out to celebrate Father's Day with them. I have a friend who brought her dad. He's an elderly statesman at this point. She brought him out to come and enjoy this event with us.
If you look at it, classic cars are a way to keep history, especially as every car has a story.
I think you're spot on. Otherwise, none of these cars. You have people still chopping cars up and shipping them out as scrap metal, you know. But if you preserve them, you have cars from this is a 1953 Buick here. There's a Chevy from 1955, a Morris from 1964, my MG's from 1977. It's 46 years old now. So we are preserving history.
We hope classic car shows like this evolve to educational forums for families and schools. And who knows, it might just lead eventually to Nigeria's first car museum. Fumi Unajefe, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
And
Look,
all of them,
all you need
all
to-
of them in Lagos,
Let me
all
tell
of
you,
them in Nigeria.
listen to me.
Nobody.
When I'm talking, you keep quiet.
An arrogant customer who is not ashamed.
Pastor Donald, why are you not picking my calls? Why haven't you paid the balance up till now? Telling the honorable court that I have not been calling him, I've not been picking his call. It's a fabricated fallacy. He did this just to debase me.
You are owing, and you are the one that is being arrogant at the same time.
A Nollywood veteran hoped to diversify into marine transportation.
Passenger boat I did not see. My money I did not see. I wanted to report him to Amadioha.
He was testing the boats. One thing do one thing, the boat sink with engine.
The husband does not like the responsibilities, but he likes all the pleasures a woman has to offer.
I still believe that now. First, believe person one pikin.
How you go control?
The dispute is real, and the judgment is binding. This is the Justice Court.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Atewagboye Hannah, is asking the court to compel her baby daddy to start taking responsibility for their love child.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Atewagboye Hannah versus Owolabi Abiodun Peter. Parties for.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Atewagboye, you brought the defendant to court.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what happened?
We have a child together. So, like, I told him that if he doesn't want anything to do with me, fine. But he has to take responsibility of his son.
Okay. Well, how did you meet him? How long ago?
Oh, okay, he was my mom's customer. So we met at her place. So then we started dating. So
when was this?
That was in 2020, I think 2021. So along the line, it was like a mutual relationship. Along the line, I told him that I'm pregnant. I told him, I actually called him. Then he said he cannot do anything, that is not his business. And I told him that, how will you say it's not your business? Like, everybody knows that we are together. Like, everybody knows us together. So what are you saying? So I don't know. That's it.
So, Owolabi, what do you have to say to this?
Thank you, my honor. My name is Owolabi Abiodun Peter. I met her in her mom's shop in 2021, December, to be precise. So, on meeting her, I do know her with some other guys in our area that time, before then. So we met, we be friends. So we started dating by January ending, 2022. So we dated for 9 months, the time of 9 months. So from January 2022 to early October 2022. So by...
This guy is a liar now.
Okay.
He's obviously lying.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my honor. So by December 2022, she called me early morning. I told you that we don't talk again from October 2022.
Okay, yeah,
so by December 2022, she called that she is pregnant. I say, for what? For who? How? That I've seen you for the past 3 months. Then why will you tell me that you are pregnant? So that is fine. I said, I don't have anything to do with you, neither the pregnant or anything that related to that. Okay, fine. So since then, she started calling my siblings that I've never for once introduced her to, that this is my girlfriend or this is my fiancé or we are dating. I've never introduced her to any of them.
And
So she called everybody, including my ex. She called my ex. She texted my ex. She called my brother and tell my brother that my mom is a winch that I have been used for sacrifice.
Story.
My honor.
You're just talking nonsense because it's all story. I don't have time for all this one you're saying. I don't have time for it.
Did you say that?
My honor.
Did you say that?
Like, I don't want to talk too much, but now I think I'm going to talk.
Okay.
Yes.
My honor. Adinbi, she wanted to report me. And she came here to report me. She's supposed to say everything even before I talk because she's the one that came to complain here and she's supposed to analyze everything. So I'm going to say. But
What did you say?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
No, apologize to him.
Sorry.
My honor.
The two of you can't come here and start insulting yourself.
No, I'm sorry. I'll compose myself.
I don't insult her. She did. So, and she's so disrespectful to me, my siblings, my mom, everybody around me, without even us dating or even us married yet. So, on this note, that's why I said we should do the DNA of the child. I don't know if it's mine or not because I'm not sure. But
if the DNA result comes out and the child turns out to be yours, will you take care of that baby?
My honor.
What the law says is you have to take care of the baby. I'm not saying take care of her. But that baby that you both brought into the world, if the baby is yours, do you understand me?
I understand, ma.
You will have to do that. That's what the law says.
Ma'am, please, can I talk?
Have you finished?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, since you want us to expose each other, I'll help you. It's very easy. You want us to expose each other? Okay. I'll start. So this guy, I didn't want to talk much before, but now it seems.
Just talk. Go straight.
I'm going to talk. Please, excuse me. Sorry, ma. So, Jackie, sorry. So, this.
You heard what he just said about you.
Mama.
You have to compose yourself. You say you insult everybody.
Because he has been lying. Everything he said. Most of the things he said is a lie. He said he knows me with a lot. He was dating someone before he met me. He lied that he does not have a girlfriend. He lied. Then when I took his phone, I saw all their chat. I asked you, that where is this? And you told me you don't have a girlfriend. It was like, they are no longer together. They are no longer this. Fine, I was dating someone before. But there was nothing between us. Because the guy was irresponsible. That was why I left him. Then I felt like, okay, this person is responsible. Someone I can be with. That was why I moved with him. Him saying he knows me with a lot of guys, that's total gibberish. So, after along the line we were dating, everything was going smoothly. Like, we didn't introduce me to anybody, fine, because I'm not yet his fiancé. I'm just a girlfriend, so it's normal. So when he took me, we always go to his sister's place. Once in a while, we always go there. So along the line, when I told him I was pregnant, he said it does not have anything to do with me. He's not the owner of the pregnancy. And this guy, I don't want to talk. Okay, fine, I'm going to talk. When we were dating, this guy, I saw some things in his house. Which those things is into fraud. Yes, I'll say it. You want us to expose each other.
You know what?
I'm going to do that.
You know what?
Order!
I'm going to say.
No, wait. I always caution on certain things. Anybody can come out to say anything. But if you cannot back it up with evidence and he reports you, you will be the one that the police will tie down. You will be the one that will leave. So, what you see, you have evidence to back it up, go ahead. Because what the law says, if you see a crime being committed and you do not report it, that means even you yourself, you are liable.
Okay.
So if you see a crime being committed then, and you did not report it, and you are aware, you are duty bound to report. So you can go ahead and you can. And you should have evidence to back it up too.
Okay, there's no evidence. Fine, let me just cut that one out of it. But I know, and you know also know, so it's fine. So, the reason why the relationship came to an end was that He cheats a lot. He cheats a lot, and he's the only one I have. He cheats a lot.
You just told me now that he was dating somebody.
Yeah, no, before, like when the relationship started, when I didn't know that he had someone.
You did not know that time?
No, I didn't know. It was when I checked his phone, that was when I saw that he had someone. So it was like, they are no longer dating. So what happened, why the relationship came to an end was that he cheats a lot. Even when we were in a relationship, he had other people that I used to see. I would tell him that, what is all this? He would say, this one, nothing is going on. Even they call him, nothing is going on. So when I got tired, I just stopped talking to him. Not like I ended the relationship. We didn't have any, okay, we are no longer together. I just stopped talking to him. So, and that was November 20, last year, yes, November. So when I stopped talking to him to like, he just composed himself. He didn't talk to me again. So around December, I went to his place the last time I went to his place was November. So December, I called him. That was him. I told him that, bro, I'm pregnant with that. What are we going to do? He gave me money. He said, send that. He gave me 30K. Go and do abortion or whatever. I told him that it's not possible, that I can't do that. I told him that I can't do that, that we have to find something to do about this. I went to his sister's place. His sister was just telling me that it's not a business, that we should not call. I went to his brother, there's a pastor. That one was just saying it's not his business, blah, 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 blah. So when I got tired, I saw this show on TV. I was like, okay, I think this is a nice place to bring him to. That was what happened. And since then, he has been running around. We've been trying to like contact him. He blocked everybody. Even when I delivered, no, I told him. He didn't do anything. He just saw it. I even sent the baby's picture to him. Like, okay, fine, you don't want me. Oh, it's okay. Oh, nobody's fighting you. But take care of your child. Like, it's very important. Don't be irresponsible. Like, take care of the child.
The plaintiff, Atewagboye Hannah, claims that the defendant used to be her mother's customer before they started dating and got pregnant. The defendant, Owolabi Peter, claims that Hannah was seeing other men while they were together. He doubts if he was responsible for Hannah's pregnancy. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
My honor, I will start from where she stopped.
You know, just before you continue, I would love to chip in something. If you are not ready, then don't go for it. If you must, take precaution. You are both adults. You know the outcome of what you were doing could be. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you are not ready for it, then why? Go ahead.
Thank you, my honor. She said she sent the picture to me, and here she said I've blocked her on every social media. The first place I asked she delivered is that they called me, a mediator called me, Barrister Afolabi called me that Atewagboye Hannah reported me to them that I don't take responsibility of the child she gave birth to, which I didn't know she gave birth to any child. Because she said it now that I block her on every social media. And how did you send it to me?
You have a Facebook page for your business. Yes, your business page. I can show you. You saw it seen on Facebook.
I don't know.
You saw it. Stop lying. You saw it.
I'm a fashion designer.
Should I bring the phone and show you? I have evidence to back.
You know what? Where we are. Could you please step forward, madam? Let's have the result of the DNA.
This is the result of the test carried out by LinkedIn Laboratories and DDC USA for the alleged father and the baby in question.
Thank you. Thank you, Akin. The child's name, Mitchell Oluwafemi Atewagboye. Alleged father. The alleged father is Peter Abiodun Owolabi. The probability of paternity is 99.999%. DNA analysis is positive. are the father of
Right.
Mitchell Oluwafemi Atewogboye. Do you understand? Now, I have an advice for you. I've said it before and I'm repeating it again. If you are not ready, then don't do it. Because you know the result. Without recaution, without any precaution. When you have a child, this is it. So, and for you, your mouth is too sharp.
Mom, it's not that I'm angry. I'm really, really angry. I'm mad at him. Really, really mad.
Your mouth is too sharp. I'm telling you, I'll tell you the truth. Do you understand?
Yes.
I know how you feel. Now,
Order!
you know that's the father of the child.
Yes.
And for you, it's not being responsible towards the welfare of that child.
Yes, ma'am.
I know how you feel. And I've told you to. If you know you are not ready for a child, you should have taken precaution. Do you understand?
Yes,
And if, I'm not sure, it's what she said, if you have several girlfriends, you can end up having several children, just the way you've just landed with one. Do you understand me?
Yes, my honor.
So you have to take a lot of precaution and take responsibility. How old is the baby now?
It's going to be 4 months this month.
4 months. You have to start giving her upkeep for the child.
My honor.
To take care of the baby for now. You have to give her upkeep. So how much are you looking at? I have the right to mention a figure, but I always try to balance everything. So you come up with something very reasonable.
Yes, my honor. I am a fashion designer by profession.
You have a child. Your child must feed. She's been feeding that child. Did you put anything, did they give you anything for the delivery?
Nothing.
I can go out there. Delivery, the antenatal. Do you understand? The past 4 months is there. I'm asking you to take it up from here. So don't give me any story. If you are not ready to give something that is reasonable, you think you can afford, that is reasonable, I'll give you a figure and we take it from there.
Not that, my honor.
How much do you want to?
I can be paying 30,000.
First of all, let me say congratulations to you. You just discovered you are a dad. Do you understand? A boy, right, Femi?
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to, despite everything, because you are very young, I'm going to refer the two of you to counselor. He's going to guide you on how to co-parent, even if you both decide you don't want to be a couple. Do you understand?
Yes,
so you'll be able to know how to raise, you have to balance it. So I'm referring you to marriage counselor to counsel you on how to co-parent over Oluwafemi. Right? You name the child Oluwafemi.
No, ma'am.
You know the name will change to Owolabi now. That's your child.
But, ma'am, sorry, ma'am, but we are not married.
Doesn't matter. The child must bear the name, or should bear the name of the father. Especially now that we're sure about the paternity. There's no doubt that is the father. You don't want the child to bear the name of the father? Do you have a reason for that?
I don't just want.
No. You have to let the child bear the name of the father. You understand? That's your son. Do you have any other children?
No, ma'am.
That's your first child. Junior. Okay, so he's going to start giving 30,000 is convenient to you by now.
Yes, ma'am.
So he's going to start giving you 30,000 naira. You have bank account details.
No, ma'am.
You have to give him your bank account details. Send it to him. So he'll be giving you 30,000 naira on a monthly basis for now. If for any reason there is medical bill, do you understand me? I'm not saying give her the money for that. Pay to the hospital for the welfare of the child.
Okay.
And this is subject to review because, the child will get to the stage of school and everything. But for now, 30,000 naira on monthly basis and pick the medical bill. Do you have something to say?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
I want to urge my honor. Like, she has abused my sister, my siblings. She called my mom wench, which she has not talked to my mom before on phone, neither see her face to face. She called her wench. She said they accused me for sacrifice.
Was your mom there when she was called a witch?
She texted my brother. She told my younger brother that she should keep it secret between my younger brother and her, that she is a prophetess. And meanwhile, on the long run, she gave my number to all the Avas, Woli, and Babalawos. They are calling me, texting me on phone. They text me. I have the evidence here. I had to block them. Even the message she sent to my...
When they text you, what did they say?
His name is Ava Toib.
Mm-hmm.
He texts me that he is from... that he is calling me from Anna Ateogboyi. That he started threatening me that the child is mine, that he has checked it, and if I don't do this or this, and they continue to curse me, they started cursing me.
The child is yours?
Yes, I know.
You have taken responsibility of your child now.
Yeah, we have agreed on that.
Then caution anybody that you have given out his number to. Do you understand me?
Yes, ma'am.
Over anything negative, they must stop it.
No, we haven't been
Cyberbullying.
For a long time.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Cyberbullying is an offense.
Yes.
It's a criminal offense. They have to stop all this. Either they go somewhere to write something up about him or start sending negative, They can't. They don't have the right. And why did you give out the numbers in the first place? These are not your family members.
I only give out his numbers to just 2 people.
Which people?
Just 2 people. And those people, they are close to me. They were like, I told them about what happened. They were like, okay, they will talk to him. A lot of people called him, my sister, my mom, my dad, but he blocked everybody and just called their number. I don't want to talk much. You are the owner of the
These
job.
are far you are talking. They are your boyfriend. Yes,
Why are you
they are your boyfriend. This Afar you are talking.
Like...
He even reversed. He said, "As you go, she is the one that is doing this thing, and she's lying to me that I do this, I do that." She said, "I do for." I'm chartered in stockbroking. Like
Do you know what?
The
2 of you are going to meet a marriage counselor.
You're just talking. You say I'm not talking.
Listen to me, right? The 2 of you are going to have 8 sessions with the marriage counselor. You work out the time arrangement on how to co-parent. And even if you are not married, the 2 of you have to respect each other. Bitterness, you have to put a stop to bitterness and bickering. You have to stop bickering. Oluwafemi will grow up. When he grows up, he should be able to come to you, feel free, stay with her, and be at peace. I don't want either of you telling him negative things about each other. It's the way it is. It's the reality. How do you make the best of the situation? That's what matters most now.
The DNA test result clarifies Peter's doubt on the paternity of the love child. Judge Fumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement and recommends counseling sessions on co-parenting. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
So you go for that, and the marriage counseling session, go for a session, work it out. The legal team will guide you on how to do that. Then 30,000 naira on monthly basis for now. And if there's any cause for review, either of you can approach the court again. That's my rule.
All rise.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticescourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Good afternoon, my name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news update. An aircraft operated by Dana Air on Tuesday skidded off the runway at Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos. The aircraft took off from the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja. The management of Dana Air, in a statement via its official X account, Dana Air, said the aircraft has been grounded for investigation. The airline said the 83 passengers on board the flight disembarked without injuries. It also noted that it has alerted the Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau, NSIB, formerly AIB, and the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA. The management, however, did not reveal the cause of the incident. The statement by the airline read that Dana Air regrets to inform the public of a runway incursion involving one of their registration numbers FNBKI which was flying from Abuja to Lagos today, 23rd of April. Following the absence of the immediate past governor of Kogi State, Alhaji Yahaya Bello, for his arraignment, the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja on Tuesday ordered the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to serve a copy of the charge against him to his lawyer or on his lawyer, relying on provisions of Section 382, subsection 4 and 5 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act ACJA 2015. Trial Justice Emeka Nwite directed the lawyer that announced an unconditional appearance of the defendant, Mr. Abdul Wahab Mohammed, to receive a copy of the charge on behalf of his client. The court held that the law was clear that where it became particularly impossible to effect personal service of a legal process on a defendant, such could be done through substituted means by handing same to either his counsel or any adult in his household. Justice Nwite held that it was not in dispute that whereas the erstwhile governor failed to appear in court to take his plea, he however briefed a lawyer to announce an appearance on his behalf. He held that it was therefore in order for the EFCC to seek leave of the court to hand over the court documents to his lawyer. Bello is facing a 19-count charge bordering on his alleged complicity in money laundering, breach of trust and misappropriation of funds to the tune of about R1 billion. In the meantime, the embattled immediate past governor of Kogi State, Alhaji Yahaya Bello, said he was ready to appear before the Federal High Court in Abuja to answer to the 19-count charge the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, preferred against him. Though Bello was absent for his arraignment, he briefed a team of lawyers who addressed the court on his behalf on Tuesday. A member of his legal team, Adeola Adedipe, told the court that his client would have made himself available for the proceedings but was afraid that he would be arrested. Consequently, he urged the court to set aside the ex parte order of arrest it earlier issued against the former governor. Adedipe contended that as at the time the order of arrest was made, the charge had not been served on his client as required by law. He noted that it was only at the resumed proceedings on Tuesday that the court okayed substituted service of the charge on the defendant through his lawyer. Besides, the ex-governor maintained that the EFCC is an illegal organization, and according to him, the federal government did not consult the 36 states of the Federation before it enacted the EFCC Act through the National Assembly. The Binance Regional Manager for Africa, Nadim Anjawala, who escaped from a Nigerian detention facility on March 22, has been arrested in Kenya. The fugitive was reportedly arrested by the Kenyan Police Service while he was hiding in the East African country. It was learned that the International Criminal Police Organization, otherwise known as Interpol, is working towards extradition of Anjawal to Nigeria within the week. Anjawal escaped from an Abuja guest house where the federal government was keeping him and his colleague, Tigran Gambarayan. He was said to have escaped after guards led him to a nearby mosque for prayers in the spirit of Ramadan fast. The Binance Regional Manager was said to have fled Nigeria with a Kenyan passport. The management of Lead British International Schools Abuja says it has begun investigation into the viral video showing one of its students being slapped repeatedly by a classmate. The school said it was deeply concerned by the incident and was taking the matter seriously. LBIS is rated as one of the most expensive schools in Nigeria with an annual school fee of 1.5 million naira annually, according to Legit News. An ex-user had on Monday night posted 2 videos of a female student of the school being repeatedly slapped by another female classmate. The user called for justice for the victim. Since they were posted, the videos have drawn the wrath of many users of the microblogging platform who condemned the incident and called for the school authorities to investigate and punish the culprit. Reacting to the allegations in the statement on Tuesday and signed by head of the school, Abuja, Abraham Ogunkombi, the school said it had initiated a panel of inquiry that has started working on all evidence to get the full scope of the incident. The Chinese supermarket located at the China General Chamber of Commerce in Abuja was sealed by officials of the FCCPC during a surprise visit on Monday. Following an investigation that involved questioning Nigerian employees, the commission decided to close down the supermarket. The closure came after a public outcry on Sunday over the discriminatory policy of the Chinese supermarket, which only allowed entry to Chinese citizens while excluding Nigerians. Shaibu Sanusi, the facility manager, confirmed that only Nigerians within the complex were permitted to shop at the supermarket, while those outside were not allowed access. Despite the closure of the supermarket, the Consumer Protection Agency suspects that some individuals may still be hiding inside to avoid facing consequences of their actions. Taraba State farmers have been assured of timely distribution of tractors purchased by the Governor Agbu Kefas. Commissioner of Agriculture and Food Security Professor Nicholas Namasan Oliver gave the assurance in an interface with newsmen at the Taraba State Transport Corporation TSTC workshop in Jalingo. He said the distribution of the tractors would be made in line with Governor Agbu Kefas' template by ensuring that all farmers are carried along. Professor Nicholas Namasan Oliver opined that 200 big tractors and 750 mini tractors are expected in the state. The commissioner enumerated accessories already procured by the Taraba state government to include threshers, mowers, plough, harvesters and others. He maintained that the farm mechanization policy of Governor Agbu Kefas would no doubt reduce labor and ensure timelines in farming. On his part, Director Engineering Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security Hiridos Richard Jen stated that engineers of the ministry and others have been trained to couple the tractors and as well carry out other tasks to ensure that Governor Agbu Kefas' mechanization policy succeeds. He also speaking, Chairman of Rice Farmers Association of Nigeria, RIFAN, Taraba State Chapter, Tanko Bobo Andemi, applauded Governor Agbu Kefas for matching words with action over the arrival of the tractors. The chairman advised the government to distribute the tractors to only genuine farmers to meet the purpose intended. Tanko Bobo Andemi encouraged farmers to reciprocate the good intention of Governor Agbu Kefas by doing the right thing. As at the time of filing this report, the tractors are still arriving at the TSTC workshop venue for the assembly.
Total package is 200 of the Cabrio big tractors, the one you have seen, and then 750 mini tractors. But this whole lot will not come at a go. We have put them in batches for the purpose of better handling. So the first phase that have arrived, as you can see, we're now doing what we call the loading operation. For the first time in the life of these states that we will have things like this. And that we are going to be working our own template.
Yes, with the coming of these tractors, I think we should expect so many things in the field of agriculture. Because the land that now is supposed to be cultivated, it is going to be not even double, it is going to be triple or more. So we should expect a lot of things since the machineries are now on ground. We have our own staffs that are already on ground. We train additional men that need to manage the tractors.
We have been yearning for this. Just have to turn now. Governor was vision to be able to secure what is within the Taraba farmers. When they are happy with this development, at least they have started.
Please stay with us as we now take a short commercial break.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
Other parts of Africa, civilians displaced by fighting in northern Ethiopia wash clothes at the Addis Fana school, where they are temporarily sheltered in the city of Dizze, Ethiopia, on August 23, 2021. Long confined to Tigray, the conflict in Ethiopia has recently spread to two neighboring regions, Afar and Amara, with heavy weapons, fire killings, and untold number of civilians, and displacing hundreds of thousands more. More than 50,000 people have been displaced by clashes in a disputed area in northern Ethiopia, the United Nations said, as the international community expressed concern about the violence involving fighters from rival regions. Amara forces occupied Raya Alamata in southern Tigray during a two-year war between Ethiopia government and regional Tigrayan authorities. Under a peace deal between Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed's government and Tigrayan authorities, Amara forces, which backed the federal troops during the conflict, were due to withdraw from Raya Alamata after the agreement was signed in Pretoria in November 2022. Reports of the fighting have sparked alarm among the international community, with embassies of several nations, including the United States, Japan, Britain, and France, on Saturday calling for dialogue and urging the de-escalation and protection of civilians. Outside Africa, at least 5 people have died while crossing the English Channel, according to French media, hours after the UK approved the migrant deportation bill. The Voix du Nord newspaper said the bodies were discovered at the Wimereux beach in northern France on Tuesday. The rescue operation is ongoing, and helicopters and boats have been deployed, according to the regional newspaper. About 100 migrants have been rescued and placed aboard a French Navy ship. They will be taken to Port Boulogne, the paper said. This came only hours after British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's latest effort to send some migrants on a one-way ticket to Rwanda finally won approval from the Parliament. Human rights groups have described the legislation as cruel. The UK government plans to deport some of those who enter the country illegally as a deterrent to migrants who risk their lives in leaky inflatable boats in hopes that they will be able to claim asylum once they reach Britain. In business news, the federal government has flagged off the process of unbundling 11 electricity distribution companies to pitch them up for efficiency. This was revealed by the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, in his address while playing host to the Senate Committee on Power, led by their chairman, Senator Enyinnaya Abaribe, in Abuja on Monday. Adelabu stated that the privatization of the firms would not be reversed, but stressed that the discourse would be broken into more efficient structures along state lines to be able to deliver on their mandates. He also revealed that over 100 projects of the Transmission Company of Nigeria have not been completed since 2001, a period of about 23 years. This came as the federal government also ordered the sale of discos that had been taken over by banks and the Assets Management Corporation from their original investors or owners. Currently, 4 discos are under the management of banks and AMCON. And as the news update, please do join us at 4 for more news. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Many people are often in psychological conflict between individuality and societal expectations. Thus, due to not knowing any better, or sometimes out of the audacity of thinking that they do, many tout these norms and expectations as the one single version of the truth. Oftentimes, we are judged by them, driving many to sacrifice the happiness they can attain as unique individuals for the rule of society that do not really matter in the grand scheme of things, and that many do not even sincerely follow themselves. Well, here's what I say. Flout their tout. A wise person once said, "Don't base your decisions on the advice of those who don't have to deal with your issues." The fact that you have remained single for a long time, especially if you're a woman, is often viewed as some kind of stigma in many parts of the world, even in the so-called liberal parts of society. But I'm here to tell you that regardless of what your relationship status is, and in fact, and now I'm ad-libbing, irrespective of what your status, your age, your phase of life is, you are in an enviable position because you have the opportunity to write a new script for yourself, to create a beautiful, wonderful, and fulfilling life. So no, do not keep your head down. That is the last thing that you should do. Do not compare your life to others. You have no idea what their journey is all about, Woody Hayes said. My name is Adefunke Adeyemi, or Funke for short. I'm an advocate and I'm the regional director for the International Air Transport Association in Africa, looking after external affairs and sustainability. So I have to confess that this was not the first book that I thought I had in me. Many people who know me know that I can be quite academic, and the work that I've been doing over the years as a lawyer, I'm a lawyer, and also the work I've been doing over the years has lent itself to policy issues, economics, aviation, trends, and things like that. So I thought that I was going to write something academic. I'm also a Pan-African, so I'm really, really passionate about Africa and how we can seamlessly connect the continent and integrate it better. So I also have that in me. And yes, I will get there one day, but I didn't think that this was the first message that I was going to write in the form of a book. So it was a particular incident that sparked this off. And it was an issue that someone who was very close to me did that I thought was really disillusioning and, somewhat disturbing at the time. Not going into details, but basically it was just a question of me not understanding that, we were not on the same page, right? And so it became something that I needed to deal with and cope with. And typically, when I have something and I'm dealing with that's ruminating in my mind, I write. I've always loved words. I mean, I've been reading voraciously since the age of 5. I read everything in my father's library, including encyclopedias and things like that. So I've always loved words. I love the power of words. I love the way that they evoke emotion, the way that they can make you escape, the way they can transport you to different places. And so, the natural home for me to cope with the emotions I was dealing with from that incident was to write something down. It also coincided with the time that I was traveling on a business trip. And so once I got on the plane, I just started dumping my thoughts, just started putting stuff down on my laptop. So it started out as a dump, right? Just to cope with a particular incident. But then as I was on that business trip, I started to think about it more and more as a message that the world needed to hear. And so on that trip, within 36 hours, I had banged out the first 3 chapters of the book. Now that was in 2016. So this has been a 5-year journey. I launched it, I finished it in 2021 and launched, the first few days in 2022. So it took 5 years. So I have to tell you, it's been overwhelming and very, very surprising. And I know the question you're asking, I'm going to answer that. But it's been overwhelming. A lot of people who have read the book, I mean, even the most unlikely people. I was just telling someone in the store before we started that a 79-year-old woman, my friend's mother, read the book and said, wow, I'm so excited by this book. And it's inspired me to pick up my life again at 79. So I was really blown away by that. So many different reviews. Someone said, oh, I've given it to my mentees and they're raving all about it. So many people say that they can relate to the message of the book. And now to your question, the simple message of the book is this, that no matter what age or phase or stage or relationship status you're in life, it's incumbent on you to, first of all, be unapologetically yourself. Secondly, to live the best life that we're called to do, because we're not called here for anything else, but first and foremost to be our best selves, and then to add on to that, be doing other things. And the other thing is that we're supposed to be using the totality of ourselves, and this is my own personal firm opinion, that we're to use the totality of ourselves, our gifts, our physical abilities, our talents, our passion, our interests, our experience, our exposure, everything that we have the opportunity to experience to impact the world positively around us. And the catch is, why not do this when you're either, one, single from the lens of never being married, or that you have been down that road and you're not anymore, or from the lens of someone who is called singular, which is the title of the book. And what do I mean by singular? It's such a wide and broad category. Did you know that empty nesters are singulars? Their children have gone off to boarding school, or they've gone off to school or university, or they're starting out in life. And now you're home alone or home with your partner. And perhaps, you focus so much of your time and attention on them, which is a laudable thing and it's wonderful. But now what? What do you do? So you have time on your hands. And so perhaps you've put off some of your dreams, your own personal objectives and goals for your own life in order to do that. So it's now time for you to get back to it. Did you also know that it is for people who have been bereaved? You've lost your spouse, that relationship has ended. So what next? What do you do? My mom is in this category and I talked to her about it and she gets it. She understands what this message is about. And there's so many in there. But it's not just about women, it's men too. Now to the literary world, I'm so impressed, honestly. Like there's a boom of writers all around. I mean, before now, we know that some of the greats have come from Nigeria and Africa. We have, Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, Buchi Emecheta, Ben Okri. There's so many of them that have been absolutely fantastic. One of my favorite books is So Long a Letter by Mariam Abba, a Senegalese writer, a forerunner of her time, a pace setter, a female writer talking about constraints of a Muslim religious society, and you know how she survived that. So there's so many wonderful examples and legacy examples to choose from. But more recently, there's been so much going on in the literary space, and I think we have some of our very prominent writers to thank for that. You know, like Chimamanda Adichie. She's done a great job putting writing by women and writing by Africans on the global stage. And I think that's really opened the door for a lot of people to think, well, I can do this too. You know, if I feel like this is a passion for me or this is something that I'm interested in, then I can do it. So there's a lot of inspiration out there, but there can be a lot more. I know that so many people have stories within them that they want to tell. A lot of people don't know how to go about it. And I guess the message there is, you just start with your thoughts. Don't worry about the words, don't worry about format. Just start with putting your thoughts down, and then you can start to create, the structure around it. But if you have a story to tell inside you, go for it.
Telephone switch on, light on. Switching commander internal. Expectedly back, TW. Fuel tank pressure 55. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
Hello, this is the Greater Region and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. No part of Lagos will be left undeveloped. This is a promise from Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu The governor made this declaration while on a walking tour and visit to Badagry tourist sites and projects to have first-hand knowledge of the needs and challenges of the people in that area. Governor Sanwo-Olu reiterated his administration's commitment to make the Badagry axis of the state a tourist attraction city. He said the ancient city of Badagry, with many historical and tourist sites, has a lot to offer Lagos State and Nigeria as a whole in terms of tourism potentials. Greater Lagos is indeed rising. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Youths have been reminded that they are leaders not only for tomorrow, but today. As such, must think out of the box, innovate, and unleash their leadership potential. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu stated these at the first Lagos Leadership Summit organized by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy held at the Konga Place in Lekki. The event, organized by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, presented an opportunity for inclusive interaction between the old and new generations. Debates, speeches, and panels delved into topics that challenged the mental, emotional, and physical preparations of the youths to take up leadership roles.
When you occupy a position and you belong to an underrepresented demographic, whether you like it or not, you're going to be looked at as an ambassador of that group. You're going to be looked at as a representative of that group. It's not fair, but it is the reality of things. And I think that as young people who have the opportunity to serve, we have to ensure that when we're allowed into these rooms, our character, our behavior, our performance, the way we conduct ourselves, our commitment to work, all of these things should add up in a way that holds the door open for other young people.
Preparation. What's your goal? We've also talked about this morning about knowing you want to be a leader, but what does that leadership look like? What's your vision as a leader? So you must be able to paint that vision, articulate it, and share to as many as you believe will be a part of that journey of leadership with you.
Discussants evaluated how young people currently in leadership positions have inspired impactful changes. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu shared his personal leadership engagement story with the participants. He recalled how at 37 he was appointed into Lagos State Cabinet as special advisor with only private sector experience. The Deputy Governor, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, also shared perspectives on leadership and community engagement, strengthening the social fabric of Nigeria.
How do we make sure that we build the institutional structures so that we can, so people have mentioned sustainability. That's exactly what it's saying. So it's not saying that, so for example, if the president, for example, release grains, it's not children in 20 years' time that will eat those grains, it's today. But the question is, what do we do so that we don't need to be releasing grains? So that our children will not go through what we are going through today.
Dr. Hamzat noted that foundation for building a consensus in the community has been jettisoned for individualism. This, the Deputy Governor said, has made parenting significantly deviated from its essential purposes. For his part, Minister for Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, urged the participants to go with the trend of technological advancement. He noted that the future leadership would be influenced by the Industrial Revolution that will be taking place in the era.
It was the means that was used back in the days where leaders had to use the best way to reach people.
And those best ways are different from today. If the governor today needs to do anything on taxation, part of his strategy is going to be how much information we're putting on social media, which is something that we didn't do back in those days. So you can see how important technology is. And as a leader, as we think, you can't think of engagement, you can't think of leading without thinking of the implication of technology at the time that you're leading. It's extremely important. So particularly for you to be a successful leader at this time, you must be visionary. There's no leader that can exist in the world we live in today without being a visionary leader. It's impossible. When the Mr. President said to us that as a nation, we must cultivate 500,000 hectares of land, a lot of people don't understand where that is coming from. We probably can still remember the campaign era when the president was talking about cultivating maize, and a lot of people thought that was disrespectful. But if you're a leader that is thinking deep, you understand the fact that the biggest supplier of grains in the world, the biggest supplier was coming from around Ukraine. And there was a war between, and still war between Russia and Ukraine, which is affecting the supply of grains globally. And if there's a problem with the supply of grains in the world, it will affect food prices in a country like Nigeria. So how are you a leader if your country can't feed itself? And that was where that thinking was coming from the leader. You must be a visionary leader. Yeah, a round of applause. You must be a visionary leader if you don't understand that in the world we live in today, that there's misinformation because all the people you govern are on social media. And your opponents are going to see the information that may not be true. Your opponents will distort information and put it out there. And before you wake up to see this information, it's already in the hands of millions of people. So how do you manage that as a leader if you're not visionary?
The first Lagos Leadership Summit ignited a new passion and zeal towards charting a new course of action for the country's future. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reiterated his commitment to transform the Badagry axis of the state and make it Africa's tourism hub. The governor, who spoke during a walking tour and visit to Badagry tourism sites and projects, said the ancient city of Badagry, with many historical and tourist sites, has a lot to offer in tourism. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu was accompanied on the visit by the chairman, CEO of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa, members of the Lagos State Executive Council and Lagos State House of Assembly, as well as officials of the Lagos State Diaspora Commission. They visited the slave market, Museum International Vlekete, Badagry, which was recently restored and upgraded by the administration. The visit, according to Governor Sanwo-Olu, was aimed at getting first-hand knowledge of the needs and challenges of the people of the area. He said it was also part of measures aimed at paving the way for continued progress and development of the area. The governor also visited the Badagry Heritage Museum, the seat of the fallen Agio tree where Christianity was first preached in 1842. The first story building in Nigeria, the first Christian burial site, the Hospital Road construction project, and the Old Governor's Lodge, a purpose-built 70-room and hotel complex. Fielding questions from journalists during the working tour, Governor Sanwo-Olu said his administration will complete all ongoing projects in Badagry and restock some of the heritage sites. This, he said, was aimed at telling a compelling story about what Badagry holds for the tourism potential of Nigeria.
Let's come and see things for myself. What are the things we have done? What are additional things that we've spoken about that we need to do? How do we intentionally make Badagry and all of the tourism potential that it has a real destination? We also went to the old governor's, lodge, where you saw that there is a purpose-built 70-room hotel complex there. And so for us is to complete the ongoing projects that we've seen, to also restore some of the heritage sites that we've seen, and not to completely deface it, but just to restore them, and to generally just preserve what we have, and to be able to speak a very compelling story about what Badagry truly really is and what it holds for the tourism potential of our country.
Speaking further, the governor said his administration will ensure that no part of Lagos is left undeveloped.
We've also seen that Badagry is actually having a major facelift. There are lots of new roads that you've seen, dual carriage routes that are nearing completion. We've all seen it that we came around, and the last time to open the hospital, we've seen the roads that they've all been done extensively. And indeed, Badagry, I'm very impressed because it's actually wearing, a more cleaner road. We all came by road from Lagos, from all the way from Lagos Island, where we all worked together. And you could see that it took us just about an hour, 15 minutes from Lagos all the way driving here back to Badagry. So these are journeys that hitherto will take 3 hours, 3.5 hours. We've experienced it ourselves, and in 1 hour, 15 minutes, we're in Badagry. And you can see the citizens are actually very excited, right? And so really is to make sure that no part of Lagos is left underdeveloped or undeveloped, right? And tourism being a major cardinal of our team's agenda, I needed to come and see things for myself too, and also help. You saw around the Agia Center that we have like an amphitheater there. There are a few projects that we also need to complete around the marina here. But I'm satisfied, knowing fully well that we still have a lot of opportunity to do for Nigeria.
Governor Sanwo-Olu also took a boat ride to the point of no return, where slaves were taken to different parts of the world during the slave trade era. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reiterated calls for idea sharing and mutual respect between legislative and executive arm of government as the most assured way to succeed. Governor Sanwo-Olu stated this at the 18th edition of the Executive and Legislative Parley themed Engaging All for Inclusive Governance, Hands On for a Greater Lagos Rising. The Lagos State Executive and Legislative Parley, 18th in a series like previous ones, brought together past and serving members of the state executive and legislature. Organized by the Office of Political, Legislative and Civic Engagement, the forum provided opportunity for the elected and appointed members of the state to benefit from the knowledge, experience, and wisdom of the leaders who are the forebearers in public service and governance.
It's just to bring the executive and the legislative together to be on the same page, to bring about good synergy on governance. What we notice that those are the two key major de facto in our political terrain. The executives are there, the legislators are there. But what do we do in terms of discourse? How do we bring them together to judge agreeing on purpose on which they can take the state forward?
What this brings about is to feed the people, the stakeholders on the activities of government, and to ensure that we follow up with our campaign promises to better the lot of Lagos State residents and indigenes. I think that it's a forum that gives all of us opportunity to know what is going on. So that when they ask us questions, we'll be able to answer and we'll be able to feed the entire Nigeria of activities of Lagos State. And it brings about mutual understanding and good relationship to all.
Delivering his keynote address, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu commended the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, and the entire lawmakers for their commitment and passion towards ensuring a better Lagos.
And so what we see today is that the philosophy that drives effective and impactful governance is one that recognizes the importance of widening as much as possible the opportunities for citizens and its stakeholders, participating in every state and process of decision-making and implementation. In a participatory democracy which is currently operates, we have a key role to play as representative of our people at various levels. We are actually representing our people, and we are using that platform to create opportunities for them and to also support our individual aspiration. For us to achieve this goal, it is imperative that we continue to work together, understand and harmonize our differences, always on the side of overwhelming majority of our people in line with the manifesto of our party, meaning that our decisions will be driven, like BRF always say, the greatest good is for the greatest number, that always ensure that it is the people that have entrusted us with their lives, with the belief that we being government will make life meaningful for them, will make it better for them, will create an ambience and an environment where security of life and property is paramount, is important, and will create an economy where people can live and breathe, and know that indeed this government is working for them. I wish to acknowledge the fact that both the executive under my able watch and the legislature has continued to maintain an uncompromising posture in pursuit of the vision of a greater Lagos that we see. And I want to say that not only are we in Lagos doing that, our brothers and sisters, our colleagues at the National Assembly are also doing that. We've seen over the years a lot of support, a lot of collaborative effort, a lot of intervention coming from our representatives, at the federal level, who directly also work with us now to identify key gaps in all of the things that we're jointly, doing, and they look for opportunities that they can directly intervene at their own level. And I want to use this opportunity to thank all of them, our senators and our members of the House of Representatives. Please, let's give yourself a round of applause. And to the legislature, the Speaker is not here, but I'm bold to say, and I think BRF also made the point, when we start, especially for members of the executive that are new, and so when that executive was constituted, a couple of months back, and we have to present ourselves, and get clearance and the rest of it. Those are the constitutional responsibility. Those are things that the House of Assembly must perform and must do, with free of mind. And I want to commend them for doing that role. And I want to say that afterwards, they also have a constitutional responsibility, no matter how well we put the budget together, that the Constitution has given them the power to look at it, to deliberate on it, and to issue a bill, an appropriate bill, that becomes a guiding rule for us to pass, our budget. And I want to say and commend the leadership and the members of the Lagos State House of Assembly for always coming through for us, and ensuring that that working tool happens at all times.
The governor promised to maintain a harmonious relationship with the State Assembly, noting that it is good for the executive and the legislative arm to share ideas with mutual respect.
So what we see is that the dividends of a mutual understanding and a collaboration between our executives and the legislature will create, a direct benefit for our citizens. We'll be beginning to see the impact and the import of it on some of the deliverables that happens on the executive side, rail projects, mill projects, food markets, and the rest of it. And that's why we're in government. And like my mom also said earlier when he was speaking, to some people, you're an executive, you're a legislator, you're in government. They really don't want to hear excuses. They don't want to listen, to the fact that you are part of government and you need to be able to own it. You need to be able to defend that government. You need to be able to take proper feedback back to the person that either will fix the problem, will resolve the solution,
or bring about, a problem-solving mechanism, we cannot shy away and try and explain it or excuse it and say that I'm not part of it. You are part of it in one form or the other. You've been elected, you've been appointed, you've identified with us, you are indeed part of government, and we all owe it a responsibility to the citizens to always show up for them and make sure that indeed when they knock on our doors, we can assist, we can listen to them, and we can help them solve some of the problems that they have.
In his lead presentation, our former governor of Lagos State, Babatunde Fashola, advised the government to reduce levies and taxes as a way of easing the current socio-economic challenges on the residents. Fashola noted that interactions such as this is to build collaboration and provides a forum for the party to know what its government is doing.
Help to demystify each other before each other, and then they eat together, they sit on the same table, they socialize together, and then they realize, okay, this person is not after all different from me. And that can break down the prejudices and the barriers that are preconceived, and then help to focus attention away from the person to the subject. What's he actually saying? Let me listen to him. He dresses like me. He talks like me, so he drinks water too. So let me listen to what he or she is saying, and this is important. So this kind of team building is very, very critical, and it also helps to bring the party into the play, because at the end of the day, the party is the one that owns the government. All the politicians must belong to one party in Nigeria, at least. So, and that they campaign on the manifesto of a party, and this is if you like, a fact-checking exercise, if you will, or something similar to that, where the party is conscious or made aware of what its government is doing, what its elected officials are doing, what they are planning for the people on whose behalf they hold authority.
He maintained that the work is far from being over, especially at the National Assembly, noting that a campaign for special status for Lagos State should be realized.
To give special status to Lagos, because it's the first point of call for anybody coming to Nigeria. So we must enjoy that. Transportation and so on and so on. Now in some areas it takes you 3 hours to get home after work, and so on and so on. So we need to put in more into transportation to make life easy for people. We need to put in more into food, so that in Lagos we don't have too much land. So we need some special consideration for us to get food for the people. But we are working on it. The purpose is to make life easy for the government.
In his welcome address, Special Advisor on Political, Legislative and Civic Engagement, Dr. Afolabi Tajudeen, recalled that for nearly 2 decades, the executive and legislative power has stood as a cornerstone among numerous programs of the Lagos State government.
On many occasions, if you go to the House of Assembly, if we had met before going to House of Assembly, many of the issues would have been discussed in this type of forum, and when discussed, by the time we meet, it's just going to be a walkover. So we want, and what it involves, it does not even involve the Lagos State Assembly alone. The National Assembly too, they are here. That is the senators, the senators we have, and the members of House of Reps, they are here. We might have matters of importance to the state. It is them that will help us on their plenary to bring the matter to the floor of House of Reps, get whatever the state wants for them, lobby with other executive members, and make sure that Lagos State is well positioned in whatever area, whatever ramification, and whatever they think, and whatever they think and the government thinks, they can move the state forward.
The 18th edition of the Executive and Legislative Parley is themed Engaging All for Inclusive Governance, Hands-On for a Greater Lagos Rising. That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Lovey Kuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host. Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Hello, good afternoon, Lagos. Good afternoon, world. You're watching Plus TV Africa, and the program is Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. I'm Orufo, and I'd like to welcome all of you to this program for the next 45 minutes or so. We're going to be talking sports business with some of the biggest players in the industry, and there's a lot you're going to hear that might actually change the way you look at sports and possibly create an opportunity or two for you and your organization. Sports is big business, all right? But it looks like in this part of the world, we haven't really read the memo. Countries, companies, and individuals around the world are making a killing from sports. They're making big money. They're engaging their populations. They're creating a civilization where people understand the need for rules, why they should follow rules, how they should, react when they lose. It's not every time you have to fight to the death. Sometimes you lose and you get back, and then you fight again because you know that tomorrow or next season or next tournament, you can fight your way back to the top. So those are values that sports creates in a society, in addition to creating lots of jobs and building a country's GDP. Experts will tell you that sports contribute about at least 1% to a country's GDP on the average. All right. So if this were the case of Nigeria, for instance, if sports contributed 1% to our GDP, we'll be talking about a $5 billion annual industry. So it's something that we need to look at, not just as government, but the business community as well. We all have to think anew about sports and what it represents to our civilization. All right. We're going to be talking to some of the business leaders, the government leaders, and individuals that have already seen the opportunity in sports and they're already making their own moves. So we're going to especially be focused on the younger generation because that's the generation that took Nigerian music and made it global. They took Nigerian movies, they made it global. They took Nigerian technology, they became global players. If they take Nigerian sports, as some of them are beginning to do, they can take sports, really global. Today, I have in the studio with me somebody who understands sports from whatever angle you want to look at it from. He's played in the private sector for a long time in sports. He's played in the highest, maybe in the very high offices in government, and he should know how to, let us understand sports business, in the way that it happens in Nigeria today and in the way that we can take it forward. In the studio is Mr. Shola Ayepeku.
Pleasure.
He's the former executive chairman of the Lagos State Sports Commission, and he says he's back to private practice. Yes. How long he's going for? How long we don't know. Yeah, and then joining us in the program later will be Mrs. Aisha Shaibu. She is the CEO of SWA Sports Agency, the forward-thinking agency that is right now driving the conversations around sports as big business at the highest levels of government. All right, so people are getting interested. The minister recently went to visit Tony Elumelu himself posted about how he wants to invest in Nigerian football. So it is a big scenario. When the big fish get in, you small fish. If you don't get in now, you might not be able to get in again. So let me welcome Shola to the program, and then we can generally get today going. But for the next 45 minutes, I would implore you to stay tuned because there's a lot that Shola is going to say that I'm sure. Hi Shola, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And you?
Not too bad, Shola. I have seen you. I met you as the executive chairman of Lagos State Sports Commission, and we had some interesting engagements and everything.
Absolutely.
now you're out of there. I want to know, tell us what the next steps are for you, and then we'd like to get your experience as chairman of the LSSC. Yeah. So
Well, if I start, I think we won't leave this to maybe the next 12 hours. But I'll just try and summarize a bit. It was a very eye-opening experience.
Okay.
For about 4 years, I learned a whole lot about how to, most importantly, get things done within government, and learned some basic rules as well. I was one of the fortunate ones for whom the governor understood to a very large extent to what he felt sports should be doing, and backed me, all the way. So it was. I won't say it was easy, but it was easy enough to get ideas I had in mind going and try and position or reposition a few things and get some things done. With very little force. There's usual hazards along the way.
I can imagine.
Yeah, you learn to manipulate and overcome. But the main things, you can't. I've been on TV and done a lot of criticism of government prior to my appointment. So you could remain a talker and not be a doer.
Yeah.
Otherwise, after your tenure, people will ask questions. Say, well, you had a chance. What did you do with it? But thankfully, I can look back to quite a number of things that we're able to change fundamentally. And ensure that some basic mindsets were repositioned, let me put it that way. And we got quite a number of things done. For example, we averaged, apart from the COVID year, we averaged about 115 events a year. Never been done before.
Okay.
Things like that were going on, and we had to change some very fundamental things. Like, for example, training. Do you know that prior to the Sanwo-Olu government start era, no sports official have been trained by government for over 30 years?
Wow.
Yes. So you can imagine you can juxtapose it with what we all expected our citizens of Lagos State or of Nigeria. Juxtapose it with the knowledge base that is on ground that's supposed to handle these same matters. And then you find that there's such a wide disparity, and you wonder where to start, because we have so many plans. Oh, we want to do this, we want to do that. And then when you now talk with the people who are supposed to do that, they're like looking at you like, what's the guy talking about? So everything had to change, to retraining, and all that. So yeah, it was a good experience.
Oh, okay. So what would you think the culture, the understanding of sports is like in the Lagos State government? Do they understand sports as a social activity, an engagement activity, or do they see it as business?
Largely, Nigeria at large sees sports as entertainment, as something that is recreational, not even entertainment, because entertainment makes money. But it's more recreational. It's like sports is being done in favor to exist. That's how sports is viewed all over. And very few people have the right aptitude and attitude towards sports. But again, remember it was just 2 or 3 years ago that sports was officially recognized as a business in Nigeria. And that was led by people who had that mindset to get this thing done first, legally and constitutionally. Otherwise, nothing will begin to change the minds of people or the general.
But I would have thought that in Lagos State, this is the most advanced state that we have. This is the state that hosts the brightest Nigerians that we have. How come nobody has caught on to what sport is and what sport can actually do for there's a slide I'm going to put up soon to show you what, like in the EU region, what sports contributes to their GDP and to jobs. Do you understand? If we understand these things in this part, wouldn't the government be better off? Wouldn't society be better off?
I agree with you. You see, but it takes leadership to know what to do.
Okay.
So if you're, and again, that's why I commend, I don't sound like a broken record, but that's why I commend the current governor.
Okay. Yeah.
How many governors have you heard? Well, I've not heard many governors, if any, who understood that sports has to be used in a certain way to benefit citizens. Because when we had the talk when I started, all he kept asking me is, okay, so what? He has his own vision of what sports should be. How would you dovetail into that vision? And he kept asking me, so what next? And what next? And what next? So once you have somebody that understands that aspect of things, it's easier to lead to change. So for example, by the time we discussed that, so we thought that, look, you have to ensure that some basic principles in place before sports can become what it is. If there is no policy or legal framework guarding and guiding sports as a business, it's not nothing's going to happen, you know. And that's exactly what was done nationally. However, Lagos also has its own draft policy in place, but it's not been passed yet into law. So Lagos has been doing those things, and it's important that you do the fundamentals first. For example, I don't know if you are aware, Lagos is building 8 brand new stadia right now. Because
about time.
Sorry?
It's about damn time.
5 should be finished this year, according to the schedule, and 3 will be finished by next year, along with the renovation of the Testing Balogun Stadium that is almost done. So the pitch is going to be changed, the tracks are going to be changed, and all those other stadia are not massive stadia like Testing, but they're community stadia where events can happen, things happen all around the state, and then before you come to the center, so people don't have to keep coming to the center. You can discover talent where they are. You can run certain competitions before they come to the center, and at times you don't have to because you are taking the grassroots. You have a place for the grassroots to be found and all that. So that shows understanding of what needs to be done, and all this started in this government over the last 4 years. So he has shown that. Also, I just give you an example. I think it was before we started the show about training.
Oh yeah.
Or was it during the show? During the show. So when you have somebody who understood that, look, there are already approved programs for school sports development, for da. But by the time we saw that there was a massive gap between the knowledge base and the current headmasters or sports people in the state, we had to start training. We couldn't just begin to implement because there'd be such a big gap, a huge gap in the execution and the plans. So
you know when you say this thing, I worry, and I'll tell you why I worry, Shola.
Yeah.
Again, back to the fact that you're the most advanced state in this country. Yeah. So you should be the leading light.
We are the leading light.
You should be.
We are the leading light. That's just the sad part, right?
No, yeah. You know. So with all of what you have just said, you know, I worry that look, if Lagos is moving this slowly, what about the rest of Nigeria? But there's good news actually, because now I think the government at the federal level is beginning to rethink sports. And they're getting serious about it. Do you understand that? So I imagine that in time, we're all going to get there. What a private investor watching this program now will be thinking is, okay, so there's a man in the studio who's been there, who knows what it is like. How easy is it for a private sector person to get into the sports space in Lagos, for instance?
It's not difficult at all.
Okay.
You know, before we came on air, we were talking in the studio, and I was saying what saddens me the most over the last maybe 10 years has been the fact that the young people are not brave enough. Before I got to the government, I never did business with government, but I had a sports marketing and admin and management company that was doing events. I'm sure you've heard of Nigeria Bankers Games.
Yeah.
I created that from 1999. Really? Yes, before I sold off the. So look, there are things to be done. For example, let me even use our first encounter. You came to the office to ask, thinking you needed certain requirements to be able to run an event.
Yeah.
And eventually, by the time you left me, what did you go away with? That there was no need, because people don't have information.
Yeah.
People don't know what to do next, and people think for everything you want to do or think about, you need government. But I had never dealt with government before these last 4 years. And I was doing events.
Yeah.
I was creating events. So my question is, where are the creatives? Where are the guys? The
innovators.
The innovators, where are they? Who has any idea about any event? People complain, we don't have enough stadium. The stadium ratio globally should be 1 million to 1 facility. Hey, we have at least in every state, we have 1 federal government facility. So let's assume we have 36, and I know we have more. So, and then let's assume that most states anyway have 1 state facility in addition to the federal government facility, right? So let's assume, just for argument, we have 50 facilities all over Nigeria. how many of each facility has one event a year that is not government based? I did. Oh, don't worry.
Oh, you did.
Oh, yeah. I did. When I got in 2019, only Lagos was doing one event. Apart from, I'm not talking about the house sports. I'm talking about a major event that people will competitive sport, or that will draw the crowds that will drive commerce.
Yeah.
Only Lagos was doing one a year.
Wow.
And it wasn't even in the stadium with facility. It's just the Lagos State a marathon.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So which other event can you even think of top of your head that people are doing? None. But I remember when we started, I mean, this is not to, I just want to give an example. When we started Bankers Games and we grew to a point, we were broadcasting Bankers Games live TV from Unilag. We built towers for TV cameras, podiums and all that, and we're broadcasting live. And from there, we got all the sponsorships and all that. So we drove the commerce, we drove the interest, we drove the banks. And so my problem right now, or what I say is a major challenge is, first, people don't have enough information about what government has done or is doing. And number two, I don't see enough brave people. Everybody's going at the content market now.
I think just to the earlier point you made about our chats. I think the second meeting.
Actually, okay.
Yeah, where you said that we were going to organize a tennis tournament and at the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club.
Yes, that was it.
Yeah. And I came to you and said, can Lagos State endorse us? And you said I said something like, why? And I
said, what for?
We don't want problems with sponsors and all that. And then he said, why would you have any problems? By the way, this facility you're having the events, is it
Lagos State?
Is it owned by Lagos State? I said no. Is it owned by the players that are going to play? Are they Lagos State players? I said no. The sponsors, are they going to be Lagos State government? I said no. So what
do you my endorsement for?
And this is so true. As in, a lot of people are watching and they're thinking, if we want to do something, we're going to run into all kinds of roadblocks with the government and all of that. Do you get? Today you can actually walk. They say that of the federations as well.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that sometimes their federations, their government, they're looking for ideas. They're waiting for you. You know. So
walk into the place. There's a process.
Yeah.
Any facility in Lagos State now, you walk there, people will tell you exactly what to do to use the facility. They will check the calendar.
Yeah.
I remember we created a template then.
Yeah.
You check the calendar, you see the dates that are free, you fit in your stuff there, and they tell you exactly what to do. And you have it to use.
Man.
But people don't even want. Where are the events? You know, this bothers me a lot.
Yeah.
Where are the events that will fill up the stadium? That will be value-driven events that will make you and I say, oh, there's something happening on Saturday. I want to pay whatever it is to get in to watch this event because I know I'll be safe and secure.
Yeah. I
know that I'll have a good time, and I know that I'll be able to drive out because it's going to be well organized. How many people are coming up with those things?
Shola, I think that it's time to catch our breath. You know, it's been a lot that has happened in the time since the program started. You're watching Plus TV Africa, and the program again is Sports Business with Orufuo Ezaga. We're going to take a 1 minute break and go get your coffee or some water. There's still lots to be said, and there's still a lot to be learnt. All right, so see you in a minute. Keep your TV tuned to Plus TV Africa. Welcome back to the program. We're talking sports business here, and you're watching Plus TV Africa. With me in the studio today is Mr. Shola Ayepeku, the former executive chairman of the Lagos State Sports Commission. There's a lot the man has been telling us, and there's a lot I still want to extract from him. Shola, look, you said that Lagos is building 8 stadia.
Yeah, sports facilities, yeah.
Yeah, which is the point I wanted to come to, right? Is it stadiums for football?
Nope.
Or it's sports arenas for different sports?
They're all multi-purpose.
All multi-purpose.
And they're community-based.
Okay.
So what that means is, because of the time and the fact that we went to convert from construction to use very quickly, we said that they had to be community-based and they are growable. So, for example, I mean, just picture the typical high school sports facility in America. They're not, many of them are massive stadium and all that, but the average ones are about, how many? Maybe 2,005 to 5,000 capacity stadia. They have areas that are still developable, so they can be expanded, but they have all the basic things there. There's a football field, there's lawn tennis. So what we did was, for those 8 stadia, we spread the facilities that are playable according to the areas they are in. So, for example, in Ekpe, you will find the swimming pool.
Okay.
But you won't find one in, for example, in what's it called now, in Bagada.
Why is that?
Because we recognize that Ekpe has water.
Okay.
And they are more naturally inclined to riverine or water-based sports.
Oh, that's smart.
That's smart. So that was done for all the 8, and like as I said, 5 will be completed this year. And these are scheduled to finish this.
Those are programs that you drove when you were in government?
Yes, when I was in government.
Cool.
And the other 3 should be finished by next year, and including the renovation of Tesne
Balogun Stadium.
So that was the thinking behind it. And what's the whole idea? There was also a program that we built, that we designed. We found out that, I mean, regularly many former sportsmen or sports administrators, after they retired, they were doing nothing. And they had no form of income. They were always returning to the commission to find ways of asking for money just to survive. I said, look, how can we integrate this number of people back to the system where they'll be useful and they can generate income from there. And so the whole plan is that when these stadia are complete or facilities are complete, in various sports, they will act as the preliminary scouts. So it's open, everybody come to play. There'll be equipment, there'll be everything that they can use, and then you can begin to spot talent at a very young age. And these guys who are already experienced in their field before they retire, they'll be able to say, oh, there's a database that will be drawn up, membership for different people who participate, and then by the time you identify talent, they can now start going through the system of the state, and that way you create a pipeline where talent can be developed in each area rather than coming to the center always before they get developed.
It's a good thing that you talked about. I quite like that your idea, the strategy of thinking, design facilities to the strengths of the communities that you're looking to develop. Okay, so that's fine. You talked about swimming. Lagos has a lot of water. Yeah. You don't have swimmers.
We do.
When I say,
I know you're saying. Historically, we've not had swimmers.
So what can be done? Because look, I tell people that taking a football team to the Olympics to go and look for a gold medal, you sponsor 35 people to go and look for one gold medal.
You may never get it.
Whereas one swimmer can win 4, 5, 6 gold medals. So we need to rethink these things.
Let me assure you, Lagos State is ahead in that as well.
Okay.
We already have, Lagos State was behind, admittedly, in all that, because the focus also was on STEAM sports and all that. But these last 4 years, we changed a lot of all that thinking. And you see, the thing is, you can't be an expert in everything. But the areas where the resources are staring you in the face, maximize the potential of those resources, and turn things around for your good. So let them take it through some steps we took. Now, the 2 biggest sports events in Nigeria are the National Sports Festival and the National Youth Games. And the Sports Festival is held every 2 years, Youth Games every year to aid development, blah, 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 and all that stuff. And at the National Sports Festival, which is a senior level, Lagos, I can't remember when last we won any medals in swimming. And we've never won the event. So by the time we came on, we assessed the whole composition of the contingent that it typically goes. And we found out in 2019, we still had athletes who are competing for the state that have been going to National Sports Festivals since 1988. And we had a survey done and found that the average age of our athletes were 40.
Wow.
It was 40, yes. So their productive time had long gone, but because they were part of the system, they were how to the main system. And so without any formal training, once they were finished as athletes, they just transferred to become coaches. And so you are registered as an athlete today, by next year you are a coach. So what we did was, it was a very tough decision to take, but we had to take it. So we tried to de-age the Lagos State contingent.
Okay.
And of course, you can imagine the kind of commotion they caused.
But
we did it. And we were very, 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 very brutal about it. And so the first post festival then had was too close. We couldn't do it for that one. But the next one that came, we de-aged, and our average age was just a little over secondary school age, about 18 or 19 years. And we came third, or was it fourth? And wow. And so we analyzed the data. We realized that we had more female athletes winning medals than we had the males.
Okay.
We had younger female athletes than we had younger males.
Okay.
And when we looked at the different sports that were giving us the medals and actually aiding development, athletics and all that, and we tried to do some partnerships, because you see, government can't do everything. But government can lend a hand, and persons can lend a hand in different ways, and we can come together and make things stronger out of it.
Okay, Shola, I think that's really that's an inevitable path that we have to travel. Do you understand? Government and private sector coming together, and crucially, data. Data is, if you ask me, people say government should invest in sports, grassroots, and all that. It's good. But I'll tell you, if you want to drive sports business in this country, if I was in the government and it was my say-so, I would invest, I'll get a PwC or KPMG or a Nielsen.
Get me numbers.
And get me data, real data that people can work with, that you can take around the world and people would recognize as authentic.
That's how we did the stadia. We have the population figures from the last population, and we just had the ratio multiplication and then from registration for voters for elections, and we use that to decide where we locate our stadia.
Okay. So joining us I spoke with our next guest earlier on radio, and we talked about what can be done in sports, and she raised data as an issue that needs to be tackled. You've done so yourself. I believe so 100%. So let's bring her on and then get some of her insights into how to develop sports in this country. Do we have Aisha on the line, please? Okay, so we're trying to get Aisha on the line. Before she gets onto the program, there's a question I want to ask you. Quickly. Lagos State has done really poorly in football. Why? You do well in other sports, but football.
What do you mean poorly?
Do you know that in the 53 or 4 years of the league, Lagos clubs have only won the league 3 times?
Yeah, but my question is, so what does Lagos government has got to do with club teams? We're not sponsoring any club teams. It's a privately driven sector, and Lagos State is not involved as a state.
Okay, so fine. So other states are sponsoring clubs, right? I'm not saying you should go that direction, but the point is the government missing a trick or two by completely distancing itself from Lagos State football clubs? I mean, when you look at it now, they're Sporting Lagos in MPFL. I think next season they're going to be joined by 1 or 2.
I hope so.
More Lagos
United,
Yes, Inter, Madiba, I think. They can.
Depending on how they finish.
They might join. So that when clubs play in Lagos, it's big business for Lagos, job creation and all of that. Don't you think, for instance, maybe you guys should support some of these privately run clubs, because they're competing against government clubs that have endless resources?
I disagree.
Okay.
But you're not entirely correct by saying government stands away.
Okay.
No, government
So please hold this up. We have Aisha now. And then
okay.
Hello, Aisha.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, good afternoon. Aha, now we have you. So how are you?
Fantastic. I hope you're well.
Sorry?
I said I'm fantastic. I hope you're well.
Yeah. I'm better now, actually. Okay, so we were talking about, we've been talking, I don't know if you've been following the program, but basically we got to the point where we had to, we're talking about data, and what government needs to do. Not what government needs to do, the fact that we need data. So the question is, how do we get data? Because getting data is expensive business. How do we get the sort of data that will let everybody know where exactly our sports is at the moment, and then we know how to then plan whatever investments we want to make going forward?
Well, that's $1 million question. How to get data is something that so many people are trying to figure out. Actually, it's not, the question isn't even how, the question is what kind of data is relevant to the average investor that is looking into investing in sports in Nigeria, in identifying and recognizing the ROIs, the return on investments. My agency in particular, we're prioritizing data optimization, and over the next couple of months, for the sports sector. Our agency is sports business focused, which means we're not an NGO, we're for profit focused. But one of our priorities is also trying to develop the ecosystem of Nigerian sports, which entails developing a lot of the businesses, or at the very least creating the structure for the businesses to thrive, to scale, to survive. Nigeria is a very dynamic and difficult market, very unpredictable, somewhat unstable. And this makes foreign investors very nervous, very anxious. You don't know exactly where your money is going, and you don't know how your money is coming out. Not only that, I would say the sports industry is still very new when it comes to the business aspect of it. For too long, we have looked at sports recreationally in Nigeria, but not necessarily as a business. So what we need to do moving forward now, like our other counterparts in other parts of the continent, like Rwanda, like Senegal, these are countries that are at the forefront of sports development because they have identified some of those socio-economic benefits and are using their tourism organizations and other organizations to prioritize sports development for their countries because they know what the benefits are. These are not countries that have bigger economies than Nigeria. They don't have our population. They don't even have our land mass. So really, what is in our way and what is stopping us from harnessing the potential and the power of sports? So sports as a business is a conversation that needs to be had and needs to be had now.
Yeah. Okay. So you did a conference last week in Abuja, the Sports as a Business Conference, and it was a well-attended event. We do a lot of talking in Nigeria, right? We do a lot of talking in Nigeria. I think it may be time to find out exactly how we need to move from talk to actually walk in the talk, right? So what came out of your conference that you think would help us arrive at that destination quicker than otherwise?
Well, the Sports as a Business Conference was the first of its kind in recent times. You don't see too much effort from maybe some of the private sector stakeholders and some of the members of government as well to put into one room the most relevant stakeholders, the highest level of leaders in sports in Nigeria, in the private sector as well as the public sector, and maybe even the development space and other organizations. But it was very important for us to do this because for the government side, you are in charge of the policies and the regulations. You don't have a direction on what sort of policies would be relevant to this sector until you actually hear from the businesses that are operating within this sector. We know that development in Nigeria is so much private sector driven. Private sector provides the employment, the innovations. We thought it was important for the Minister of Sports, for example, and other key individuals to be a part of this event for this purpose. And then the private sector players as well, the businesses that are actively running initiatives and innovations in Nigeria, so that they are able to share their experiences and we're able to identify where the gaps are, what the problems are, and how best to cater to those problems. Regarding what we were able to get out of the conference, one of the key priorities of the Sports as a Business Conference was fostering dialogue and encouraging partnership and collaboration. Days leading up to the conference, we were able to sign a memorandum of understanding for a strategic partnership with Kaduna State Government, which will entail our agency going into Kaduna State and using sports to actually identify some of the socio-economic opportunities for the state. This means revitalizing some of their sports infrastructure, creating avenues for their talented individuals to be developed, to be discovered, and just bringing back what Kaduna used to be in terms of sports. We're lucky that the governor is extremely passionate about sports development in the state, so he welcomed this idea, welcomed us into the state, me and my entire team, and we were able to sign this agreement. So the next steps are going to be us actually carrying out an evaluation, a very thorough one, where we understand and recognize where Kaduna is now, using data to actually see how we can identify what the revenue opportunities are for the state, as well as other individuals, any potential investors that want to invest in sports in Kaduna and even Nigeria as a whole. So we were also lucky to have the commitments of the former governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, who is also the chairman of Afri Ventures Capital, and it's a venture capital firm that are trying to offer young people, young innovators, capital for their ideas. So he pledged support up to about 100 million naira for all of the youth that were in attendance of the conference, to come to them and to share their ideas with them, and they will be able to get funding. Also, Mr. Tony Patrick Cole, who is the co-founder of Sahara Energy, he also pledged his support and was present at the conference, and also gave a very thorough presentation on the numbers in sports globally, and also what the numbers in Africa could be. So all of these individuals coming together was extremely encouraging for the theme of the day, which was sports for economic growth, harnessing the revenue prospects for sports in Nigeria. So this is our goal as an agency, and this was the agenda of the Sports as a Business Conference, and we're hoping that by the next edition next year, all of the efforts that we've made this year, we will have something to show for it.
Okay, let me just ask my guest in the studio. He's been head of Lagos State Sports, and I'm sure you've been part of a lot of conferences, seminars about sports as business, right? Mm-hmm. What sense did you get that they moved? When it comes to moving the needle, what sense did you get? Did they achieve? Did you see any momentum?
Actually, before Aisha to tell, they know what milestones they've put in place.
No, I'm talking about the Lagos conferences. Not
okay, those ones. Okay, yeah. You see, again, like I keep repeating that it's nice to have conferences, but it's good to also have to-dos taken away from them, and that's something that we kept emphasizing. Just I think the last year, maybe 14 months of my tenure, because we didn't really have so many conferences. The focus was on getting people to know that they could come and do things with government, and so we had quite a number of partnerships rather than focusing on conferences. And from there, that's what we were able to do. Like I told you, we're averaging about 110 events a year, which is rare. I mean, I'm almost certain you'll find it in those kind of numbers in any other state. So we're able to maximize things like facilities, some people's ideas and knowledge, drive our sessions to work better rather than collecting them to talk so much and talk about what they could do, what we drove them to do.
Okay. Yeah. Aisha, based on what you know of Kaduna State, right? Do you think that do you have a foundation? Is it to work with? As in, do you have any data at all on what sports they right now take part in? What sports are popular among Kaduna people? And what you can do to then harness whatever interest there is in the sports industry in Kaduna State?
Historically, Kaduna State has actually birthed superstars in football, soccer, and in basketball as well.
Okay.
But there's so many opportunities for other sports for the state as well. One thing that I think we need to do, just like Mr. Shola said about having so many conferences and not enough action, is to be more intentional. First of all, for those of us that are doing the work itself, what is your intention behind the work? If you're looking for quick rewards, you're not going to get it. This is not the industry for you.
Yeah.
And the issue that is plaguing sports in Nigeria is people feel like talent exportation is the big money maker. And as a result of this, everybody is trying to export all of our talents. But what happens to the talents that are still on home soil? What happens to the ones that are never going to be discovered, that are never going to get the opportunity to be exported? Something has to be here for them. So what we plan to actually do for Kaduna State is to, first of all, understand the consumer markets, because we're talking sports as a business, right? We're trying to create sustainability. This is a sector that has to support itself. And it's a capital-intensive project wherever you look at it, whether you're talking about renovating an existing facility or even building smaller community sports and recreation centers or even organizing high-level events. To do all of these things is very capital-intensive. What is the ROI? These are things that first of all, we need to figure out. We need to go into the communities. We need to collaborate with the local leaders. We need to collaborate with the House of Representative members and their various constituencies. We need to get the support and the collaboration of the state government as well. So the work is going to be a lot. You're probably going to fight a lot of people as well along the process, because let's face it, one of the biggest issues that has faced sports development in Nigeria is also corruption, right? So you have to get into some of these spaces with the confidence and the conviction that you know what you're doing. You're bringing in external ideas that have worked elsewhere, but to adapt it to this current market and to test it out. There will be a lot of trial and error, but that can't deter us. You can't be discouraged. Mr. Shola has been in this sector for a very long time. I have a lot to learn from him. So that we're just 3 years in now doesn't mean that in the next 3 years we're not going to achieve what somebody that has been around for 10 years was not able to do. You just have to be able to work smarter. You have to also realize that you can't do anything alone. You can't do anything without financing, and you definitely cannot do anything without government support. So for Kaduna State in particular, what we want to do at the barest minimum is to bring back what was already there before, to bring back the ginger, to bring back the passion, the desire for sports. And it's still in Kaduna, it's still there. It's a very vibrant space when it comes to sports. And that's where it's one of the places where you really see the power of sports and its ability to unify people, regardless of background, regardless of where you come from and what your social class is. Sport is one of those big tools that really brings people together, and you see that in Kaduna. Under the administration of Malam Nasir El-Rufai, he was able to fix up the Murtala Square, and now it's modernized. It has so many sporting facilities. There's about 2 basketball courts there. There's a Dembe facility. There's football, AstroTurf. There's polo. There's so many things happening there. So we have to be able to utilize spaces like this, or else the investment and the efforts that he puts in would just go to waste. These places will just become dilapidated after a couple of years. I've been around to a few of their other facilities already. Some of them are in really bad shape. If tomorrow I want to organize an event there, I have to bring in everything that I need, from generator to lights to ventilation to even water. Why is that the case? So we need to be able to create a foundation. That's what the true work is. And before you know it, things are going to, it's like an engine. Things will fall into place. Businesses are going to be able to actually be created to thrive, because you have given them an enabling environment for the ecosystem to function. We can have merchandisers, we can have broadcasters, we can have sports doctors and those that medics that attend events and cater to injuries of players and all of that. These are all of the industries that are created, the jobs that are created from sports. Even the engineers, the ones that create the facilities, the ones that do the brick and brick work, all of this, it's an ecosystem, it's an engine. So we start small, but we also keep sustainability in mind, because leadership is not forever, power is not forever. Although the current governor is very passionate and very dedicated about sports, we need to make sure that we are setting a foundation that even with the next administration and the one after that, they are able to see a blueprint that benefits the state that benefits the state, that is able to contribute to the internally generated revenue of the state, but is also able to influence the people. That's where we talk about socio-economic impact, influence and impact the people. Get the kids off the streets, get them engaged somehow in sports programs, so that when the development partners come and they want to organize programs in the grassroots communities, there's already a foundation there. We've already had it present. Sport is already thriving and existing. You should go to countries like Senegal. There's a reason the first time I went to Senegal was when they had just won AFCON. And when I went